sounds going through fine. Let's just hope that this thing starts now so we can... There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in that horrible time of the year where, you know, no one really knows what the hell to do with themselves. Everyone's sort of trying to figure out, you know, what their New Year's resolutions are going to be. Everyone is promising themselves that in a couple of days, they're going to be the best person you have ever seen. The best version of themselves. Will they be? No. The answer is an absolute resounding no. But that doesn't stop us from dreaming. I, of course, on the other hand, will be exactly the same tomorrow as I was today. And I'm going to be the same cunt that I were in 2022. So, yeah, you know, anyone that's expecting any sort of change from me will be sorely disappointed. Sadly. That is, yeah, that's just the nature of the beast. Anyways, let's get some videos going, shall we? Zombie Killer, how you doing, bro? 2:50 a.m. Where? Oh shit! Yeah, you're in America, right, Zombie? Because yeah, if you're in America, there's a good chance that it's very early for you guys. Good day, and advance happy holiday, Grimfield. How you doing, fam? Yeah, advance to you as well, man. Like, happy New Year. For 2 days from now, it is 2 days, right? Tomorrow is the 31st. Yeah. Tomorrow's 31st, and then it's go time. Do you have plans for New Year's or not really? Do we say happy? Like, is it happy holidays? Is that the right word? Isn't happy holidays for Christmas? And then it's Happy New Year. Yeah. Christmas or New Year's Eve, because at midnight it switches over. So technically speaking, you know, still 48 hours. Well, a little bit less than that. Now it would be like, wait, 38, 37? Something like that. Some bullshit like that. Ooh, boys. It's going to be a very chill stream today. I don't have, like, crazy plans or anything. We have to do some YouTube maintenance, and, yeah, that's about it, you know? I don't have, like, crazy plans for today. Still have family here. They're leaving, I think, they're leaving this weekend. Sometime this weekend is when they're going. And then we can hopefully get back into, like, normality and shit. I also, hopefully, within the next week or so, get the inverter and the batteries, which means we no longer have to worry about this, load shedding bullshit. Which, dude, I cannot wait. You have no idea. The very fact that I'm probably going to be able to say goodbye to load shedding is filling my pee-pee with a lot of blood. It is happy days over here, bro. I'm gonna have a semi just thinking about it. Great, because it's kind of cloudy and near to rain, so extra cozy while drawing. Oh shit, where are you, Grimfield? That it's almost raining now. Philippines. Ah, there's apparently going to be rain this weekend, although I don't know. We're not supposed to have any rain now. Cape Town is like proper winter rainfall, but there might be, like, at least they're predicting that rain might be a thing. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it because the build up to the rain just means an incredible amount of heat. Which, of course, I am never a fan of. Absolutely never. Let me just show you guys what I'm busy with so you guys don't think I'm just ignoring you for no reason. I have to make all of these videos fucking live. So that's what I'm doing right now. This is what I'm doing. I'm not making them live right now. I'm setting them up to be live. We only got 2 seasons and 20 storms average year. You can't just have 2 seasons. Surely you, like, which are these seasons? Good morning, Wobos. I hope you had a nice Christmas. I'm good. I've built 4 Warhammer... Wait, our Migger nights, small boy nights in this afternoon and evening. Some friends come over and we work on Warhammer minis. And then I'm going to build the Questoris class knight magnetized medium boy knight. Oh, shit. Which chapter, Metal Fan? Or do you just play General Imperial? Like, which chapter are you building for? It is different chapters, because it sounds like if it's knights and stuff, it's almost definitely near equator. So we only got rainy and dry seasons. Ah, yeah, you guys don't get a lot of winter, right? Imperial Knights, but Prob's gonna ally them with Custodes for some decent firepower. Wait, can you do that in the tabletop? Like, make alliances to build multiple types? Can you actually do that? New rules, yes. Oh, shit. But won't a lot of people, like, call you out? Say that that's cheating? Or do people not mind the new rules? Like, how's the new rules going over? Do you have a favorite guard regiment yet? Oh, there's a few. So I love the Ultramarines. I don't know if that, like, if that counts, but I'm pretty sure it does. I don't have a specific chapter within the Ultramarines. I don't know them well enough to know that, right? And then I'm a huge fan of the Lionel Johnson guys. What are they called again? The Dark? No. The fuck are they called again? What's Lionel Johnson's group? Dark Angels. That's the one, yes. Huge fan of the Dark Angels as well. Although that's pretty new. Like, not gonna lie. That's a fairly new one for me. I only recently started learning about Dark Angels and stuff. So, yeah. Really enjoying them. Although I would say basically anything to do with the Imperium is fine. But what is your favorite normie human guardsman regiment? I don't know what the fuck that means, Metal Fan. Okay, what is a human guardsman regiment? Are you talking about like the Krieg, the Corps of Krieg and shit? They're normie humans, right? And okay, yeah, Death Corps. That's it. Death Corps of Krieg would be, but this isn't quite fair because I only know the Death Corps of Krieg, and I know Cadia, but I don't know if they're like an actual chapter. But it wouldn't be fair for me to really have a favorite there because I don't know enough of those. If I were to like pick one that I know, which group did Varus fight in? Like what normie group was he a part of? Varus from the Dark Imperium. I think he was just an Imperial Guardsman. I don't know if they have different, like, regiments and shit. Because Varus' story was sad as fuck, bro. I think Ultramar Praetorians or something Ultramar related. Could have been. Varus' story was sad as fuck. Did you guys read Dark Imperium? Or am I, like, telling you guys stuff that you don't know? Because if you read the Dark Imperium, you'd understand why it, like, Varus' story might actually... Auxilia sounds very familiar. Ultramar Auxilia sounds incredibly familiar. So I'm pretty sure that's right. You might be correct there. Dude, if you've not read it, highly suggest you do. Like, highly recommend that book. I'm almost done with number 2, but I don't want to continue reading because I'm hoping that I get number 3, hopefully within the next month. I've got like 3 bookstores. searching for the book. So I'm hoping that I get number 3 so that I can just straight go into the next one. But it is phenomenal. And then I bought a couple of new books 2 days ago. Although these aren't like, so I got my hands on a physical copy of 1984, which I'm super happy about. I already read it on, I have it on Kindle, but I found a copy of this, and then I got this book, which I haven't read yet, but I really want to. I don't know if you guys can see that. Animal Farm. Also from George Orwell. Like, I'm seriously excited to read the Animal Farm. Yeah. 1984, shit's a mindfuck. Dude, 1984 is one of the scariest books you'll ever read. Like, hands down, one of the scariest books you'll ever read. And then you look at what the world is doing, and you're like, dude, why does it seem like everyone is reading 1984 as if it's a fucking roadmap? You know, I read 1984 and I was like, yeah, I never want to live there. And then I look at what's happening in the world, and I'm like, some people read this book and thought, fuck yeah, let's do exactly what they do. So that kind of scares the living shit out of me. But it is a great book. Although I've heard people say that Brave New World is actually better than 1984. And the guy who wrote Brave New World was also part of the Fabian Society, the same as our boy George Orwell here. So maybe it's a good idea to sort of read both of those. So this is 1st of January, 2nd of January, 3rd of January, 4th of January, 5th of January, and 6th of January. We have a couple more videos to go. This one. This one will go on the 7th. Yes, 7th of January. Let's go. Yeah, we can probably let people know we're live right now. No? And let's send out a bit of a message, shall we? Okay, we have 2 more videos. No, 3 more videos. That's part 1. Is that? That's 191. That's 190. What the actual fuck? Yeah, this needs to go on the 8th. This needs to go on the 8th. Because I've made part 1, but not part 2. So let's scrap part 2 here quickly. Chance, how you doing, bro? Growfile, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, boys. Welcome to the fucking stream. This one needs to be on the 7th. Mr. Free Candy, how you doing, fam? Yeah, we're just doing a bit of YouTube maintenance here, boys. And then we have to edit the video very quickly. Because I have no videos available for tonight. So we have to edit the video, we have to make a thumbnail. And then we can play some games. Wait, I'm from Australia too. It's evening, not morning. Well, Chance, it's morning here. So I have to say good morning. Like if I was gonna like remember all of you, including where you're from, that's not gonna work. I will not do that. There's no way. My brain will not do that. It would be near impossible. This is by... Oh, okay. This is... let's team this one up. I could probably react to a video or two. Why the fuck not? Get the Down Under Upside Down version? How does that... What does that version even look like? What the fuck is this? This is number 192. 190. It's on the 6th. Where the hell is the video that I had on the 8th? Alright, so here we have the 7th. We have the 8th. And that was... Okay, yeah, this is fine. Alright, fuck. For a second there, I was very confused. This needs to be scheduled for, is it the 9th? Might be the 9th, if I remember correctly. Digit, how you doing, fam? South Africans are basically Aussie anyway. I just came back from Perth, and that city might as well be getting annexed by South Africa. Old cool. Wait, really? Is there that many South Africans in Australia? I know that Australia is sort of one of the premier destinations for a lot of South Africans that's fleeing the country. Just because your weather is very similar to South Africa, and most South Africans prefer that. The other country that a lot of South Africans do go to is Canada, specifically doctors and nurses. Like, Canada really loves the doctors and nurses from South Africa. In Perth, for sure. Rest of Australia, there's quite a bit too, but in Perth, there's so many really cool people. I like to think so, but I do think that I have a couple of Australian friends who have told me that a lot of the South Africans that live in Australia are dickheads, which I can believe. A lot of South Africans are cunts, bro. I'm not even going to stand up for my people here. They are a bunch of fucking assholes sometimes. So, I get why the rest of the world can sometimes have enough of them. The rich ones, for sure. Yeah, but that's true even in South Africa. The rich people in South Africa are very fucking hoi polloi. Sort of, oh, look at me, ma, no hands kind of people. They can literally just suck a dick. No one gives a shit about that. In my business, the rich South Africans have stereotypes of being hard to deal with. They're very... The way I look at it is a lot of South Africans have this... It's like self-confidence, but they have very... not self-confidence, really. Like low self-esteem. But it's not even self-esteem. It's more a case of they don't believe that they deserve what they have. And therefore... But you wouldn't say that when you look at them, because they act so much higher than the rest of us. Like, you know, they're floating above the ground and their farts don't stink kind of thing. But it stems from this idea that they don't think that they deserve what they have. In some cases, they really don't. Like, there are a ton of them that's really, really fucking bad. As Americans are the most annoying, probably? I wouldn't say that. I think, like, there's a lot of Americans here in South Africa, and they're perfectly fine people. You do have your... Like, I think America, on average, have more Karens. That's definitely true. I've had a run-in with a couple of American people now, and there's been a few fucking Karens among them. But I wouldn't say... No, Americans are fine. I don't mind Americans at all. Which country is the worst of the ones that I've met? There isn't really. No, not really. I would say probably the, like, just on average, the people that's the hardest to get along with would be sort of Pakistani, Middle Eastern. But it's not that they're difficult, it's just that they do not mix at all. So they do not get along, they do not integrate whatsoever. They move into, like, their neighborhoods, and that's it. And they don't really, they're not really friendly. They won't say hello to you, really. Like, I would say, but it's not like, they're not difficult people. They just do not mix at all with anyone else. Indian people can be very similar, right? Indian people can be like that too. Like, they have their Indian communities and they don't really mix with anyone outside of those communities. But yeah, I'd say Americans are pretty cool. Australians are pretty cool. I've met a few Australians. People from Britain, always really cool, because a lot of people from Britain sort of, like, it's almost as if they are South African. Like, they view South Africa, I would say a lot of British people still view South Africa as one of the Commonwealth countries. And so they fit in quite nicely, quite easily. Um, yeah, I've not really ever come across like a bad immigrant. Um, Not as a colony, Eludrin, just more like part of the Commonwealth. You know, it's like a cousin, sort of. So a lot of the British people that I've met here view South Africans sort of as a cousin, like a distant cousin of England. You know, so they don't call shit. They pretty much treat it the same way that they would Britain. Bit of a better government if it was still a Commonwealth nation. Well, technically it is still a Commonwealth nation. We're just not part of the inner circle of the Commonwealth, but we are technically still part of the Commonwealth. Like, as far as I know, in all technical terms, the king could sort of claim South Africa. Like, the king could come back and say, well, you know what? You guys tried this republic thing for a while. Now you can go suck a dick. We want it back. I don't think they will ever, but technically he could. Because they were the ones who gave us the right to become a republic, right? So technically they could take it away. Although it would be through war. And the South Africans would fight tooth and fucking nail, believe you me. USA, my humble opinion, I would look at it that way. Yeah, probably very similar to the USA. But no, I've met a couple of Americans and they were all lovely people. Like, they were pretty cool people. It's mostly, though, I will say, almost always, it's like, more liberal Americans. There's very few. Actually, I've never met a single American outside of America that was conservative. Like, never. Every single American that I've ever met is, like, usually very woke, very far to the left, or at least quite to the left. I met the 4 lovely people from America. That's amazing. I would say, Ace the Base, how you doing, fam? I would say the only thing that annoys me about, like, Americans would be that hyper woke bullshit. Like, there's a lot of them here that have that seriously woke bullshit going on. And the problem is South Africa isn't like that. Right? South African, they don't give a shit. To give you an example, most young people in South Africa know basically nothing about politics. They do not give a shit about politics. My brother is a teacher, and we literally had this conversation yesterday. I asked him, you know, is the woke stuff, like, huge in high school? Or, and he was like, no, not really. Most of the kids don't know anything about this woke stuff. Most of the kids in at least in the school and town that he teaches in, they don't know any of this shit, right? They don't care. And like, last year, his matrics, like the people that's leaving school, they were massive Trump fans. Like, they love Trump. But just because he said, like, random shit that made them laugh, like, they didn't really care for his politics. Like, they didn't know politics, like the political stuff that he stood for. They just found him funny, and they liked the fact that he triggers people. This year, his matrics are huge Andrew Tate fans. Almost all of them. Girls, boys, all of them love Andrew Tate because, again, he makes them laugh. But it's not a political thing. Like, it has nothing to do with, I agree with his politics. They don't know shit about his politics. They don't care, right? They just think he's funny, and that's it. You know, so yeah. Ace the Base, the thing is with South Africa, you have to understand something. South Africans have actual problems, right? When you live in South Africa, you need to, there's things that you worry about, like food and electricity and water and, like, actual real life problems. So we don't have time to invent problems. We don't have time to invent millions of genders because we need something to be triggered about. We don't have time to invent all manner of fucking mental illnesses because you need something to be aggro about and to be triggered about. We don't have time for that shit. We have actual problems. So, Americans have time to, invent stuff so that they can be outraged by something. And that's fine. The politicians need some kind of cause. And in order to get a cause, they need to invent a new problem. But that's the problem of America. The majority of people in South Africa do not care about those things because they fucking can't. South Africa was very developed. I guess I was wrong. South Africa is the most developed nation in Africa, right? And South Africa is a weird country in that infrastructure-wise, we're a first world nation, right? Like, we have fiber optics literally everywhere, Wi-Fi literally everywhere. We have all the amenities and sort of luxury goods and stuff that the rest of the world would have in the first world nations. But from a people standpoint, it's still a very third world country. The problems that the majority of people in South Africa struggle with are third world problems. They don't have time to worry about bullshit. Here and there, you'll find politicians that sort of kind of try to make a case for it, like the EFF. More than Morocco, more than Egypt. Yes, Eludrin. We are the most industrialized as well as the most developed country on Africa. We also have the largest GDP on Africa, right? The EFF, for example, they push this woke shit, right? Like, they pick up on everything that happens in America and they push us all of it because it plays into their camp. It plays into their politics. They love this idea of black people are oppressed and they should fight for the oppression, and everything is oppressive and math is oppressive and all that shit. But then you look at their sort of supporter base, they've never been able to get over 12% of the vote. Like, they've been stuck at 12% of the vote of the country. The majority of South Africans just look at that and go, bro, I don't give a fuck. I've got so many more problems. Like, the things that you get triggered by doesn't matter to me. Like, I want a job. And in order to get a job, I don't give a fuck about maths being oppressive for bullshit. Just give me a job, right? So yeah, most South Africans don't give a shit about this crap. Metal Van, it's not about being trolls. About 12% of the voting public is incredibly racist. And the EFF is a racist party. Like, 100%. The EFF sings songs like Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, which literally just means kill white people. They say they don't. Like, whenever Julius Malema, their leader, speaks, he'll say, like, he doesn't hate white people. But then in the very next line, he will be like, white people should stop taking things that don't belong to them, even if it's things that they actually fucking worked for. Malgati, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. He believes in taking the wealth of white people and giving it to black people. These are things that he believes. Fundamentally, he believes that white people should be taxed 90 to 95% of their shit, and it should be given to black people, even though there's no evidence that that would work. Because you can keep taking it for a while, but once it's over, right? What are you going to do once you run out of all this money that you've taken? Because that's the problem. So, yeah, he's like a moron. And the 12% that follow him, I would say, are the racists on the black side of the population. Because it's mainly black people that follow the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters. So that would be like 12% of the... Not all of them. I think some of them are just ideologically more communist because they are super communist. And then on the Afrikaans side, or the white people side, I would say probably the party that's the biggest there would be the Freedom Front Plus. Now, the Freedom Front Plus has done a number of things to try and sort of get their image cleaned up. So they used to be a party, like literally, it was called the Freedom Front Plus, and their entire shtick was they fight only for Afrikaans white people. So it wasn't even a case of fighting for white people. It was like even a smaller group than white people, right? So it was like not just like English white people who fucking suck a dick. It's only about Afrikaans white people, right? Those are the only people that matter, and those are the only people they fight for. Since then, they've sort of adapted, so they now like go to court for a lot of like colored communities as well as black communities. So they're trying to rebrand themselves as a minority party. So they fight for minority groups in the country. So whenever you have a small group of people that is being sort of neglected, or that's being, like, very recently they took the government to court because there was a small black settlement where like the water was a massive problem. They never had drinking water. Their electricity was a massive problem. And so on behalf of that community, they took the government to court in order to force them to fix it. So they're trying, but I would say like a good chunk of their base would be like the white racists in the country. And they get about, nationally, I think it's less than 4%, but it could even be less than that. I'm not entirely sure. But they also get like a really small percentage of the vote. Just overall. The majority parties would be the ANC and the DA, right? Which are, like, it's quite divided there as well. Springbok, how you doing, fam? That actually sounds like a good party to support. Which one? You mean the Freedom Front Plus? Maybe. But I'm still sort of, I don't vote, so I don't give a fuck who does what. I don't vote. As a rule, I will never vote in my entire life. That's a decision that I've made. Never in my life will I cast a vote to any party. But I'm still on the fence, right? So I have a couple of problems with a few people in my own country. I have a huge problem with anyone that believes to this day, because there are still people, surprise, surprise, that believe this, that the future of South Africa can somehow be like an exclusive future. Because believe it or not, there are still people that believe the future of South Africa is white people live with white people and black people live with black people. The second I hear that, I'm like, I can't support that. Like, even if your argument was, well, we're not going to wage war, we're not going to kill anyone, it's going to be very peaceful, everyone live on their own. I'm like, yeah, but I don't see how that will ever work, because there's a couple of things that bother me there. What about the people that might be married? So say you're a white guy and you're married to a black girl. What happens to you now? Where do you live? Because the country is now segregated, right? Black people live in one part of the country, white people live in the other. So where the fuck do you live? Are we going to make a third group where all the mixed people live? Because that doesn't make sense. What if you are colored, right? So if you are a mixed person in South Africa, where the fuck do you live? Because half of you is white, the other half is black. So do you, like, flip a coin? Head you go to the white, black you go, or tails you go to the black side? Like, how do you make this decision? So that's a whole fucking nightmare to me. And then more importantly, and I cannot stress this enough, I imagine, like, a country like that would be seriously fucking boring to me. The idea that it's just literally everyone's gonna speak the same, think the same, do the same, it's all just gonna be the same. It sounds boring to me. Like, I don't, and this is perhaps the biggest one. I'm white, and that's fine, right? I like being white. I have no problem with it. But I can tell you, there are some stupid motherfucking white people out there. I mean, fucking stupid white people. I don't want to live with stupid white people. So what do we do now? Like, then we have to start fracturing even more. Because if I'm going to support a system like that, I'm like, okay, great. So you have the white South Africa, you have the black South Africa, you have the mixed South Africa. Now we have to divide it even more, because I imagine most black people don't want to live with stupid black people either. So let's have a stupid South Africa and a smart South Africa, but then it needs to be further divided because you guys don't want to live together. I would actually, the only kind of segregation that I would be okay with is a stupid South Africa and a smart South Africa. So basically all the stupid people, we throw them off a fucking cliff, right? And they can go live wherever the fuck they land. And then the rest of us will live in a country. Because I don't give a fuck what your skin color is. I just don't want people to be fucking stupid. So that's why I reject ideas like this. But they are ideas that exist on both the white and the black side of things. So there are black people that believe in a segregated South Africa where white people don't mix with black people. And there's the same on the other side. But I'm heartened by the fact that I think the majority of South Africans don't think that way. White or black. I think the majority of South Africans just want to get the fuck along. Stupid people is the most of the time they don't know they're stupid, so they can live together without knowing. Yeah, but they usually cause trouble for the rest of us. So spread out there too, because one person's definition of intelligence, another person's stupidity, that is also sadly true. Like at the end of the day, dude, I just don't want to live next to stupid people. It's sort of my biggest, I guess, problem. But no, I find myself inherently incapable of voting for anyone because, like I said, on the one hand, actually, let me put it this way. The reason I cannot vote for any party in my country is because every party in my country promises to make my life better. I can't vote for someone like that. The only party that I would ever vote for is a party that gets up and says, I promise that if you elect me, I will leave you the fuck alone. That party gets my vote immediately. Immediately. I cast my vote with them for the rest of my life. They can have it all. They can rule forever if they stick to it. Is considered an act of revolt instead of inaction? Even cancelling your vote? What do you mean cancelling your vote? I don't think we can do that in South Africa. I don't think there is a mark nothing in South Africa. Like if you go to the voting station, you have to vote for someone. Oh no, what the fuck? No, I wouldn't stand on that shit. Nope. Don't give a shit, bro. Why would I vote? I don't want to vote. I believe that democracy is evil. I believe participating in democracy is the end of freedom. So why would I vote? Why would I go stand on a line to draw an X that removes my right to freedom? No. I simply cannot do that. I genuinely, without a shadow of a doubt, like literally, no kappa here. I believe that democracy is by far the most evil system in the world. By far. It is far more evil than dictatorships. Far more evil. Because at least in dictatorships, they're honest about the fact that you have no rights and you cannot vote for anyone. The dictator is whoever the fuck is the strongest. At least they're honest about it. You know, they don't pretend to be some, like, decent human being. Whereas in democracies, they pretend like they care. They pretend like they're gonna do things, and then they're just a dictator. So I can't partake in democracy because I fundamentally disagree with it as a concept. Endless practice of futility. Yeah, fuck that. I don't judge people who like democracy. Like, you are obviously welcome to like democracy as much as you want. And I support your right to live in a democratic country if that's what you choose. I just wish that I didn't have to. Although, is there a country in the world that I could live in where that wouldn't happen? Anyways, time for us to watch this. Can't change. Has thrived in populism because we never had communism, but when democracy came, we have been dismantled and sold pieces of it. Yeah, sadly, that's the problem, right? Yeah, even if you buy your own island, you're not really gonna be able to buy an island that's big enough to build a nation on, right?
We've got a question from Captain Hungry Spy.
Oh, shit.
He had submitted, do you think we'll get a big bad out?
Bigger man, the thing is, I don't see how that is an argument for taking freedom away from people. Because just because you don't agree with how someone exercises their freedom doesn't mean that you have the right to take it away, right? Vanexer, yeah, I probably think that Tate will walk. The thing is, everyone's making a big deal out of Andrew Tate being arrested, and it's like, did they have suspicion that he did something wrong? Like, there's no concrete information. We don't know. There's no real evidence of him doing anything wrong. We would have to wait and see. Right now, it's based on suspicion, and it's probably a little politically motivated at least. Although I don't know. exactly. Because I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't follow Andrew Tate. I do not agree with his philosophy on things. And I sort of cry a little inside when I realize that so many young people listen to a guy like Andrew Tate. Not because I give a shit about like him being a misogynist or whatever, because I don't think I've ever actually heard him be a misogynist. Um, at least I haven't. But then again, I haven't listened enough to any of his shit to really know that. It's more just a case of I don't think that the way that Andrew Tate lives his life is a good way to live your life. I do not believe that it actually leads to fucking happiness. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't believe that it leads to happiness. This idea that you should. I once heard him drop the biggest truth bomb ever. He said that real men only drink water and it must always be sparkling. I was like, oh, bro, fuck. The truth in that. Oh my god, we should write that on a fucking postcard. You know, that them be the kind of quotes we're going to remember forever and ever. It's just changed lives. It's like, what the fuck kind of take is that? Like, how does that mean anything to anyone? What the fuck does that mean? First of all, sparkling. Jesus, no thanks. That's like the biggest bullshit water you can drink. Secondly, why can't a real man drink anything but water? That means nothing. I don't think the guy is as smart as he pretends to be. And I also think that the shit that he sells to people is just bollocks. But again, I don't mind the guy. If someone wants to listen to him, go for it. You know, I have a number of problems with I would say I have a number of problems with the whole Raid Pull movement. Like the Raid Pull movement went from a movement that espoused conservative ideas to a movement that is sort of espousing, in my opinion, anti-human ideas. You know, so if you listen to someone like Sneeko, for example, who's a massive content creator within the Raid Pull movement, he'll say things like he's like a man should be allowed to sleep with as many women as he wants. A woman isn't allowed to do that. I don't think anyone should sleep with as many people as they want. I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's a good mindset to have. Because I actually think that sex means something. So I think you're completely wrong on that. And the other thing is we should keep fairness in mind, right? If you're going to do that, you should let your wife do that too. You know, or better yet, neither of you do it and everyone seems to be fucking happy about it. So I have some huge problems with the Raid Pull movement as well, because they seem to suggest that it's just in a man's nature to sleep with as many people as possible. And it's like, well, it's not really like the reason we stopped doing that is because of the chaos that it causes. You see, that shit worked back when we lived in small little tribes and villages. That shit worked. Because about 20% of the men had about 80% of all the women. Those women would get pregnant and the village was stronger together. The women would help each other raise the children. And, you know, there would be elders around to raise the children and teach them shit. But as we civilized and as cities started to develop, we started to run into some problems. You see, the problem with a man sleeping with 5 or 6 different women and having children with each of those women is that you now have 6, 7, 8 children that's growing up without a father figure. So these are children that's going to cause problem for us in the future, because we know that every single statistic proves this. A child that grows up in a single family home tends to be a bigger failure than the children that grow up in two parent homes. That's just across the board. That is the truth. Is there sort of outliers? Are there exceptions? Of course, but the exception doesn't prove the rule. The rule says if you want to be successful, look to people that have 2-parent homes. It doesn't matter who the parents are. It can be 2 men, it can be 2 women, it can be a man and a woman. It doesn't matter. As long as there's 2 parents in the house, that child already have a bigger leg up. So we, as a society at some point, decided, you know what, men? Pull it in. Like, fuck that. Because your children are running around stealing, becoming robbers, joining gangs. It's becoming a fucking problem, so you fucking stop this now. 1 woman, 1 man, let's go. Because it solved problems. I don't believe in this bullshit, because this is again where the Raid Pull movement now steps in and says, oh yeah, it's religion that did these things. It's like, no, it's not religion that did these things. Religion simply adopted it, because that was cultural. You know, that was the cultural thing. As a culture, we say this is fucking ridiculous. We cannot have street urchins running around causing chaos because the fathers aren't in the fucking home and the children aren't being taken care of. It's much better when it's one man, one woman, and everyone fucking pairs off, and we know that you have children and you're going to take care of them. The Red Pill movement has become, I think, just a weird fucking movement that I do not understand because it seems to preach a whole bunch of shit that's just bullshit, right? It's not founded in science. It's not founded in any sort of like proper philosophical idea. It's more or less, in my opinion, a movement that sort of wants to tell men, hey, just do whatever the fuck you want, bro. Just listen to your dick. You know, your dick wants to fuck another girl, you can go fuck her. Who cares? You know, don't let your woman tell you what to do. It's like, well, based on the actual science, it shows that men are happier when they're in committed relationships. Like, we can see that. We can see that men perform at their peak when they're in a committed relationship. That's just, so what the fuck are you saying? You know, it's not, like, we're not seeing that men peak when they're just sleeping with as many people as possible. A committed relationship motivates a man. I don't think women understand just how big of an effect they have on men. You know, you hear this so often from men that are married and then have children. You know, once they get married, it's like a switch flips in their mind. You know, they suddenly realize just how important it is to work hard, to be successful, because they have this wife that they love dearly. And the wife brings structure and order and socialization to this guy. She motivates him, you know. She's his queen. She defends him. She pulls him forward. She pushes him. And then he has children and he wants to care about them. And all of this leads to overall happiness. The left wants to pull this apart by telling women, hey, you can sleep with as many people as you want. Who gives a shit, right? I literally had an argument about this morning in someone else's stream where, you know, we had this massive argument about how if a girl sleeps with 400 guys, it does not diminish her value. Like, fuck it doesn't. Like, fuck it doesn't. Of course it diminishes her value. You know, if a girl takes naked pictures of herself and puts it on the internet, it doesn't diminish her value. Of course it does. Of course it does. That's just basic fucking human nature. Of course it fucking does. If a man does that, it lowers his value. Like 100%. If you went to an actual, like, good girl, right? And you told her, oh yeah, you know, I take pictures of my dick and people pay me $5 to watch it. Do you think she's gonna sleep with you? Like, do you think she's gonna want to marry you? Of course not. You've lowered your own value by doing that. And therefore you've limited the kind of people that you can date. Because some people will just not be okay with that. Some people are just like, nah, I don't think so, right? So, of course, you've destroyed your own value. Is it your right to do so? Of course it is. I'm never going to tell you not to do it. But the problem that I have with the left is that the left somehow goes, we should be allowed to do whatever the fuck we want, and we do not want to deal with the consequences of it. So I should be allowed to sleep with 400 guys, and no one is allowed to call me a slut. Say, no. You should be allowed to sleep with 400 guys, but you are then also a slut. And it's fine to be a slut, but like, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, I want to do whatever the fuck I want, and I don't want to deal with the consequences. That's a bit weird. What the fuck are you talking about, right? And then the Red Pill movement is this thing of wanting to tell guys it's okay never to grow up. Like, you can just be a kid for the rest of your life. Fuck as many people as you want. Do whatever your balls tell you to do. I don't think that leads to overall happiness for either of the fucking sexes. The direct response to feminism: men are tired of shit being talked about them and their sex berated. Mogul, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. But I will say to you, that's not the correct response. The correct response from men towards the feminist movement that criticizes every element of what we are, because I just saw an article about the Psychological Association of America that said traditional masculinity is evil and, you know, it limits men. The correct response there is to be the best possible version that you can be and find a partner for whom you can be that. That's the correct response. Be a fucking man. Being a man doesn't mean throwing your toys out of your cot and, wearing sunglasses indoors and, wearing Gucci and fucking Prada and all that bullshit and fucking 400 goals and driving a Ferrari. That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't make you a good guy. That just makes you a playboy. You're a fuckboy. Congratulations. It used to be that fuckboys were considered bad people, right? All you're doing is you're the same as the left. You're just on the right saying, well, no, actually, I want to do whatever the fuck I want, and I should not have to deal with the consequences of that. It's like, yeah, that's not how life works. It's not how life works. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but then you also have to deal with the consequences. It's as simple as that. I don't want to stand in your way for consequences, but fuck, Men and women are different. A man can sleep with 400 women before he is married as long as he doesn't get AIDS. For women that sleep with a lot of men ruins her value of a woman as purity and age is valued for women more. I would say there's a limit to men as well, but we know that the limit is higher. So based on the most recent studies, for a woman, it's about 3. So if a woman sleeps with more than 3 men before her marriage, this will severely impact her path to suitable suitors. Right? It will severely impact it. For men, it appears as if the number is closer to 5 to 8. So between 5 and 8 seems to be the general number. And this is just based on talking to men and women and asking them what is a limit to which now you would start to worry. So it's not unlimited for men either. It's definitely higher for men, but it makes sense from a biological perspective. When you look at this from what we used to be, and if you look at this from a historical perspective, it kind of makes sense that men and women would have chosen differently, based on just our biology. So you have to think about it this way. Human children have a massive problem in that we are the only animal that takes 18 years to fucking develop. 18 years. So it's a massive commitment, right? And if you go back far enough, a woman, once she fell pregnant, was vulnerable for at least the next 12 years. She would need someone that could take care of her. First and foremost, to feed her, but also very important to feed her child and also to protect them. So she was very vulnerable, left in a very vulnerable state. Therefore, she wanted a man that could provide that for her. Okay? For a man, the choices were far more simple, because yes, a man will have a child, and that's true. The child is, to some extent, a responsibility, but he doesn't have to really deal with the responsibility. As long as he can hunt good enough to make sure that there's enough food, he doesn't really have to worry about anything else. Now, for women, there comes a massive problem. Not all men are good men. You can imagine if you lived in a village, most of the men there aren't good hunters, they're not good trackers, they're not very strong. So what do? Well, based on genetics, it appears as if most of humans alive today came from about 20% of the entire population that has ever lived. So only 20% of men actually had children in history. So 80% of men didn't. Which means that in a village, all of the women had to choose among 20% of the men. So for women, it was perfectly fine to look at the alpha, or the strongest men in the village, and be like, I'll sleep with him, and he can sleep with other women as well. But I know that if he fathers my children, they will be taken care of because he's the strongest, the fittest, the best hunter, the best tracker. He's the guy that I want, right? For my children, because my children will be taken care of. Fuck these other guys. Screw them. They're not strong enough. Doesn't matter, right? So women were prepared to give up a little bit more of their sort of, shall we say, they were willing to overlook the purity of the man if it meant that she got a good man. For a man, though, this was never the case. Why? Because while a woman has a child, this leaves her vulnerable. A man doesn't know whether the child is his child that he will now be taken care of. You couldn't have known that. If you go back 4,000 years ago, you wouldn't, there were no paternity tests. So if your wife got pregnant, that was your child. That meant that you always had to go out, you always had to go hunting, and you had to feed this child, you have to protect this child, whether you know that this child is actually yours or not. So the purity of the woman became a very important element there. You want to be sure that if that child is born, you want to be sure that it's your child. So we chose women based on purity, right? And we can see this. This is not contentious. If you're a psychologist, you fucking know this, right? The literature is full of this. The anthropological records show this. So this is not a theoretical discussion, as you said, Mr. Free Candy. This is literally the truth, right? You might not agree with it, but that's just you saying, no, I don't think that's true, even though all the data suggests it. So it not only that, it's logical. It makes logical sense. It explains everything perfectly. They also made 15 children because most were gonna die. Well, yeah, of course. Of course. Up until actually relatively recently, only 50% of all children survived past childbirth, right? And then of that, a lot of children would actually die within the first year. So yeah, having children used to be an incredibly difficult thing, which is another reason why men chose women based on purity, based on hip size. There's like a whole bunch of biological reasons why we choose the things that we choose. Remember the 9 kids? True. Yeah. I think like one of my aunts or uncles, they were like 15, 16 children, some shit like that. And it wasn't even that long ago. You know, it was like, we're talking 3 generations back. They still had like 15 children. So, you know, these days that would be unimaginable. Like, imagine yourself, would you ever? No one these days would have that many children. There's no fucking point. Ethan, my mom is from a third world country and has 11 brothers and sisters. It's definitely still higher in third world nations, but that's because in third world nations, child mortality rate is still a massive problem. So we still think with that sort of primal part of our brain, more is better because most will not survive. And you also have to understand, when you live in a rural third world country, children is an asset because children can help you around the house. They can help you on the farm. They can do shit, right? Even if you look in South Africa, for example, what happens is as soon as children hit the age of 18, they go to work. A part of their sort of salary goes to their parents to take care of their parents. Like, they will build houses for their parents, and their parents will live with them until the age of their death. This is how it works in African culture. So more children means that you will absolutely be taken care of right up until the day that you die. But if you look, for example, people that live in cities, regardless of African or not, right? Even the black people that live in cities will only have 1 or 2 children. Why? Because at that point, children are no longer an asset. Now they're a liability. They cost you a fuck ton of money every month because your house is expensive, right? And if you're gonna have 15 children, you're gonna need a house to house 15 children. In a city, that's gonna cost you millions of dollars. You need a car that's big enough to actually transport all of these children. You need to feed every single one of these children, and they don't do work around the house. They basically just cost you money. You have to send them to school, you have to send them to daycare. So in cities, we tend to have fewer children because they're no longer an asset. They're a liability now. And human beings aren't stupid. We know how to do our own accounting. Well, yeah, but we don't... at least in South Africa, you're not allowed to use your children in business. Like that's not allowed. Yeah, fuck that. Like the government will absolutely arrest you for child labor. You can't do that.
Alex Straza or another Drake of the Red Dragon flight, going through Classic and BC again. They seem to have committed a lot of the same crimes as the Black Flight has. That last part, I'm not 100% on, but
Wait, what was this question?
the premise of the question is interesting because every other flight we have some villainous aspect we can point to.
Well, I wouldn't say every other flight. There's been flights. So with the Black Flight, the Blue Flight, and the Bronze Flight. But Ysera, I don't believe have any sort of evil in her flight. Nor does... No. Let's choose a better one for today, shall we? But anyways, Moni, who is next?
Up next, we have Trix. They were right...
How you doing, Trix?
Yep. I am doing fantastic. So I have two pretty big questions for you.
All right.
First one is regarding the concept of the Drust. I'm a big fanatic of them. Do you think we will see their plotline evolve in the future?
Okay, here's a good one. I don't know if this is going to be a good title, but we'll stick with this one for now, and then we'll figure out the title after, boys. We'll figure out the title. Your children are participating to farming stuff, helping their parents and stuff. I too, growing to a farmer family and done labor stuff at a young age. Grunfield, well, yeah, that makes sense, right? If you live in a very rural area or like a third world area, then yes, like I said, children is an asset because they work, they can do stuff. What are your kids gonna do in a city? Like, genuinely speaking, how in a city will your kids help you do anything of value? I mean, like, just of value, because you could say chores, but who gives a fuck about your children doing chores? That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't add any value to your life. So anytime I could trick my little bro into doing it, I was so happy. Chance, yes, but mowing the lawn does not add value. Not really. Yeah, your parents are kind of saving money on, like, getting a gardener. Or maybe your dad is kind of saving his Saturday, but it's not making the money. Versus if you grew up on, like, a rural farm, you and your brothers would be feeding the chickens. My dad, for example, every single morning before he went to school, he would wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to milk the cows. He had to do that every single morning. And then just before he left, he had to go make sure that all the ovens for the tobacco was turned on so that they can start drying the tobacco and stuff. And then as soon as he got home from school, around 1 o'clock, he would start working. So he would go out to the fields, check the fields with my grandfather. Then he would go help roll the tobacco because, it had to be shipped off. And then in the evenings, he would once again milk the cows. This was just like basic things. He had to do that every single day of his life. That was his life. So from my grandparents' perspective, he was an asset. He was making the money. Because all that milk could be sold. All of the chickens and the eggs could be sold. The tobacco could be sold, and it was an extra pair of hands that they would otherwise had to have paid for. I love a child to save my Saturday. No cap. Yeah, there maybe, but it still doesn't really save you money, right? Unless you're gonna work on that Saturday and earn more, but that's usually not why you want to do it. No, I think children used to be relatively important, or many children. The biggest problem I think we have today that I am worried about is population decline seems to be a serious fucking problem. What am I hearing here?
Up next, we have Tricks. They were
Okay, so
writing their
that's
question as
morning. Okay, this is fine then. All right. Because what our birth rate has dropped, I think they say 23% overall. Dude, we're going to run out of people soon. It's going to be a massive problem. I think that's going to be the biggest problem of the next 100 years, is population decline to the point where the populations aren't strong enough to support themselves anymore. Ludrin is what radiation? Just no, it's not, because that's not how demographics work. So let me explain it to you. Fine, okay, we're getting into like serious shit here, but not notepad, I need paint. All right, so I'll explain it to you using paint, yeah? Because that's like the easiest way to do it. All right, so let's imagine, let's say that this is an ordinary civilization, right? This is what an actual good civilization should look like. So you have multiple generations, right? Spanning like this. We'll do this. All right, so I might need more, but for now, that should be good. All right, so in this first group, you have 0. Oh my God. Dude, just give me a free, where's the free line thing? Here we go. So you have 0 to 18-year-olds, right? That's the first group. This is like the biggest group usually in a country, 0 to 18-year-olds, okay? Then from this, you have 19 to about 45-year-olds, right? And then from here, you have 45 to 65. And then 65 plus is up here. All right? That's generally speaking how demographics work. Now, this first group, this group over here, is a net loss to the community. They cost money. They don't bring any money into the system whatsoever. They're basically a drain on this group. So they take from this group, right? This group is usually the one that supports this group over here, 0 to 18-year-olds, all right? This group, though, this is the group that usually form part of the new workforce, but they spend a lot of money. So this group here will buy things like cars, they'll buy cars and shit. They'll buy homes. So they'll buy their homes. They'll spend money on goods and services, in order to be happy. Let's give him a little axe there that he bought for himself. So this group is the group that spends a lot of money because they're just starting out, they're just getting their first jobs. This group, on the other hand, tend to be your producers. So this is the biggest economic group within any society. From the age of 45, this is usually when people are now specialized in their positions. They are the ones that own most of the factories, most of the buildings, most of the businesses that make all of the stuff that the 19 to 45-year-olds actually buy. Okay? So you need this group. It's the most important group of any economy, is this group. But this group cannot exist without this group. It cannot exist without this group. They need each other. Okay? And then this group is again a net loss on the system. Because the second you hit 65, you retire, you liquidate all of your investments. By the way, this group is also the group that invests more than any other group. They invest their money, they sort of put all their shit in, right? So you need this because these groups will support this group. Because this group is no longer spending its money. This group is no longer doing anything. You think capitalism sucks? How does socialism fix this, Jazz? Or communism? How does it fix it? Please explain to me how the fuck you fix this. Do you think the government just makes the stuff? Because whether it's capitalism, communism, or socialism, you still need the 19 to 45-year-olds to actually use things. You still need the 45 to 65-year-olds to actually make things. Just because the government owns it doesn't mean jack shit. Like the government can't create anything. The people create things. No, there is a fix for it, Jazz. There's a very easy fix for it. Capitalism is the fix for it. Let's not even get into it, even though most people don't know what the fuck capitalism is, but it doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with this. It's demographics. Let's just talk about this for now. So this is what an ordinary system looks like, all right? And it has to look this way. If it looks any other way, we have a fucking problem on our hands. But all right, so now that we have this system, let's look at what's happened over, let's say, the last 40-odd years, all right? So in the last 40-odd years, we've had a very interesting thing. So we've gone from this to something that looks a little bit more like this. It looks a little bit more like this. Okay, so as we've developed more and as people have urbanized more, moved into cities and stuff, we've started to have fewer and fewer children. Right? So instead of having very many 0 to 18-year-olds, quite a lot of 19 to 45-year-olds, 45 to 65, and then 65 plus, it's sort of now a lot more, shall we say, equal. So we have about as many 65-year-olds as what we have 0 to 18-year-olds. And sort of the same for the other two groups as well. But this is where problems start to arise now. Because this group will eventually become this group, this group, this group, this group, this group, and this group, that group. Right? This is unsustainable. This is not sustainable. Because what is now starting to happen in most countries in the world is you now have an inverted pyramid. So the pyramid has now almost inverted itself. If I can fucking turn this pyramid around, it would be nice if I could actually fucking turn it around, but it's probably not going to want to. We'll just do this, right? So the pyramid now looks something more akin to this. You can look at this in China. China looks absolutely like this. This is 65-year-olds, right? 65 plus. And this is 0 to 18-year-olds. And every other group in between. This is not sustainable. The reason being, the vast majority of your society is contributing nothing to the system. This group isn't contributing anything, but this group is supposed to become this group. But this group is becoming smaller. So in other words, this group, even though they still have businesses, no longer have enough workers to actually work in these businesses, and therefore there's not enough taxes to go around to ensure that this group is taken care of. And as we keep moving into further and further down the line, these groups get larger and larger towards the bottom and smaller towards the top. Why? Because you have this group that's supposed to have children, but it's getting smaller too. And the 0 to 18-year-olds will eventually be there. That group will be even smaller than the previous group, so it means the 0 to 18-year-old group gets smaller too. And this is where you get a massive fucking problem. This is where you get a massive problem. It's not sustainable. You cannot sustain a society this way. for a society to exist, you need this bottom group in the sort of right pyramid, right? So in this pyramid, you need the bottom group to always get bigger. Always. Now, it's not necessarily possible that it will always get better, and we do see that that's not always the case. Even with very healthy societies, like America, for example, it's one of the few countries in the world that actually has a very healthy demographic. America has far more people in the younger age than what they have at the top. So America is still fine for at least the next 50 years before they'll start running into trouble as well. Okay, but America is still fine. But we do see fluctuations, right? So some years we'll have more children born, other years less children born. So it does keep itself in a sort of equilibrium. But it is problematic. One of the big reasons why this is so problematic is almost every country in the world still says that if you are 65, you must retire. The age of 65 for retirement was set during a time when people at the age of 65 were close to fucking death. Right? It used to be, way back when the age of retirement came into being, that people's maximum life expectancy was around 72 to 75 years old, which meant that they gave you the last 7 to 10 years of your life off. You don't have to work anymore. You can go chill. The problem is people are now getting to the age of 90, right? So people are now living 15 to 20 years longer on retirement than what they did before. So what ends up happening is these bottom groups have to spend so much more of their resources protecting this top group, right? And basically helping this top group along, even though this top group is still perfectly in shape to work. Like, you could potentially work. I know a guy that's literally, I think he's in his 80s, and he still works every single day of his life. He has his own business. He doesn't want to quit. Warren Buffett is in his fucking, I think, 90s now, and he still works every day of his life, right? So technically speaking, people can still fucking work. The issue is just that, you know, we have a political system that is so fucked that it's just not really, it's not working at the minute. But yeah, we have problems, and it's not so much like overpopulation isn't an issue because there's a lot of things that people don't seem to think about. Like, who in chat thinks that the world will be better off with fewer people in it? All right, so you have a problem there. Fewer people, like, do you think that fewer people would mean that we still innovate and move forward at the same rate? Do you believe that that's the case? This area, by the way, 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? Hope you had a good Christmas. I did. How was yours? No, you wouldn't. You would not. Absolutely not. We can track our breakthroughs in science with the growth of population. Like, we can actually track it. There are more geniuses alive today than there's ever been in the history of the world. Ever. It's a sheer game of numbers. If you only have 1 million people on Earth, the chances are that you might have one genius amongst them. Maybe, if you're lucky. If you have 1 billion people on Earth, you're probably going to have 200, 300 of them. It's a sheer numbers game. Geniuses like Einstein, geniuses that innovate and move the world forward, they're a one in a generation, usually. More people means more innovation. It means more breakthroughs, more technological advancement, because there's more people that can potentially invent things. Fewer people means fewer people that can potentially invent things. So if you bring down the human population to 500 million or whatever, human population basically goes back to no innovation whatsoever, as soon as the current generation, because obviously, let's say that you wanted to bring down the human population, you obviously make a decision. You say, okay, we're going to keep all of the very smart people. So we'll keep people like Bill Gates and people like Elon Musk, all the innovators and the people that's moving the world forward. We'll keep all of them, right? Because they're good. They're good people. They're actually moving humanity forward. But we'll limit everyone else so that we only have 500 million, or even if you make it full to 5 billion. The problem is that you still slow down innovation. You still do it. There's a number of reasons why innovation slows down. One of it, like I already explained, not everyone can be a genius, and geniuses are very far, very much spread amongst a generation. Okay, so you want to have more children or more people so that there can be potentially more innovators. There can be potentially more people that is a genius that can move humanity forward. For anyone that believes that somehow we will overpopulate the earth, that is just stupid. You are actually physically fucking stupid. If you took the entire population of the earth today and you made everyone stand shoulder to shoulder, I believe they fit into, is it the state of California? Or the state of Texas. They literally, every single human being on the planet will fill the state of Texas. So if you really had to, you could put everyone in 2 or 3 states with small little homes and farm on the rest of it if food was really such a big problem. The fact is, there's not that many humans if you think about the size of the earth in general. And then you have people like Elon Musk that wants to take that wants to make us an interplanetary species, in which case we will probably be able to go up to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 billion people before it will even stop becoming a fucking problem. So the fact of the matter is, we have, like, the earth can support a hell of a lot more people, because everyone seems to think of it in a sense of everything we have today plus 13 billion people. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. But no one seems to think about the innovations that we've already made. Have you guys ever heard about vertical farming, for example? It's something that has been around for a long time, and there are farmers that's starting to move towards it, even though it's slow because it's very expensive to start off with. But we've started to do things like we figured out how to do vertical farming, right? Where you take 1 hectare of land and you can effectively turn it into 200 hectares. Just build on top of it. So just build fucking skyscrapers and turn that into farms, which will then allow you to basically farm wherever the fuck you want. The fact of the matter is, the answer to population isn't to limit the population. It's to increase innovation. That's the answer. We should have more people on Earth, but we should also then innovate better to ensure that everyone has food, everyone has access to energy and water and all the rest of it. We should just get better at using the resources that we have more efficiently and not fucking trying to limit the species. More people is better. Get sunlight from if they're built on top of one another. Massey, you know how greenhouses work, right? We already grow a lot of things in greenhouses because it allows us to grow them year round. Read any info or see any videos about the Saudis wanting to create a horizontal city. You're talking about that long ass fucking city that they just started sort of building that's basically going to be completely green. I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I've read about it. I've seen documentaries on it. It's very interesting. I would be interested to see how that works. Thing is legit. Yeah. I mean, it's not even about being legit. It's about, we need, as a species, to start allowing people to try. For example, I hear so many people now saying that Elon Musk isn't actually that cool that he didn't actually do that much. He, fuck Elon Musk or whatever the case might be. Without Elon Musk, all of these other car companies wouldn't ever even have tried to build electrical vehicles. They wouldn't have tried. Why the fuck would they? Right? It was Tesla that basically motivated BMW, Mercedes, all of these guys to say, fuck it. This is a massive market. We need to get into it. That's a good thing, right? Because innovation breeds more innovation. Because as we innovate, other people want to be better than us. So they will continue to innovate in order to beat us. Yeah, it's a good thing. And I think we need more of it, not less. Has stopped because greedy dinosaurs want to keep things the way they were instead of pushing forward because they aren't invested in it. I don't think innovation has stopped. And I also think that you're sort of choosing you're making a case that sounds good, but it's backed up by nothing but other than emotion, really. We can now recycle nuclear waste and turn them into batteries. They are known as crystal batteries. Lexiv, that sounds interesting. Should definitely check that out. That sounds very interesting. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. But I mean, nuclear waste isn't even that big of a problem. So I don't know why people are so scared of nuclear waste. Nuclear waste is barely a fucking issue. As it turns out, we're incredibly good at storing nuclear waste, right? They're incredibly efficient at it already. And yeah, if we can figure out how to actually turn that into extra things, why the fuck not? So that's definitely a good thing. But the problem with that argument is the things that we would need to innovate on, the reason innovation is going slower or feels like it's going slower is we've picked all of the low-hanging fruit, right? We've picked all of that. The things that we're left with right now are incredibly difficult. We're now left with the very difficult problems to solve. Now, will we eventually experience, because this is how science has always been, we go through lull moments and then there's an explosion. Someone comes up with something, someone makes some breakthrough, and then our breakthroughs just explode. It moves us forward 200, 300 years into the future. That's always been the case with science. The second they figured out how to fly, it didn't take long for us to go to the moon. 70 years before, we couldn't even fucking fly. And then suddenly, once we could fly, we're like, fuck it, let's go to the moon now, right? So we're very good once we make certain breakthroughs at really keeping that ball rolling. But we do hit sort of breakpoints where we do all the easy stuff and now we have to really dig in order to get through it. And many people right now seems to suggest that the next massive explosion is quantum computing. If we can nail quantum computing, it will lead to explosions after explosions within Neotech. How are you doing? Within the innovative science space. But quantum computing is still maybe a couple of years off. But before people think, I don't think power and greed is the death of innovation. Definitely not greed. Power is a difficult thing because power is, again, something that people oftentimes will lead to innovation because they want more power. Greed is good. I have no problem with greed. The only time greed becomes a problem is if greed gets into the hands of the powerful, and if the powerful has a sort of a path to policy. But greed fuels the world. Every single one of you fucks work because of greed. Every single PC that you're watching me on right now exists because of greed. Every car you drive exists because of greed. The food on your table is there because of greed. Someone wanted to make money, and in order to make money, they had to make a product that you wanted to buy. If they didn't want to make money, they wouldn't be making the fucking product. It's as simple as that. The iPhone that you have literally probably sitting right next to you right now exists because Steve Jobs was greedy. He wanted to make a phone, or at least a PC at the time, right? In order to make money. That's it. It's greed. Greed isn't automatically bad. The problem with greed is when greed and political power, not so much power, but when political power mix. You see, because that's when the greedy can ensure that no one else can compete. And that's where things get really bad. You see, because greed can oftentimes lead to corruption. This is where you need a government. If you're going to need a government, you need a government that stops that greed from corrupting the system. That's the problem, right? The issue that we sit with today is we have a political system that allows the greedy to keep their power. Like, our politicians don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about keeping the market fair or free or open or anything like that. They work for the greedy. So that's why I said it's not power, it's political power. Greed plus power means fuck all. It's like, yeah, okay, so you're very powerful because you're a greedy rich man. That doesn't mean anything. Political power is the one that we have to worry about, because that's the one that can stop other people from actually participating in the market. Right? So that's where you get a company that sort of quietly closes down all of its competition and bullshit. Put in the grubby hands of government, then yeah, now you get stagnation. The thing is, the thing that I think is at this point choking the life out of society is corporatism. We exist in a corporatist hellhole where corporations and the government have married one another. They're so deep into each other, you don't really know who makes the rules anymore. Like, is Biden truly in power? Or is Biden simply a mouthpiece for very strong corporations on Wall Street and in other places that only say the things that they want him to say, that only does the things that they want him to do? We don't know anymore, because you have the government and corporations that have married each other. Now, the sad part of all of this is the politicians have somehow told the sheep that, hey guys, if you hate the system, this is capitalism. We should overthrow capitalism so that we can bring in a new era. That very fucking president that you, like, that very guy that is actually causing all of this shit have convinced you that it's actually the other things that's making it bad. Like, it's the capitalism that's making it bad. But you don't have capitalism. You have corporatism. Because when corporations and government marry, that's corporatism. It's not capitalism, right? So you have these corporatists that's causing the problems, that's telling you, no, the problem is the evil capitalists. And the capitalists aren't doing shit because you have corporatists. This is why, if you look throughout America, small and medium-sized businesses are closing down at an incredible rate. Like, at an incredible rate. Why? Because corporations don't like capitalism. Capitalism is hard. It's difficult. You have to actually provide a good product in order to be competitive and shit. Why the fuck would I do that? I could just pay the government, right? And close down all of these other fucking people. Like, screw it. Did you guys ever stop to ask yourself? So in 2020, we have the outbreak of COVID, right? Was it 2021 or 2020? Can't even remember anymore. But we have the outbreak of COVID, right? All small and medium-sized businesses are closed down. The only businesses that are allowed to open is Amazon. All of the online mega stores, they're allowed to be open. The government then does its first round of stimulation checks, like stimmy checks, and a massive portion of the money goes to Amazon. Like, Amazon actually gets money from the government, even though it's one of the few places that's allowed to continue to sell shit. And saying, but, like, they're not being affected by this. They're open. Like, they're making fucking money. Why are they getting checks? And of course, the government says, hey, we need to make sure that they don't fire people. It's like, why would they fire people? They're busier than what they've ever been. You've destroyed their competition. Because now, if you want cookies, you can't go to the mom pop store. They've been closed down, COVID and shit, right? You have to order it from Amazon. Mom and pop is going out of business. You see, corporatism hates capitalism. Capitalism provides competition. Competition means I have to do a good job. This is why small and medium-sized businesses is the enemy of corporatism. But your presidents, and by this I do not just mean the Democrats, all of the Republicans sitting here going, yeah, these evil fucking Democrats. You think Mitch McConnell is a capitalist? Please. Turtle Boy doesn't know how to fucking spell capitalism. He is as big a fucking corporatist as the rest of them. Like, him and Chuck Schumer probably suck dick together in the name of corporatism. So, no. You are both voting. Like, this is the biggest scam that the American people fell for. You think you're voting for two different parties. That's the sad bit of it. For some reason, Americans think they have two political parties. I'd burn it to the ground if I could. Tiger Shark, you and me both, fam. I'd say globalism is worse. Mogul, I don't necessarily agree that globalism is bad. Globalism is only bad when you have, again, political influence there. Capitalism also requires a free market. The more regulation you put in, the less free it gets. Say minimum salaries that can act as barriers to start up forcing insurances and so on. The McDonald's and Walmart of the world thrive on that shit since they get the fuck you money, but the mom pop shops, they get strangulated. Very fucking true, Luxiv. Very true. No, I find it very funny whenever I hear like Democrats looking at the Republicans saying, "Oh my god, you guys are so evil," and then I look at the Republicans looking at the Democrats, going, "Oh my god, you guys are so evil," and it's like, you do realize that they work together, right? Like, they're friends and they hang out and they like vote for the same stuff, and you know, like you do realize that like there are two sides in America. It's the political elite and the rest of you. Those are the two sides. It's an us versus them thing. The way in which they keep you from realizing the truth is by telling you that no, actually, the other side is the evil one. See, that's how they keep you all in your cages. The Republicans stand up and scream and yell about the evil Democrats and the evil things the Democrats are doing. And all of the Republican supporters are looking at Biden going, oh my God, he's so fucking evil. Oh my God, Nancy Pelosi, And then the Democratic politicians say to the Democrats, oh my God, they want to take your freedom away. They want to fucking ruin your life. They want to do this. They want to do that. Oh my God, oh my God. And all the Democrats go, And yet, nothing ever gets better. Nothing ever gets better. The Democrats come into office. They spend your tax money on bullshit that you'll never see again. The Republicans scream and yell about how the fucking Democrats are wasting money. Right? And then the Republicans come into office. They waste your money on bullshit that you'll never see again. And then the Democrats yell about, oh my God, they're spending on the wrong stuff and they don't care about the poor people. Oh. Like, dude, you're being fucked from both sides. And in order to ensure that you don't realize that you're getting fucked from both sides, they keep telling you that's the bad guy. I'm the good guy. I'm trying to save you. And most Americans don't seem to realize this. It's funny, bro. It is fucking stupidly funny. I want to see if I can find this clip, because there's an actual clip of this. Fuck no. That's not how I'm supposed to spell that. I think it's this one. It might be this one.
They're out in the open now. They're not even trying to conceal it anymore. The owners of the country they got their election. They said, we're going to get this election. We put you people in that court for a reason.
All right,
now's
back
the time
to
pay
earth
us.
for you now.
Yeah, forget all that stupid, will you? They're out in the open.
There is no-
They're openly driving the bus, and we're all in the back.
There is
True.
no
Well, that was-
there
that-
is no national conspiracy to buy elections and control America. Now that's
Talk about back to earth.
Back to
conspiracy, but
You
because
don't need a formal conspiracy.
Right.
When interests converge, these people went to the same universities and
please.
fraternities. They're on the
It's
same
very
boards
simple.
of directors. They're in the same country clubs. They have like interests. They don't need to call a meeting. They know what's good for them,
It's a
and they're getting it. And there
Is
used to
there-
be 7 oil companies. There are now 3. It will soon be 2. The things that matter in this country have been reduced in choice. There are 2 political parties. There are a handful of insurance companies. There are about 6 or 7 information things. But if you want a bagel, there are 23 flavors because you have the illusion. You have the illusion of choice.
True. Absolutely, fundamentally fucking true. Have you ever wondered about this? Like, have any of you ever wondered? Like, you live in a state, right? And I know that this is the case for a lot of states in the US, where in your state, there might be 1 or 2 medical insurance companies. You basically have no choice between, like, if you don't like what these 2 medical insurance companies are offering, you can go fuck yourself because these are the only 2 that you can go to. Have you ever asked yourself why there's only 2 political parties? But if you want to go, like, walk into any grocery store tomorrow, how many candy bars are there? What's funny, even about the candy bars, is that almost all of them are owned by one fucking company. I mean, there's a lot of flavors, but it's all owned by the same company. Slowly but surely, the elite, the world powers, have been removing our choices from us, limiting us to a single digit number of companies from which to choose, and all of this is done in the name of power. These people they're choking us. And what's bad is that a lot of people are voting for it. But you are getting salsa? Pretty much, Theseus. Pretty much. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Once you start seeing the cracks, it is fucking impossible to go back. Like, once you start seeing the cracks, it's impossible to go back. Thorwald, you bastard. 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Scholar once said, it's a big club and you're not in it. Pretty much. That's literally it. George Carlin fucking got it. The issue is just that everyone has a limit. You see, a lot of people will automatically realize this for some areas. They'll realize it, right? So they'll look at a specific area and they'll be like, oh my God, there's no competition here. This is so bad. But then as soon as you mention another area, it's like, no. There it's fine. There it's fine, right? This other area is a problem, but this side it's fine. Most people are not principled. They think that power can be picked and chosen from. So they think that you can give the government power in this area and this area, but not give it power in that area. Not realizing that that's not how government works. When government exists, it's gonna take power until you stop it. Ludrin, 100 bits, did really appreciate that. Thank you, fam. Thank you. Elon for Emperor of Mankind, at least he keeps the public lie of being for free speech. I don't think anyone should be a president, dude. That is fine with offshoring the responsibilities to the government. The problem with that is that said government does not have money to make the offshoring possible. They will need tax. They will need to grow. We have created gargantuan entities and want to overregulate just to sustain itself. Well, yeah, of course, Lexiv. I 100% agree with you. You see, the thing is, life is hard. You know, taking care of your own shit is fucking hard, right? It's very difficult. So, I get it. I get why so many people want to offshore their shit to the government. Because imagine if we had to do all of these things ourselves. It would be fucking difficult. You know, you're already busy working your ass off. Now you have to get home at night and fix the road in front of your house. Why would you want to do that, right? It's much easier to just give this shit over to the government. The problem is that the government doesn't have an off switch, right? There's no never mind, not anymore switch. Grimfield, take care of yourself, fam. Once the government exists, it will continue to grow. That's just the nature of government. Just guaranteed. It will grow. It will always grow. And eventually it becomes problematic because eventually it will grow past what you or I even want it to be. Because that's fine. I mean, you can work for the government. I don't mind the people that work for the government. I hate the government with all my heart. I despise the government. But I mean, hey, if your government employs you and they pay you a good salary, enjoy that, you know? Enjoy it. I'm not going to judge you for that. How do you regulate the regulators? Exactly. Exactly. A grant is a grant. Don't hate the grant for it. No, but maybe if there weren't as many grants, we would have fewer problems. Maybe. Like, maybe if more people told the government to go fuck itself, we wouldn't have nearly the problems that we have now. Then Ari, how you doing? But anyways, more... Jesus, that's very loud. Maybe turn that down a fucking smidge. But anyways, Moni, who is next?
Up next,
Next. I'll be right with you guys.
Up next, we have Tricks. They were writing their question as I was going through that first one, so I'm going to pull them in.
This is quickly get this video done, boys. And then we can fucking relax. Tricks, how you doing? You're muted at the minute. I'm
going to pull them in.
Tricks, how you doing? You're muted at the minute. I think you may have to switch. There we go. How you doing, Tricks?
Yep. I am doing...
From a government grant? Yeah. I mean, again, you know, there are, like, there's definitely places where I think you need some kind of oversight. I just don't know how do you keep that oversight from going fucking haywire. May have to switch. There we go. How you doing, Tricks?
Yep.
Doing Tricks?
Yeah, I am doing fantastic.
All right. I think that, yeah. Okay, let's fucking go, boys. I think that's fine. Just do a blurrier. Need to add some stuff, and then we can make this video. We can start rendering this video. Okay, we'll start over here. Does any other country also have CO2 taxes? I think they're trying to work something like that into my country right now. I don't know how that's going to work for them, though. But I think they are trying. Like, people in my country do not take kindly to shit like that. So they might get some issues with that. But again, don't really fucking know. All right, chat, I'm going to be right with you guys. Let me just finish this so that we can actually fucking hang out and chat You're mute. Where's that fucking blurriness? Here we go. So this needs to be at 60 as well, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that's at 60 as well. And then we go to here. And now it goes down to 0. This one goes down to there. Let's just watch this, shall we, chat?
Up next, we have Trix. They were writing their question as I was going through that first one, so I'm going to pull them in.
Trix, how you doing? You're muted at the minute. I think you... Great. By the way, how may I join the channel to ask questions? I'd like to try, if you don't mind. Beastathon, okay, so just join Discord, right? You should be able to join Discord. You'll see the link there. If you join the Discord, there's a Q&A section on Discord, and you can ask your question in there, and then when we do the Q&A stream, you just jump into Morning Ada and fam. You literally just jump into the voice channel, and you can ask me basically whatever the hell you want, man. I'm always happy to spend time and chat to people. Okay, we're almost done, boys. Boys. Give me a moment. Let me just fucking do this. Fuck me, man. Soon we'll have an editor, so we wouldn't have to do this shit anymore. Soon, boys. Soon. Just... Is this at -10? Okay, yeah. Do that. Do that. Down. And down. Let's see. They just sort of stay in one position. They don't move. They just wait for Galakrond to consume them. I can do video editing like a boss? What the fuck? What do you mean? Are you telling me that I'm not good enough with it, Illusion? Because that I know. They're not gonna lie to you. I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not good at it. Don't you worry, man. Let's put it there. Then all we need to do is this. Oh my fuck. Yeah. Put blurriness in. Increase that to 60. And then on the out. Lower it to 0. Good. Now we quickly have to go to the 10-minute mark. And put in one more of these, you know, just to really sell it that there's some naughty shit going on. In case people might be wondering. You know, really want to nail the naughtiness, you know. Really want to nail the naughtiness. Oh, shit. Wait. This needs to be 60. Yeah. And then this needs to be there. No, for the love of fuck. Yeah, like so, and like so. Let's just make sure. To Ganir, not so much, because while yes, Ganir might sound a little old Goddish, it also sounds a lot Azerothian. Moni, no. No. The editor we're getting is Minuar. So My Noir came to me and said he would like to try his hand at editing. He's taking over the Clips channel, not the main channel. I'll still be doing the main channel stuff, but he's taking over the Clips channel, and yeah, he's willing to really fucking go for it. So, really interested to see how that's gonna work out. Of idiots into power, it's as Colin said, never underestimate the power of stupid people in large numbers. Once I move on my own, I'm not getting a dog because I don't want to deal with him throwing up. Jesus. Okay. Wait, why is your dog throwing up? Something must be wrong there. I don't think your dog should be throwing up. Just make sure it's in the right place. There we go. That's good. Export. So what's everyone doing apart from arguing about politics in chat and obviously watching me rendering a video? But no, Moni, so remember when I put out the call for an editor? I said it works as follows, right? I don't record any videos. You watch the stream. You find whatever you think you can make into really good clips. You upload them. You name them. You title them. You do everything. You get 60% of all the revenue, right? That was the goal. Or that was the deal. And My Noir reached out to me and he was like, bro, I think I can do it. So the better his content is, the better, the more clips he puts out and the more money he makes, the more money he makes, right? It's, yeah, Asmongold's deal, Tiger Shark. The thing is, so when you have an editor that you pay, right, a salary, you're effectively a boss at that point, right? Dashdrew, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're effectively an employer, which means you now in between sort of having to, how do I put this? In between having to do all of your own work, you also have to make sure that all of the other work is being done, you know, and you have to oversee it and you have to worry about it. Whereas now it's not my problem. You know, if the Clips channel doesn't make money, it doesn't make money, and that's just, you know, sad as fuck. But it's not my problem, right? I have nothing to do with that. Contract them and not have to deal with a hire. They're independent. Exactly. Google are taking only 30%. That one has nothing to do as to how his TV and clips are run. True. No, but Massey, that's what Tiger Shark said. As far as I know, Asmongold's deal is 60-40. As far as I know. I might be wrong, right? But I'd be happy to do. I would be happy to revisit the deal in whatever, right? At a 78k DPS on a road council. Nice, bro. Nice. That's true. But no, I would be happy to revisit the deal. Say, if the channel does really well and we get to 100k subscribers, yeah, I'd be happy to say, dude, okay, you can get 70% now. I'll only take 30% because I'm not looking to. I think editors are grossly undervalued on YouTube in what they do. On the TV, no, Massey, he does actually. Asmongold does get money off of YouTube. No, 100% he does. I actually watched the stream where he explained how he does it. He collects whatever he gets and pots it. That's why he gives out good deals. The man has tens of millions of dollars sitting. True. there is a point where you no longer give a shit, right? Because if you're gonna get the kind of views that Asmongold gets on his Clips channel, there's a good chance that his Clips channel is probably making, I don't want to oversell it, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, his Clips channel is making, it's more than 100K. Tiger Striker. No, it's far more than 100K, bro. Like, 100K is what smaller, like, mid-size channels can make about 100K per year. Per month. 100K per month. No, 100K is fuck all on YouTube, bro. Like, what? Like, 100K really isn't a lot of money on YouTube. This is why, as the saying goes, to make money quick, you go to Twitch. Twitch can make you money quick. Why? Because people will donate, people will sub, and it's a lot of money very quickly. But if you want to get rich, YouTube. It takes a lot longer, but it is massive. It's massive. There's a good chance. I don't, like, I can't obviously say because I genuinely don't know. It would depend on how they monetize their videos, how many ads do they put into the videos and all that shit. But there's a good chance that, you know, Asmongold's channels are probably earning way past the 250,000, if not more, mark. Way past that. Side job, he doesn't even need YouTube job. Okay, so where Asmongold's Clip channel become important to him is it feeds people into Twitch. And that is important. You see, because what makes money on Twitch is usually sponsorships. So YouTube sponsors will pay, let's say, anywhere for the size of Asmongold's channel. He's probably looking at anywhere from $25,000 to $50,000 per sponsorship, right? On Twitch, it can be double that. So it can like 50 to 100K easy on Twitch. Like, sponsors pay a crap ton on Twitch. When he streams on Zackroar, like, we can probably check this. Where's Asmongold? Let's quickly go to Twitch here. Alright, I want to see something. Is Asmongold streaming right now? Is he live right now? No, he isn't. So let's go Zackroar, right? Let's just check something here. I want to quickly see something. When he streams on Zackroar, where is he just chatting? Like, is there just chatting stuff that he does on Zackroar, or is all of it just him in the corner? No. Okay, so on this stream, or on this channel, it really looks as if he's not making any money. No, wait. What's that? Hold up. I might be lying to you guys. There you go. There it is. You see that little thing there in the bottom? You see that Razer sign there? That's money, bitch. That little Razer logo? That's money. Like, that's money. So, yes, Asmongold doesn't have monetization on this channel. So, in other words, he doesn't charge anyone anything. You can't even sub to the channel. But he gets paid in order to stream on this channel. You know, the sponsorships take care of him. At that point, you don't even have to give a fuck, right? Rambudio, how you doing, fam? And I don't think I'm, like, exposing Asmongold here. Like, I think Asmongold would probably have said this in the past already. You know, I don't think I'm exposing him or anything. At least that's not the point. I'm not trying to say, oh yeah, he's just pretending to not make money. No. The thing is, when you stream with subs enabled, right? What ends up happening is it turns your streaming into a job. Right? So you're in work mode. You're in sort of, I have to do this because I have to make money. Whereas if you stream, because I have a second channel where I also don't have subs enabled whatsoever, even though I have very little time to even stream on the main channel, so I don't even touch that channel anymore. But I can tell you now, streaming on that channel, a hell of a lot more fun. Like, just, it's very different. But on that channel, because you know that people can't sub, you don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter, right? I'm just here hanging out. Doesn't matter, you know? And it takes, like, I've been trying that a lot more on this channel even, to get into that mindset of it doesn't fucking matter to me. That's why you guys will see I'm a lot more open about politics these days. I'm a lot more open with what we discuss on this channel, because I've sort of gotten into a point where, or I'm at a point now where I'm like, if someone doesn't want to watch the channel, they don't have to watch the channel. It's as simple as that. I'm not gonna sit here and try to convince people or try and make everyone happy. It's fine. If someone wants to leave, that's their choice. I just want to do the things that I like. I want to talk about the stuff that I like, that I find interesting. I want to watch the stuff that I like, that I find interesting. And, you know, if that means that I lose followers and subscribers, then fucking so be it, you know? It is what it is. I'm not going to do things just to make other people happy. On record and said, do not sub to me. I make a ton on everything else. Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't think you guys realize how much money sponsorships pay. So if you're just an average content creator, right? So you're a big streamer. You can make anywhere from $500 to $1 million a month just in sponsorships. Just in sponsorships. Right? You can make bank just doing sponsorships. I mean, I don't take sponsorships as a rule. I don't accept sponsorships. But I get offered sponsorships all the time. I'm not even a big fucking content creator, right? But I get offered sponsorships all the time. And right now, the last sponsorship offer I got was from some fucking, like some crypto game that was willing to pay me $2,000 for 45 seconds. That's it. $2,000. I didn't even have to say anything. Just had to play a short video. Like, I think it was like a 33-second video. That's it. And they would pay me $2,000. $2,000 is about 10 times. No. It's about 20 times what I make on average on a video. So in other words, for one video, I'll make the same amount of money as if I made 20 videos. So sponsorships pay decent money. But as a matter of principle, I don't accept sponsorships. But then you have to decide, does that sponsorship fit your style and audience? Yeah, I mean, there are people that don't give a fuck about that, right? There are content creators and their audience knows this as well, which is something I would be interested in, but I don't know how many sponsorships I'd get if I did that. But I would be okay with telling my audience, all right, boys, here's the deal. I'm going to accept every sponsorship there is. Do not fucking listen to it. Do not pay attention to it. It's all bullshit, but I just want the money. You know, so my audience kind of knows. Yeah, Akalon's just being a greedy bitch here. Because a lot of content creators do that. Like, a crap ton of content creators do that. Supposed to raise the title? Tiger Shark, well, yeah, of course. Of course. Razer would want him to put the Razer logo everywhere. They're sponsoring him. Believe you me. They want their fucking pound of flesh. Mogul, my decision was purely driven by principle. Like, I don't judge content creators for taking every single sponsorship that's thrown their way. You know, if that's what you want to do, hey man, more power to you. I'm not going to judge you. For me, it was just a principle thing where I don't want to monetize my audience in that way. Like, I promised myself that I will accept my first sponsor at 100K subscribers. Like, if I reached 100K subscribers, I might accept a sponsorship. Not before that. Well, I can promise you I'm not being sponsored by GeForce or by Gigabyte. But without this box, these books fall over. So the box has a purpose of being there. It's not a sponsorship. But how else could I fucking keep the books? I'm buying more books in order to get the books to keep themselves up. But that takes a while. So for now, the box does the job. Yeah. The WoW case keeps these books from falling over. Golaka, you can try to get it. Nah, fuck it, bro. Don't give a shit. It's on there. It's what I have on my PC, so it's fine. I have a shit ton of boxes down here as well, by the way. Like, here's my keyboard box. It's in here. And my mouse box is in there. And some of my capture card stuff is in there. So I have like a fuck ton of boxes. That's just below the stream window. I like this. I mean, this is a pretty good graphics card. I'm not gonna lie. I've had no problems with it whatsoever. So yeah, it doesn't whine. It's not loud. It's pretty good. Yeah, Mogul. I get exactly what you're getting at, and I think for stream, so where I will make maybe I'd be willing to accept sponsorships for things that I myself use, right? So, for example, I was contacted not long ago by Private Internet Access. The VPN, I use Private Internet Access. That's the VPN that I use. They contacted me because they want to do some kind of sponsorship. I've not really responded to them. I basically said hello, and that's it. And then they emailed me back, but I haven't checked that email yet. So I don't know exactly what they're offering, but I might accept that because I use it myself, and it's not bad. At least I've not had trouble with it. Maybe there is trouble with it, so before I accept it, I'll do a thorough investigation to find out if it's actually bad. Maybe they're fucking stealing your information or whatever. But things like that I would if I'm also using it. So, for example, if Corsair came to me and like, hey, bro, we would love to sponsor you. Why not? I mean, I use a Corsair keyboard. I use a Corsair mouse. I like Corsair. I have no problem with Corsair's product, so I would accept their sponsorship. If Razer came to me, different story. I might not be so quick to accept theirs. A little off topic. Would you go under OTK banner if offered? Depending on the offering, Mogul. I would probably. Yeah. It wouldn't, like, I like Asmongold. And I mean, it would be a great opportunity, right? But it would depend on the offer. If, so keeps, I wouldn't be able to because I'm not bald, nor am I going bald. So why would I tell people about a medication that can maybe stop baldness? It's a problem that I've never had and probably will never have. So I would not be the most trustworthy. Manscaped, I accept. They were actually the company that made me realize I don't want to do sponsorships anymore. Because I have. Yeah, they sent me this. And they sent me my fucking, the razor is in there. But there's a bunch of problems that I didn't even think about until it happened. For example, where do you get replacement blades? Manscaped doesn't sell replacement blades. And those blades do get dull, and then they have to be replaced. So it ends up being an incredibly expensive endeavor. But they have a couple of cool things, you know, like ball toner and stuff, but turns out those things are shit too. I'm not going to lie to you. They are shit. I've used them. they're not all that they sort of cracked up to be. So at the end of the day, I find I have a problem with accepting sponsorships from companies because I don't know which companies are actually good. And there's so much that you have to fucking think about, right? Whenever you do take a sponsorship, because the last thing I'm going to do is sell my audience something that I don't myself use and that I don't know is going to be a good product. $100 Shave Club. That's my point, is that Akko was talking about it, which probably pisses off Asmon in the group. I was talking about what? Oh, you mean that? Lixif, you bastard. Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, fam. Oh, yeah. Well, if they don't want me to talk about the drama, they can go fuck themselves. I like drama. And it just so happens that right now, OTK is a pretty good provider of drama. If they don't want me to talk about OTK, they should have less drama. But I would be happy to talk shit about any other fucking streamer community that causes shit. I have no particular problem with OTK. In fact, I think OTK is a pretty good org. I think in general, if you remove the Miskov shit and the rich shit, I think OTK is a pretty decent org. It seems to be filled with people that really care about their communities. They definitely provide a lot of value to their communities. Their content is probably the best out of all of the streamer communities that I've ever seen. And I'm not even that I will say unironically. I think their content is actually the best. I watch every single one of the videos that they put out because it's really funny, really fucking cool. And they do seem to make a lot of, like, they put a lot of effort into their content. But I'm not gonna fucking I'm not gonna back away from something. So let's say, for example, I did have a shot to get into OTK, but the promise or the deal was that I'm not allowed to talk shit about OTK no matter what happens. That's where I'd go, nah, I think you guys can suck a dick. No, that's just not how it goes. If someone causes shit, I'm going to fucking cover it. Whether they're in OTK or not doesn't matter. Now, if I was part of OTK and due to legal reasons, I wasn't allowed to talk about it, of course, that's a whole different fucking story, right? Legally, I'm not allowed to talk about it, so what are you supposed to do, right? Can't get into it. But then at least allow me to say that to my audience. So I should be allowed to tell my audience, guys, I can't speak about it because legal proceedings, but I get it. It fucking sucks. I'm right there with you guys, but I can't say anything. Don't ask me to fucking lie about bullshit, right? Because that I will not fucking do. Looks like there's more drama with Andrew Tate again. Yeah, I heard that. That man seems to be a fucking windmill of a factory of drama, bro. Yeah, I mean, Asmongold spoke about it, I think, as sort of like a public announcement, but also because he understood what the problems are. But then if you look at almost all of the other OTK members, none of them said anything, did they? Like, did someone like Emaru speak up at all? I don't think so. Takedown did? Yeah, Takedown said a couple of things, but I'm not sure if Emaru said anything. I would have expected her to say the most. But then again, she doesn't seem to be very drama-oriented in general. Like, if you look at Emaru, even with the shit that involved her, she didn't say anything, right? Like, not really. She made like a quick 4-minute video and that was it. Yeah, Acevand, as far as I know, does not involve himself in drama ever. Like, I don't think I've ever heard of Acevand involving himself in drama, either speaking about it or like just fucking covering it. Acevand doesn't do drama, so that does not surprise me even one fucking bit. Doesn't give a shit with any of that. His MMO is silly and gaming. Yeah, he's MO. Yeah. He just does his thing, plays his games. He doesn't give a shit, which is fine. I think it depends on the kind of streamer that you are. I think that's a because we're more at least this stream is a lot more reality based. It's very talking and hanging out. We don't do events on this stream. It's more just getting together, having coffee, shooting the shit kind of shit. It's I think drama is a fun thing for all of us to sort of bond over and have conversations, because most of my viewers, I would say, is a lot more is a lot older. I don't know how many like really young viewers I have, but a lot of my viewers have opinions on these things. Like when the OTK shit happened, every single one of you had a fucking opinion on it, or at least most of you did, and you want to share those opinions. And I think that's where this stream really comes in. It offers you that opportunity to share your opinion and discuss things. Voicey, how you doing, fam? I saw you earlier, but I don't think I said hello. So yeah, I think it helps to have streams like this, but of course at the same time, I try not to get involved in every single bit of drama, because I don't just want to cover drama. Sometimes I just want to have some fun too, you know? Like, too much drama will make me fucking kill myself. Open forum here, as long as you're respectful. Pretty much, yes. I allow people to say pretty much whatever the fuck they want, as long as they can take as well as give out. Like, I don't really want people here that can just dish it out but can't take it. Streams full of gossip queens? Oh, yes. Yes, queen. I do like my fucking gossip, man. I do love my gossip. But now we need... I don't know if this is gonna work. Yes, queen. I love that. Robert Bonds defending Sylvester Boy Tate. Robert Bonds. Who the fuck is Robert Bonds? I don't know who that is. So what picture do you use for a video about the Drust and Decay? That's currently gonna work. Because I feel like that's a big problem. I need something that will currently work. What's his name again? It's this guy. But what the fuck is his name? I don't remember what his name is. Gorak Tool. That's a good one. Yeah. Let's use a picture of Gorak Tool. Gorak Tool. NPC. Please tell me there's an NPC for this. Yes. All right. We've got it, fam. View in 3D. Let's see. Nightshaft, not really. Not really. I don't really have time for, like, raiding and stuff. That should be fine. No? That should be good. That doesn't look at all weird. Let's go for this picture. Let's hope it fucking works. I still can't get model viewer to work, by the way. Really fucking annoying. Still won't work. Raid stream, maybe? Raid streams are boring as shit to watch, bro. Like, I wouldn't do raid streams. They're very boring to watch, because when you're doing a raid stream, you're effectively... your audience is just sitting there watching you fucking raid. And sometimes it can be a little funny, but a lot of time it's literally just boring. Naomi, how you doing? Oh, that's a question. Did Rich actually, because he said he's going to put out a statement, but he may have just decided, look, everyone knows I'm fucking guilty, no point now. You know, so that might be, like, that might be why he decided against it. He just realized there's no point, like, he's not getting away from this. I do think, though, that what's stupid about it is he's basically just destroyed himself. Like, because there's no coming back now, right? There's no coming back from this. If you're not going to put out a statement, at least putting out a statement to say, hey, you know, I made some mistakes. I'm sorry about this. I'll get better or whatever. No one's going to forgive you after that. But then again, the internet's fickle. He might think just stay low for a while and eventually shit will get better. Although I don't know if you ever come back, no matter what. I don't think you ever come back stronger. He may have just realized there's nothing he can do at this point. Like, the internet has decided that he's guilty, and even if he wasn't guilty, at this point, it's gone on too long, and there's so much fucking... Like, there's so many people that have just decided, well, don't wait a month or so, when everything has calmed down, then stir the pot again. So then we'll be talking a later date. He's got to wait for the heat to die down first. I don't know if that works, because you definitely don't want to come out immediately with a statement. So in that sense, he did the right thing. The worst thing you can do is come out immediately, because the thing is, that's when people are like emotions are at their highest there, and there's a very good chance that you're just gonna make things worse no matter what you say. So usually you want to wait sort of at least a couple of weeks. Not a couple of weeks, a couple of days. But I feel like more than a week might be an admission of guilt in and of itself. Right? Might be an admission of guilt. Now, we don't know exactly. Maybe he's gone to the fucking cops, you know? Maybe he's... Maybe he's gone to the cops and he's opened an investigation against the girl and whatever the fuck she said, you know? But then why not come out and at least tell people that you've gone to a lawyer? That's usually the right move. Tell people you've gone to see a lawyer, and you can't say anything because it's in the hands of the courts now. Formal charges been brought up against him. From what I understand, no. Waited a few months. He came back with his own receipts, but it's never been the same. No, the longer you wait, I think the more people decide that you are guilty. This is one of the sad bits of the way in which people deal with this shit now. Is that, you know, even if you aren't guilty, you are guilty. At least in the public eye. Which is one of the reasons I hate this new meta from people. You know, this, I won't go to the cops, I'll just convict you in the public domain. I think it's incredibly irresponsible. because basically it opens the door for anyone to say anything, and it's left up to the people to decide whether or not you're guilty, which is always dangerous because people tend to go with their emotions rather than with the facts. But then again, maybe that's the whole point, is that you don't know if you'll be able to get justice IRL, but at least you know you'll get justice in public or in the public eye. I just find it like I'll say this, her reason for coming out, I still find that a little bit strange, because Rich's girlfriend, from what I understand, the reason she came out with this story is because Rich's girlfriend said in a stream that Rich has a massive... Is it his ex-girlfriend now, or are they still together? Does anyone know? No evidence need. The court of public opinion, pretty much. Do we know whether or not him and his girlfriend are still together? Does anyone know? She's gone dark too? Was extra? No, not the girl that came out with the story. I'm talking about Rich's girlfriend. Because Rich's girlfriend in a stream mentioned that he has a pregnancy fetish. He loves the pregnancy shit, right? I think it was Mia that said that. And people said, like, people didn't believe her. And then suddenly this girl comes out, and not only does she back up Rich's girlfriend's claims, which I don't think Rich's girlfriend at the time made in order to, like, how do I put this? I don't think Rich's girlfriend wanted to hurt Rich. She was just very open about Rich's sexual fantasies. You know, and people didn't believe her, and it was like, whatever. You know, who gives a shit? And then she comes out with this allegation of Rich literally breaking the fucking law. And it's like, whew. Now, that has escalated fucking quickly. You know, so I'm not entirely sure, like, why she decided that was the moment. Because she also framed her tweet like she's just trying to, like, say to people that she's not lying. It's like, whoa, wait. So, what? So you backed her up, even though her claim wasn't really meant to destroy Rich. It was just sort of, you know, whatever. Your claim does destroy him, though, because your claim suggests that he is a fucking rapist. Well, yeah, basically proves that he's a rapist, right? No, about half of OTK is dating or has dated porn stars or OnlyFans models. I mean, it's fine. Date whoever the fuck you want, right? If you are okay with your girlfriend doing OnlyFans, you're a better man than me. I would find it difficult, I think. I don't mind girls on OnlyFans. I have a number of friends that's on there. And it's perfectly fine. I just think I would be too jealous for that shit. Yeah, it would be a massive problem for me. But that's why I wouldn't date a girl that does OnlyFans, because it would just create unnecessary problems that could have been avoided. I have an issue with the statement that was read. It feels like there was a part that steps were skipped. Yes, but it was very matter-of-factly, which is why I don't pay too much attention to that. Because it sounded like she skipped over a lot of things intentionally because she didn't want to talk about everything in detail. But I get what you mean. There's definitely steps there. Like, she's in his apartment. He's jerking himself off. Like, how the fuck did we get there? Like, how do we go from walking into the apartment to him jerking himself off? So that's a massive skip there. You know, something must have happened there, because we literally just walked into the apartment. And then, of course, the whole she gets naked. And it's like, whoa, when the fuck did this happen? But it might just have been that she didn't want to recount everything. She had no interest in recounting everything. And so she only covered the bits that was relevant in order to tell her story. You know, that is possible. I'm not saying that is the case, but it is possible that she only focused on the small bits that tells her story. Taking that makes sense. They both fucked up. She liked the idea. After what happened, she was like, I made a mistake. I don't know if I can say that, right? Because I wasn't there. I don't know if she liked the idea. That would be an inference based on lack of knowledge. And I don't like to make inferences like that. I see where you're coming from, but I probably wouldn't support that. Not unless I have evidence that she sort of, like, admits that, hey, I kind of liked it in the beginning. Because here's the thing, right? The whole point of consent can be taken away. Like, just because a girl agreed to come to your apartment, and just because the girl maybe even agreed to you wanking yourself off, even though that is the most cringe shit ever. Because I imagine a conversation like that probably starts with, hey, would you mind wanking me off? Even though you don't want to have sex with me, would you just, you know, rub my willy for a while? And the girl probably says, no, I don't want to, but you're welcome to wank it and watch me. That to me seems like the most awkward bullshit ever. I don't know why you would wank off and just have her watch it. Like, rather than don't do it, you know? But anyways, you know, it is what it is. But let's say that even then she said, okay, yeah, it's fine, you can wank off and just watch me. If she at any point after that tells you that, hey, I no longer feel comfortable with this, that's it. Consent's over. You know, that's it. It's done. You know, thanks for playing, kind of thing. And I feel like a lot of guys don't. There's a lot of guys that seem to not want to accept that bit. You know, the bit of she can revoke consent at any given point. She said, I just found myself with a dick in the ass. How the fuck did that happen? Wait, do we know if it was in her ass, though? Like, did he actually stick it into her pooper? I don't think that's what happened. Yeah, he came inside her, but I don't think at any point does she say whether it was vaginal or anal. Seems to be a fantasy more than a, you know, based on actual facts there. Well, no, but it is different, right? Because well, yeah, there is actually a massive difference, right? If it's ass, did he go and dry? Must have, right? Or did he put on lube beforehand? Like, there's so many questions actually around this just in general. Like, not gonna lie to you. There's a lot of questions around this. Like, how do you... Because if she's completely dry, that's gonna be a fuck up as well. you know, but then again, it might be that because they were once together, that it may have had that effect. Because there are times where a girl will have physical arousal even though mentally she's not interested. You know, hormones are still a thing, you know, so they still do their shit even if you're not physically interested. So it might be one of those cases where physically her body did respond to what she was seeing, even though emotionally she wasn't interested at all. I'm not sure, actually. Quentin Dry and Halloween, hee-haw? Fuck. That's next level, bro. Jesus. That's rough. I don't actually know. I mean, it could be anything, right? It could literally be anything. I don't like speculating on stuff like that, purely because we don't know. We won't know until we know. Othra, how you doing, bro? But the way it was put together made it seem sus, but consent can be given again after being taken away when they moved on to the bed or when they started taking off clothes. So consent is not one no and it's done. It's not a black and white thing, as some people often try to make it. Oh, we're very true. I do agree with you. But I do think that the way in which you the way in which you avoid this bullshit is by not just having sex with random people. That's how you avoid this shit. By meeting a girl, taking her out for dinner, actually getting to know her, and then when she finally invites you over, you both know exactly why this is for, and you've both had time to prepare. The reason all of this shit is happening is that for some reason, men and women everywhere have decided that it is okay to have sex whenever the fuck you feel like it, you know? Like, let's just have sex as much as we can, and there will be no consequences to this. And it's like, well, no, there's obviously going to be consequences to this. Sex is an incredibly difficult thing, and it is an incredibly intimate thing. I don't know. I don't know what the actual answer is here. Mega Man, for some people, it is just this idea of, you know, sex is just sex. I don't know if I agree with that, but I support everyone's ability to make their own decisions in life. So if sex for you is literally just sex, then hey, you know, live your best life, man. I'm not here to judge. But it is interesting that there are so many more instances now of, you know, this kind of shit happening. And also then so many more instances of, like, things going wrong. And the only reason there are so many more of that is because we have, like, there's far more random encounters than what there's ever been before. Dude, what I want to know is, I've heard so many people complaining in Dragonflight that their dragons run out of vigor. Now, what I would love to know is how. How in the fuck do you run out of vigor, bro? Like, seriously, how are you not constantly fucking... It's not even that. The people that I've spoken to aren't even mining and herbing. It's literally just people that's fucking, like, claiming that there's not enough vigor to go around. Well, the guy that I spoke to is fully upgraded. He says so, at least. He's got all of his shit upgraded. And he's still running out, so I'm not sure. Like, genuinely not sure. I am loving dragon riding, though. Like, not gonna lie. I think dragon riding is the coolest thing ever invented. I'm looking for something very specific. Where's the null base? Is it over there? Should be. I'm looking for the null base. Maybe here somewhere, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, it will be hollow. Yeah, it's over there. I was going right. Yeah. Is a less elegant form of flying. It's just basically gliding, but faster than flying. Yeah, but that's part of what makes it so cool, at least for me. Alright, boys, we're looking for a spot to take a picture. We're looking for a spot to take a fucking picture. What would make for a good and iconic picture? Ooh, that cave could work. That could work. No? Need to go a little up, though. Fuck those pieces of shit. Let's do that. Wow, for the love of fuck. Okay, there we go. Wait, maybe this is actually better. The infected water and shit might actually be better. Fuck! No. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. Let me just grab this screenshot. Okay, I think that's good enough. Now let's get back into the edit, shall we? Fuck. Didn't they use the anvils and stuff for that? Mogul, you can just mount other in flight. SDJ, how you doing, bro? Bro, air combat would actually be really cool. I mean, I'm talking proper air combat. So not just like fucking... Not just the whole when you land, it does some damage. I'm talking proper fucking like air combat. Would actually be so fucking cool, man. Okay, let's see if we can give this guy a bit of oomph. Highlight him particularly well. decent bit of vibrancy, some saturation. No, wait, fuck. Okay, here we go. Now, J, up, filter, high pass, thank you. And vivid. Now, let's quickly... Is that Gorak Tool? Yes, this is Gorak Tool. The video is about the Drust and Decay. So I'm sort of trying to go, like, all in with this to get some Gorak Tool shit going. Not sure if it works, though. I hope that people will actually pay attention to this. I'm not entirely sure if they will. People didn't bother to go to the scribe NPC, so they bought on the edge. Missed it. Win YouTube. Holly, it's gonna be tonight. Yeah. Meme, is that echo in my hang? So what do we call the what do we write on this? I need more. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Okay. Was a little confused there. Maybe a little bit more inner glow. Like, just to bring him out a little bit more. Because I'm not entirely sure. Like, outer glow, if... Yeah, you see that? That's not going to work. Or maybe a little might. Like that. That looks a bit good. Or kind of good, no? Yeah, but it's about the Drust, and that's really the thing that's important here. So that's what it would look like on a YouTube thumbnail. Was more about actual stories happening in the characters and not about the lore background. By the way, Akko, did you do the Ysera Returns questline? I felt the reason given as to why it had to be Malfurion, which has to stay in her place, were pretty weak. Massey, I know the questline and we made a video on it. I don't necessarily think it's weak. What makes you think it's weak? All right, now we need writing for this. So what the fuck do I write? I feel WoW is a bit the other way around. I love the fact that the lore is more in the foreground now and actually getting some love. But that's because I'm a guy that only plays the game for the lore. So, you know, I would hate for the lore to just... And I don't necessarily... It's still very much in the background. Like, a lot of the lore doesn't really apply to a lot of things. So, I don't really mind the... At least for Dragonflight, I think the lore was handled really well. So what the fuck do I write on this thumbnail, chat? Would have worked if the jailer was a more charismatic character. I think Shadowlands sucked because the jailer was a char you couldn't connect with. The Shadowlands needed one thing to work. This should have launched at the start, not at the end. If this book launched at the start of the expansion, Shadowlands works. And I don't mean all of the spoilers. I mean the explanations of the jailer, specifically the chapters that deal with the jailer and what the jailer wants. If those things were released at the start of the game, bam, it works. The issue with the Shadowlands was just you had a character that no one could fucking understand, right? The Drust problem. I don't like putting Drust or the in thumbnails, but I like where your head is at. Left in the Drust. Yeah, that's puns, and they're funny, but they generally don't get a lot of clicks, especially with WoW videos. How you doing, Apocalypse? Talk, we're specifically talking about decay, right? So the question started with the Drust and what exactly Drust magic is, and the place of the Drust, and if we're gonna deal with the Drust at all in this expansion. And so, yeah, the argument is that the Drust are druids of decay, effectively. Like, the simple word for them is death druids, but they're not actually death druids. They're more decay than death. Because death, you see, the problem is that many people look at death and they think, oh yeah, decay and death is the same thing. Decay and death is not the same thing. Decay is present in death, but decay and death is not the same thing. Decay is a primal magic, whereas death is a higher magic. True threat still hidden. Don't think that would work, but I like the along the lines of where your head is at, Apocalypse. Nurgle worshippers and wow, that wouldn't work. Put a screenshot of Nick Cage and a burning Wickerman. Guys, what the fuck? The K druids. You see, that makes people think we're only talking about the Drust, and there are multiple questions in the video that takes it to different. So let me play you a piece of the video so you can get an idea, right? So the original question. Too long, Massey. 3 words. That's usually all you're allowed to do. 3 words. Actually, less than 3. Either just 1 word, or if you really have to, you can do 3 words, but never more than that. Or rarely more than that. Because most people don't give a shit. Why is this taking so long? Death and Drust came. Death and Decay could work, actually. Just Death and Decay? That could probably work. But anyways, Moni, who is next?
Up next, we have Trix. They were writing their question as I was going through that first one, so I'm going to pull them in.
Trix, how you doing? You're muted at the minute. I think you may have to switch. There we go. How you doing, Trix?
Yeah, I am doing fantastic. So I have 2 pretty big questions for you.
All right.
First one is regarding the concept of the Drust. I'm a big fanatic of them. Do you think we will see their plotline evolve in the future? Since in Shadowlands, they had like a very big void theme, but similar to the Emerald Nightmare, their side of the void was very like deep blues, purples,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, and the portal that they had, the Maw of Thros, had animations of like this tentacle snake thing, and they talk of a master.
Yeah.
Do you think that could maybe relate to like a birth of a 5th old god, possibly?
Birth of 5th Old God? I don't know. The thing with the Drust, what makes them very interesting, almost definitely their story will continue. Because you have, especially in this expansion, especially in Dragonflight, you have all of the elemental forces as well as the cosmological forces. So that's the video in, and I may have an idea here. Let's see if this works. I'm not sure if it will. See, I wanted to do birth of a god. But I'm not sure if that would work. Let's see. If we said birth of a god, right? And we did... Let's make it nice and girthy. We maybe made this smaller. So it fits in, and then we blew up god. So you did that, right? Let's just align this. There we go. Line it like that. Now let's give it a bit of an overlay. Go there. Blow this up a bit. And inner glow. If we did this... Oh shit, your bird. 6 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate that, fam. How you doing, man? You just send me some more stuff to send you status on the PO box? Oh shit. Really, Jabbird? What did they send you? I'm still waiting. It's December. And in South Africa in general, December is not a good time. But even worse, it's Cape Town, bro. And speed in Cape Town means nothing. Like... These people don't do things fast. Ever. Like, nothing ever happens fast. So, birth of a god. That's what it would look like on the thumbnail. Do you think the text should be larger or smaller? You think it's good? So that's what the text would look like. Nicholas, the cheap disco music. Jesus. Make it so it fits the left side. I don't know if I should have it that big. No? No, not yet. You think this is good? Kind of like it too. It looks good, I think. I fucking hope. We could make it bigger. But bigger might be too big. Like, that looks as if it's... I don't know about you guys, but that looks too big, almost. Like, it looked better when it was that. I'm just gonna keep it as that. Instead of birth, maybe rise? Shit, you might be right. Rise of a god might actually be better. Fuck! You should have said earlier, bro. Like, Jesus. Now we have to delete so many things in order to make it work. Rise of a god. This does not work now. Hey. Yeah, rise sounds better. I think it reads better as well. Rise of a god. And then we can do a perspective change on this. Just like this. Slightly smaller. And that works. I think that works really, really well. Red laser eyes. No. I don't need. Why do we need red laser eyes? Rise of a god. That should make people go, wait, what? What's going on here? Like, this could be fucking, like, this could be huge. What's Akalon talking about, you know? Like, I'm fucking hoping that that's what people think, and not just looking at this going, what? What is that? What does that even mean? Who is that? That's the worst bit. When you put someone on your thumbnail and most people don't have a fucking clue who that is. Like, that's always super fun. Alright, now we need a title for this video. The Story of Drust and Decay is what it's currently called. The Story of the Drust and the Gods of Decay. That should work, no? Jesus. Aragast, I don't know how the fuck to do that. Lol. So we already have Rise of Decay. Rise of a God. Don't want to necessarily use... So Nurgle confirmed. Nurgle won't work because a lot of WoW players won't have a clue about the Warhammer universe, Caleb. So it doesn't even, like, that's not going to compute for many people. The story of the... Let's do this. Drust and the Gods of Decay. Let's capitalize these two. We capitalize that, and then we just go... WoW Dragonflight lore. And... WoW Dragonflight lore and history. Okay, that works. The reemergence of Decay and the Old Gods. You see, again, the title... So the thumbnail is what they see first. Okay, you see the thumbnail and you go, oh shit, what's this? And then they read the title. And the title has to entice them further. So when they see the title, it should be like The Story of the Drust and the Gods of Decay. That, I think, is sort of impactful enough. Now, the WoW Dragonflight lore and history, that's more just for keywords' sake. That doesn't... You don't even need that in there. It's mainly just to hit the keywords. Did they actually... They didn't send it to you to send to me, right? You just ordered it, and now you're going to send it to me, right? Shabad? Oh my god. Wait, are you for real? How do they send you stuff? Do you pay for it, or do they just send it to you for funsies? Dude, that shit's insane. Ha. Look at this, boys. Balan, how you doing, bro? I own a gaming center and they are trying to get me to buy into their merch and stuff. Chabud. Whoa. Bro. That's good to know. You don't happen to be in South Africa, do you, Chabud? Sent it to him personally? Personally, you say. So he posted it and everything. Like, Henry Cavill has Jabbird on fucking speed dial? I promise as soon as I have my P.O. box, I'll put it in the panels down below. So you guys can go nuts. Looking forward to opening that shit. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I get Cavill to paint the miniatures and then send them to me. I actually found out the other day that Cavill actually paints all of his miniatures himself. That is some dedication to the fucking universe, bro. What's that fucking zone called again? That the gnolls are in? It's Brackenfell Hollow, right? It's Brackenfell Hollow, I think, is their zone. Or is it Brackenfell something Hollow? Brackenhide Hollow, not Brackenfell. We'll check. We'll fucking check. Cavill is a fucking Giga Chat, bro. A 100%. Cavill is Giga Chat. Stupid sneaking elites. Lol. Alright, let's quickly... Brackenhide Hollow. So, yeah, it's called Brackenhide Hollow in the, I think, Azure span. Yeah. Brackenhide Hollow. Okay, so... The story of the Drust and the gods of decay. In World of Warcraft Dragonflight, we see decay infecting the gnolls of Brackenhide. Brackenhide Hollow? In the Azure span. Alright, I think that's fine. Brackenhide Hollow at the dictionary. 6 a.m. morning, guys. I'm at work, living life. How you doing, fam? Rise of a God. Okay. I like that thumbnail. It's a pretty good-looking thumbnail. If I do say so myself. World of Warcraft, next. Monetization on. I mean, Jesus. YouTube, this is a few. Like, that's a few ads. Might be a few too many, though. Like, how about we remove some of these bad boys? What do you say? Maybe we don't need all of these ads? I don't know. It might be fucking nuts, but that seems like a lot of ads. Add more ads? Nah. I think that's good enough. That's decent, at least. It's not exactly ads, so just to, I guess, just to explain this. So these aren't all of the ads, right? This is not every single ad that's gonna play, because it's almost never gonna happen that every single one of these ads will play for any one person, but these are the positions that ads are allowed in. So basically, I'm telling YouTube, when they want to show a viewer an ad, these are the spots that they're allowed to show it in. And it's basically chosen based on silences in the video. So moments that I'm not speaking, moments that nothing's going on, that's where the ads need to be placed. So hopefully it doesn't show all of these ads to one guy, because I feel sorry for that fucking guy. But yeah, the problem is just the reason I don't allow all of those ad slots is because when you do, you might get that one unlucky fuck that gets every single one of these ads shown to them. And then this guy is watching more ads than actual videos. Hey, time videos, nothing going on? Yeah, pretty much. Like, if you're that one guy that is just getting fucking bombarded by ads, sad boy. Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Looks like a very good thumbnail, I think. YouTube, nonsense, never enough money. I mean, ads. I'm getting tired of YouTube and Twitch ads. YouTube placing 5 minutes of ads in a 12-minute video. Thank God for AdBlock. Mogul, yeah, I mean, I don't mind if people have AdBlock on. On YouTube, my AdBlock is enabled for most content creators, and then there are a couple of content creators that I like, so I'll let them show me ads. But then again, I've had YouTube Premium for about a year now, so I don't see any ads anyways. Title is shit? Is it though, Tiger Shark? I don't know exactly what else I do. No, now you've made me think, Tiger. You can't take it back now. I have an idea. I have an idea. Massive implications for the Drust in Dragonflight. That's a bit clickbait, no? Like, Sif, yeah, the game is very good. At least for me, the game right now is very, very good. I'm really enjoying it. Mogul, I appreciate you leaving the ads on, but I would say don't even fucking waste your time on Twitch with ads. The money you get for the ads is fucking useless, right? It's absolutely useless. And more importantly, I fucking hate the ads on Twitch. I wish Twitch would stop putting ads in Twitch. No one cares. No one wants to see an ad in a fucking, like, on a live stream. Like, motherfucker. It's a live stream. Like, holy shit. In videos, it's fine because at least you know nothing's happening whilst, you know, the ad is playing. But in a live stream, like, why would you even do that? When I see a video, I just want to know what we're talking about on the title. I'll click anyway. Yeah, but that's sadly not how most people view YouTube. Like, most people go on YouTube and what they want to see is clickbait. That's the sad bit of it. I know that people hate clickbait. I fucking get it. I promise you I get it. The issue is, if you don't do the clickbait, no one's clicking, bro. It's fucking as simple as that. No one is fucking clicking. Dude. Is the, like... I get the sense the Dallas Cowboys are actually pretty good this year. Am I wrong? Anyone that's following the football. The Dallas Cowboys seem better this year than what they were last year. Because I'll tell you what. I do not think my team is getting into the Super Bowl. I think my team is, like, they're probably already out, and if they're not already out, they're not getting any further than fucking wild card, I think. But yeah, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just seem like they're not getting their shit together. I don't know what's changed. Like, why are they so bad now? Is it just that Tom Brady is just too old and he should retire now? Because it doesn't necessarily seem like he's the problem. It just seems like they can't figure out the running game. Even though, technically speaking, in the running game was perfect last year. And yet, this year, they're not running at all. It doesn't seem like their wide receivers can get open at fucking all. It just seems strange. They don't seem to figure out, like, they haven't been able to figure out where they want to go. Which is upsetting as fuck, because that's the team I want to see in the Super Bowl. I want the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to win it again. Different coaching. Tom Brady personally says, oh yeah, he got divorced, no? Or he is divorced, or he's busy getting a divorce. Yeah, like, what happened there? Because they seemed happy. Does anyone know what happened to them? Like, why are they getting a divorce? Or is that not something he's spoken about publicly? He chose football over family. Oof. Fucking oof. Jesus. Yeah, but do you think that's the only reason? Because she is already in a relationship with someone else, which would suggest that she's moved on a long time ago. Like, they had problems long before they actually got divorced. You see, Tiger Shark, this is what I'm sort of going, maybe that's not actually the case. Because it seems to me far more likely that he got back into it when they decided to get a divorce. So maybe he did decide to retire, and then when they decided, you know what, this really isn't working for us anymore, maybe that's when she decided, screw it. Or that's when he decided, screw it, then I'm going back, because I wanted to stay home for you guys, but I'm not doing that anymore. But then again, there's also apparently rumors that he's dating another girl, like a fucking supermodel or something. I saw a picture of her. She's hot as shit. So I'm not entirely sure what the hell's going on there. Had a plan B lined up? Yeah, he did too, though. So their marriage may have been over long ago already. Who knows, right? Who the fuck knows? He probably just spent the whole time retired watching football and training anyway. That is possible. I genuinely don't know what happened there. But I don't know what's wrong with him. It pisses me off. Rebound relationships or something I know of? Yeah, true. Was a date bedroom and stayed together to show family cohesion? Maybe. maybe, Mogul. Although, again, we have no idea, right? Wait, what the hell is this? This haptic chair has a fatal flaw. What flaw?
Oh, shit! Look at that. That's a big box. Today, we're looking at a chair, which is unusual for me. Not a big chair guy, to be honest, but Colton's not here, so I'm filling in. This, in this giant box here, is the Cooler Master Sync X. It's a gaming chair with haptic feedback.
Of course,
which
it's a
basically means
fucking
it's gonna
gaming
vibrate
chair.
your ass.
Bro, when are gamers gonna realize that they're being fleeced by these gaming companies and their gaming chairs? They're not good chairs. They're a waste of fucking money.
I can't wait. This is a Jerry Rig Everything knife. You can get one at lttstore.com. Did you know that? Ow. Don't play with knives, kids. Oh, wow. That actually, like, holy crap. That's life-changing. God, so much styrofoam. I will admit, you could probably package this with, like, a cardboard kind of piece here instead of a bunch of styrofoam. Not exactly good for the planet, but it's fully assembled, which is nice. See, look, a cardboard piece. They even know. Why don't you do this? Oh, okay, a power brick. I guess that makes sense. The chair is gonna have to be.
So gaming chairs are designed for their looks, not for their actual utility. If you take, for example, the chair that I'm sitting in, I have a Herman Miller Aeron version 2, right? This thing was designed from the ground up, taking into consideration ergonomics. The way it moves, the way you rock back and forth, the way it provides lumbar support and structure, it was designed to be sat in. It's not about looks. It doesn't look half bad, but it's definitely not the most beautiful chair that you've ever seen. Whereas those chairs are designed purely for the looks. They're not designed to be comfortable, because that's not their purpose. Flindroinkies, how you doing?
Be powered to vibrate your ass. Pretty standard power brick. Pretty reasonable power consumption for a chair. Oh my god, this is gonna suck. It's like the worst combo ever. It's bubble wrap, and then they wrapped it in, like, what do you call this? Cling wrap? Don't cut the chair? Why? What's the worst that could happen?
That's like
I wonder if anyone's
just
ever gonna make
too
a
much.
cooled chair like we made. That would be pretty. Oh, whoa! Damn, brother! That's got a stink to it. Oh my god! Come, smell.
True.
This is like you just opened a can of paint smell. It is dank. Give her a whiff.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is exactly what it is. It's paint. It's
Yeah.
awful.
To be fair, this is like a pre-production one. It's very possible the packaging
Why so
and the
so
stank
much
factor will
packaging,
change.
though?
I can only evaluate it as is, and as
Tiger
is.
Shark, thanks for hanging out, bro. Really appreciate it.
Whoop.
It doesn't
Keep
look
the
bad.
Jake Bells
It
out.
looks actually not
What is that? Whoa!
horrible. Whoa.
Whoa! Is that a foot rest? Leg rest? So you can go like, oh man, this chair can't do this. It's so stinky, man. It is like toxic.
That's not
It's not
bad.
very confidence
no?
inspiring on the lean back. So it's got a flip out action and a slide. Stows away pretty nicely. We got up and down on the arms.
Because that's actually far more important than what most people realize. I'm actually looking to buy a footrest. Because technically speaking, it is incredibly unhealthy for you to be sat with your feet down all day. Especially like whenever we stream. I will sit here for what? We've been streaming now for 3.5 hours. I haven't gotten up once. Which is incredibly bad. Not only for your back, but for your legs as well. Because all the blood is effectively pooling in your legs. Because of the way in which we sit. So, like, footrest is very important. Which makes that a pretty decent feature to have.
Forward and back. They also angle, which is nice.
Yeah.
They feel nice. They got a little cute little groove here. Pretty
Oh,
hard, kind of plasticky
oh,
feel,
yeah,
but they
fuck
do
that.
angle nicely on the arms. The sink is made up of a wood and metal frame covered in high density molded memory foam. I'm gonna be honest, it feels more just like normal foam. I don't feel like there's a lot of memory action happening here. And then on top of that is like a breathable fabric. It very much feels like a standard sort of office chair. It doesn't look super gamery, which depending on who you are might be a good thing. These casters are awful. They're like plastic as Am I doing it wrong? Are they locked? Like, this is bad. I'm moving like 2 feet, man. Even when the chair, like, even if when I'm not sitting in it.
That does not look good.
Oh. Maybe they
No,
just
I think
suck. They
you're
must just be grinding. Going
think
forward
you're-
for some
bro,
reason feels bad.
You're running into the same problem as all fat people. You are sitting that chair fucking flat against the earth. That's why it's not moving, fam. I have the same problem with my chair. That's just natural. You are providing whatever gravity could not. My recliner, I'm sitting back, feet up, keyboard on my lap, chill as fuck. That does sound fucking cool, but I can't stream like that, right?
Better? It's still bad. They're bad casters. Luckily, on most chairs, you can swap those. So if every other part of this is good, then it might be okay. Can I lock the back? Oh, cool. All right, you can lock the back. That's nice. There's a little bit of play in the back. I don't know if it's intended, but it actually it's kind of nice.
135-degree posture bracing backrest.
It must be 135 degrees from here.
So I
Are
can
you meant
sit
to be able
this
to lean
far
back on this?
On
Oh, man.
mine, I can
Am I
sit
lifted
this
off the
far
ground
back.
yet? It's not exactly confidence inspiring.
I mean, I can't fucking
Can
do
you do
shit
the
like
honors?
this. There's no
Ooh,
way.
Getting personal there, Wolf. Is that all the way out?
You can't play like this. I don't know why a chair would go this far back though, because you can't
feel
play
like I'm gonna
games
trip
like
over.
this at all, right?
Ah,
I mean, I can sit like this. Pink fluffy platypus.
like I'm
Hi there, bro.
balanced.
Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that.
If I leaned further back, this would be a problem.
But
It's
yeah,
probably fine. To be fair, the reason that I'm like a little bit iffy about it is because I haven't tried. I think it'd be okay. I think this chair can.
The only
do this.
other,
It's a little.
yeah, fella like this. I put my monitor on the roof, right, on the ceiling, but I keep the camera where it is. So I'm basically doing this from now on. All right, boys, let's go fucking play some video games. Just fucking chill out, bro. Easy. No, looking right up your nose, exactly. Imagine just having a nice little booger right there, right? High definition 4K camera, and you have a nice booger just staring your audience in the face the whole time you're streaming. Easy. Yeah, I don't like that chair. It just, everything about it puts me off.
little scary though. But that's not really the main attraction here. What else we got? It's a pretty like hefty looking frame. Okay. On closer inspection of these casters, these are absolute dog. And it does look like you can replace them. They're just the standard style. The base is metal, which is good to see. The frame down here, if you look at that, it's really gnarly. Like this is a well-built base of a chair. She's thick.
Yeah, it's not bad.
You can, of course, adjust the resistance on the back down here to dial that in. I want to see if it's charged because the main selling feature of this chair isn't being super comfortable. It's that it has haptic feedback. It's gonna vibrate your butt, but we're not gonna find that out until I tell you about our sponsor, dbrand. Thanks to dbrand for sponsoring this video. They're bad people
Why would
who
that
make
be
pretty
important,
good products,
though?
like their grip case. It has a super grippy texture, it's impact resistant, and it can be customized with any of dbrand's skins, like their palettes or Damascus collection. So check them out at shortlinus.com.
Become
He
VTube
is
while lore
short.
streamer so he can get a recliner
Hey,
and
turned
chill.
on. Oh, you have to plug it in
Oh,
to get
shit,
the battery
imagine
status.
that,
Okay, that's
bro.
kind of weird. It looks like we got a 3.5
Okay, so you
millimeter
have-
audio input, I imagine. We have a pairing mode. Oh, this thing has Bluetooth. Having it wireless is probably kind of important. We got a headphone out, presumably, so you can listen to the headphones. We got volume, master, ARGB.
I'm not gonna lie. If you are listening to your audio through your chair, I'm gonna fucking judge you. Like, the amount of delay that's gonna happen on that audio, what would be the point of that? What the fuck would be the point of this?
Hey, look at that. I didn't even notice. Wow. What other RGB modes we got? Pulsing rainbow, nothing, red, purple.
I fucking hate the RGB movement so much. You guys have no idea. I despise the RGB movement. Why does that matter? It's on the back of your fucking chair. Realistically speaking, that's not where you would ever be looking. So why is it necessary? What's the fucking point and purpose of it?
Green, blue, rainbow circle. We'll leave it on that. What is this? There's like a panel here. It's like blocked off. Future expansion. Might be a service port or something like that. The Select has a few different modes. There's aux, which I assume is this input here. There's BT, which has got to be Bluetooth.
Yeah.
And then 5.8G. Maybe in the long run, this will also come with a USB dongle. That would be my guess. Let's check how the charging works here. Okay, let's see
What
how
is
this works.
5.8G?
Plug in. It just blinks red. Does that mean it's not working? I want to know what my battery status is.
6 hour
Well,
charge
we're just gonna have to
time.
assume that that's doing.
Oh my god. Now you have to start remembering to charge your chair as well? So you can actually have a good gaming sesh? Or you have to have your chair plugged in. So you can accidentally fall over the fucking wires.
Doing things. Should we try to pair it to Bluetooth? What are the odds we have any idea what this Bluetooth device is called?
And now
I don't know
presenting.
if this is even an audio. It's not an audio device, so I don't know what I just connected to. It's blinking. There's so many Bluetooth devices in this office. Maybe it's this PXC550? Because my back is shaking.
No, Simon. Just saw this pop up
Why are you connected?
on
We're connected
Diamond
to your
Tech
headphones.
Tech
Dude,
Tips.
this thing stinks. I have a headache.
Gotta hop off and charge my
Genuinely
chair.
have a headache. Oh, got it. I got it. Ah, it's showing on my phone, but not on the computer. Maybe it's
Sad
like,
boy.
oh, it went away. Fuck. I give up. Aux cord it is. Why'd you give me the
Oh
shortest
my
aux cord you
lord.
could find? Oh, dude, my ass is shaking. It's like a massage almost.
Oh my god.
Whoa. That has got some oomph to it.
Why is this a necessary feature?
Woo! It's making it off gas more. Man, this chair is just like, this is the default position. I can't go more up. Come on, chair.
How's that the default position? What?
It's vibrating my skull.
Dude, there's no way that it's that can't be it. So they expect you to half lie at all times. Yeah, he must have broken it.
Whoa, do you hear my voice sounding weird? Epic gamer moment. Oh, this I don't know what's giving me more of a headache, the vibration.
Sounds like your brother's having a party outside.
What the f are these headphones, dude? I don't know if this is really gonna give me the best experience.
Spent all the money on a chair.
I spent all the money on my chair. All I had was these like Air Canada ass over ear headphones.
Is there a delay?
I feel very immersed right now.
Yeah, you can't
Then
stream. You definitely cannot stream with that chair. Can you imagine sitting here and my voice just fucking doing that the whole time? I have a cooking question. How do you get a medium steak but crispy fat? Okay, so one of them is to literally like isolating the fat. That could be one of them. That's usually what I do. So if I have the fat, if the fat is on one side of it, you put it down on the fat and you sort of balance it so that the fat gets crispy first before the rest of the steak goes. The other one is to get like a seriously searing hot pan and just turn it very often so that the fat can start to render out. But mostly it's almost impossible to do if you want it medium. Like, to get the fat properly done, it's very fucking hard. It is stupidly hard to do. But you can do it with like searing heat. You can do that. Or just make it really thick. So if you get a really thick piece of steak, it'll be medium by the time the fat has started to char up. What's this, Savin? Is this the chair that you're getting now? Wow. You're also going for the gaming chair. Like, they got you with those controllers, didn't they? The controllers and the headphones next to it. Like that, you saw that and you were like, yeah, I'm a gamer. I need this chair. You have to tilt the steak on its edge and shear the fat. Yeah, that's usually the best way to do it. I mean, it's definitely not an ugly chair. It's definitely not an ugly chair, but yeah, I still prefer my chair. Like, this one that I have now, the only thing I would change it for, I have the Herman Miller Aeron, right? So I have this chair. Why is it giving me everything but the fucking Herman Miller chair? So this is the one that I have now, right? The Aeron chair. And it is, like, it is fucking brilliant, this chair here. It's absolutely gorgeous. Stupidly expensive. Like, I paid a lot of fucking money for this chair. But I will say, I am not angry about spending that money. It's very, very good chair. The chair that I would switch it out for, given the option. So if I had the money to do it, I would get this. This is probably the only chair that I would get that isn't the Aeron. So if I were to replace the Aeron, it would be with an Embody. These things are, like, apparently they're fucking nuts. Like, they are super comfortable. So, Savin, you do get a headrest for the Herman Miller Aeron, but it is sold separately.
Dun, 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 dun. It's like shaking my whole soul.
Pink Fluffy Platypus,
stopped.
pretty good.
Oh no!
But I'm waiting
We
for
ran out of
the
battery.
third ball.
Oh! It tells
Still
you what
waiting
it's
for the
doing
third
in the
ball.
headphones. It said Sync X activated. Bluetooth is ready to pair. Okay, so if you want to set this up, just plug crappy headphones. There we go! Bluetooth connected! Yes! I would love to play a racing game with this. I feel like that's the one thing you would actually...
Never mind. This chair seems silly. Get one of those Asian massage chairs. Mogul, you mean get yourself an Asian girlfriend and have her massage you while you sit in the chair? Is that what you're talking about? Get rid of my gaming chairs and bought a Tamdrop, comfiest chair ever for work and gaming. I don't know what the hell that is. A Tamdrop. Don't know what that is. I'm going to have this chair next stream. Oh, Fallon. I will absolutely fucking not have this chair next stream. This is just a useless chair. 100% useless. I got that already. I mean, the chair? Oh, not the Asian girlfriend, but the chair you have. I mean, that's fine. Is there anything good? Anything else that's good here on YouTube? Does what glow? Aragast. My chair? No, why the fuck would my chair glow? Korean massage chair. Alright, let's check this out. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sit in this. Like, again, wouldn't be able to play games in this. Not at least from a streaming perspective. Like, maybe you can play, like, just normally play in this, but from a streaming perspective, it wouldn't work. I want a haptic carpet that I want to connect to my PC. Snobby, why? Why? What is the purpose of it? Yeah, but when you're streaming, it's not really like comfort, and comfort needs to also work with functionality when you're streaming. Otherwise, it would get less comfortable quite quickly. Like, I think if you're a console streamer, a chair like that could work really well. Because in console, you are sitting back just naturally. Jesus, everyone's talking about this Andrew Tate guy getting arrested. Fuck. It seems wild to me. Why is that such big news, though? Like, why does that even fucking matter? The hell is this? McDonald's created a grease-proof gaming chair. Dude, is that what they think of us gamers? Like, seriously. Is this what they think of us gamers? Like, they think we're just greasy fucking assholes that can't keep... Like, I've had this chair for how many years now? Almost 2 years now. And there's never been grease on it. So am I just not a good enough gamer, or what? As he wanted publicity, he got it, and then it blew in his face. You guys are celebrating quite early. As far as I know, there's no evidence that he did anything wrong. At least I've not seen any evidence that he's, like, actually guilty. I know that Romania wants him as part of the investigation. But that doesn't mean shit. Because he may have been, like... I mean, the investigation may literally amount to nothing. They might find nothing on him. And now there's already people celebrating, oh my god, yeah, he fucking deserves it. It's like, dude, you don't know shit. You just know that he's been arrested. And the fact that he's already been released as well probably means he, like, either they didn't have enough on him, or this really was just them trying to figure out. Money laundering makes sense, but again, that's based on assumptions. It's not based on actual truth. No one knows if he is in fact guilty of money laundering. The case hasn't been brought yet. People have been saying this for a while. He's suspected of money laundering, but no evidence means right now innocent until proven guilty. I hate the fact that I'm supposed to be the one, like, why the fuck am I playing, like, goalie for Andrew Tate? I don't even like the guy. But why am I the person that's going, hey boys, you need to chill the fuck out? Like, you guys are celebrating way too early here? The assumption for gamers is that they eat fast food and drink sodas. I do neither. I don't drink soda for a few years now. Soda's good though. But people too radical, I hate it. Yeah, same. I think people should just chill the fuck out. Like, start celebrating if he indeed gets arrested properly. Apocalypse, so what you're saying is I should put out a video immediately saying that Andrew Tate has just been found guilty and given the death penalty. And then we have a little party on the stream about, like, all the evil shit that Andrew Tate has done that we don't know yet, but we are convinced. My thumbnail and title? Oh, yeah. Can already see it. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Andrew Tate just arrested, let go, and arrested again. You will never believe it. Easy. Hey, let's do that, boys. Let's make that video. Let's make that happen. We're going to be famous. These same people are the ones who created his persona. He uses to get bigger. Yeah, he uses the hate to get bigger. That's true. But then again, that's what most content creators do anyway. Like, the thing that I think, like, Andrew Tate is guilty of, but then again, as far as I know, it's not illegal to prey on stupid people, as long as, you know, you don't promise things that you won't actually give them. But, like, the Tate University bullshit, that is absolutely bullshit. Like, they're not actually teaching you anything that you couldn't find out with a 5-second Google search. CoffeeZilla actually had a discussion about this. But is that illegal? No, because he's not promising people degrees. He's just fucking telling people he's going to teach them how to be good men or whatever the fuck. Do you think Romanian police need a photo of a pizza to know if he was in the country or not? Oh my god, this generation. I heard it's a pyramid scheme. It's not even really a pyramid scheme from what I understand, because you don't actually, like, let's see, CoffeeZilla had a nice explanation of that. It was on Lex Friedman. Yeah, so let's just see here. All right, so here you go, right? So Lex Friedman, CoffeeZilla, and Andrew Tate and Hustlers University. So CoffeeZilla had a pretty nice thing here. Now, again, just want to make it clear to everyone on the fucking back, Andrew Tate has, as far as we know, he's not been found guilty on anything yet. So everyone making these videos about, you know, he's been arrested already, and oh my god, it's the end of the road of this evil man or whatever. Like, however you fucking want to see him. I don't really know enough about Tate to have an opinion on him either way. I just think that people need to calm down, because everyone's running amok with this shit, and there's a good chance that he's not going to be found guilty, and then you're going to look stupid, or you can pretend like it didn't even happen. So people just need to chill the fuck out here. But yeah, CoffeeZilla actually explained it pretty nice.
So somebody that's been criticized for MLM type schemes is Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Somebody that I'm very likely to talk with. So
Sure.
for people who've been telling me that I'm too afraid to talk to Andrew Tate, first of all, let me just say, I'm not afraid to talk to anyone. It's just that certain people require preparation, and you have to like allocate your life in such a way that you want to prepare properly for them.
Sure.
And so you have to kind of think who you want to prepare for.
I just want to say, though, friend of the Winkies, I don't understand the thing. Like, what did he say about women that everyone is so offended by? Can someone give me the clip of what he said about women? Or can someone, like, just tell me what did he actually say about women? Because from what I've seen, right, when he speaks about women, it's very subjective. It's based on the kind of woman that he wants. So I don't think I've seen him yet make like a large point about all women. He just usually says that the woman that he wants is a woman that will do X, is a woman that will do Y, is a woman that will do this, this, and this. And that's perfectly fine. I don't see that as a misogynistic thing. If you want a woman that will absolutely submit to you in every single way, shape, and form, and she will not have her own life or her own personality or her own anything, she will just be there for you at all times. Yeah, okay, fine. Go find a woman like that. I'm pretty sure there are women like that out there, you know? The thing that would make it misogynistic is if he said that all women has to be like this at all times. Then, yeah, sure, that becomes a problem. But I wouldn't say that if that's a personal belief that you hold and those are the women that you want to be with, yeah, fucking, like, bro, more power to you. You know, live your best life. I wouldn't want a woman like that, but then again, I'm not him. And that's why I wouldn't marry the girls that he married, because they would fucking bore me.
Because I have other folks that have more power than this particular figure that I'm preparing for. So you have to make sure you allocate your time wisely. But I do think he's a very influential person that raises questions of what it means to be a man in the 21st century. And that's a very important and interesting question, because young people look up to.
You see the whole woman can't drive shit, if indeed he said that? That whole thing, I think, is more... It's noise. And it's designed to get him clicks in the media, because he knows that that's the kind of shit that the media will latch onto. So the media will focus on those things, and that gives him a platform. I don't know if that's exactly the kind of stuff that he believes. I don't know. We would have to see. I know, for example, he said that a woman won't be allowed to drive his cars. And again, that's his choice. You know? I don't know how the fuck his wife is going to get anywhere. Because, well, he doesn't fucking... He believes that she should absolutely just be, like, subservient to him. But then also she's not allowed to drive his cars. So where the fuck does she drive then? Like, how does she get anywhere? Does she walk? Does he take her everywhere? That seems like a lot of work. Like, there I would actually just buy her own car because I'm not fucking driving you everywhere, right? But again, I don't see that as a problem. That's just whatever. I don't know if it's being disrespectful against women. You know, you see, the problem is when you say he's disrespectful towards women, that means all women. And if the things that he says only applies to the woman that he wants, then that's not really like a problem for all women. That's just a problem for the girl that fucking dates him. So annoying thing is he tries to pretend like he is some fucking guru. Yeah, sadly that's how all of these internet fucking swindlers make their money. They pretend to have some kind of truth that the rest of us need to learn about for $29.99 per year for an annual subscription. Or some shit like that, right?
To philosophers, to influencers about what it means to be a man. They look up to Jordan Peterson.
Oh, well,
they look up to
I
Andrew
know,
Tate.
bro.
They looked up to others,
Thanks for
to
the
other
follow.
figures. I think it's important to...
I think what Lex is saying here is so fucking true. You see, the problem is we live in a society now where young boys and young men have been continuously told that being a young boy and a young man is toxic, is evil, is bad, is this, is that, is this, is that. And it's not been replaced by anything of value or anything that can actually survive long term. The point is that a lot of people want to turn young men into girls 2.0, right? They believe that there's no difference between men and women. Men and women are exactly the same. We know that isn't true, but they pretend it to be. And then they think that you can raise men and women to be exactly the same, which isn't the case. You can't do that. Young boys require a different type of education than young girls. That's just always going to be the case. So what this has done is it's leaving this pretty large gap, this void for young men, where they know that what they're being taught isn't satisfying what they need. It's not actually fulfilling them, right? But we keep saying, no, this is what young boys need. They need to play with dolls and things, you know, and that's fine. So young boys are going out seeking for someone that speaks some kind of truth on which they can latch onto. The sad bit is they then latch on to people like Andrew Tate, which it saddens me because I can't think of a worse role model for young men than someone like Andrew Tate. Because I don't believe in the fundamentals of his philosophy. Forget the misogyny bullshit. Forget all of that because that's contentious. Just the things that he wants to teach young boys, the way he lives his life. He drives multiple fucking supercars, right? So obviously he's portraying this life of riches and fame and extravagance and bullshit like that. That's a life that the vast majority of young men will never reach. It's impossible to get there. That's why it's only the 1% that usually get there. The other thing is he's not entirely being truthful on how he made most of this money, right? He doesn't actually, like, he wants to teach young boys about the right way to be and whatever, but he never actually fucking speaks about how he made his money, which is by being a fucking pimp. So he's sort of pretending to be this very moralistic and principled guy, and that's how you make your money. But he himself showed no morals or any sort of fucking sense of principles when he made his own money. You know, and I fear that this is where, like, young boys are getting a lot of their sort of role model stuff from, when in reality, young boys need to be looking at people that are actually good and successful. Young men that actually men that actually understand that life is suffering, life is hard, and you're only victorious based on the amount of work that you put into it. It's basically backing men into a corner until they have no other options. Pretty much, not World 9. Yeah, and the world doesn't seem to realize just how bad that is. Yeah, the thing that most people don't realize with these people that sell the how to make money books is that they make their money by selling you books on how to make money, it makes no sense. Like, the only reason this guy is so fucking rich is because all of you assholes are buying his fucking books. Like, if you stopped buying his books, he would no longer be rich. It's also always funny that all of these, like, get-rich-quick guys, or these get-rich guys, are into property. Which just happens to be, you sell a couple of books, then you buy a bunch of property, because it's the easiest thing to do. Property is the one part, like, it's the one thing in the world that you don't need a lot of skill in. You just buy the property and it will just accumulate value over time. I don't know. It really bothers me, dude. But so many fucks fall for it all the time.
Talk about that, to think, what does it mean to be a good man in the society? Of course, in the other gender, there's the same question. What does it mean to be a good woman? I think, obviously, the bigger question is, what does it mean to be a good person? But
Springman podcast.
I don't agree with Lakes there. What does it mean to be a good person? I think answers itself automatically when you answer the two previous questions. Because if you are a good man, you're automatically going to be a good person. And if you are a good woman, you're automatically going to be a good person. But it doesn't work in the reverse. If you're a good person, that doesn't mean that you're a good man or a good woman. Because you could fake being a good person, right? Being a good person just means being friendly to people and, you know, sort of helping people when they need help. That makes you a good person. But that doesn't mean shit for being a good man or a good woman. Because there's far more that goes into that. And it's very different based on whether or not you're a man or a woman. Appreciate renting is riskier. True.
Now interrupt. Okay. So on that said, one aspect of the criticism that Andrew's received is not just on the misogyny, is on the MLM aspect of the multi-level marketing schemes they did. So is there some truth to that? Is there some fraudulent aspect to that?
So yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, that's the main reason I criticized him. So let's back up. There's a few clarifications I need to make. Mm-hmm. What Andrew Tate is selling is not multi-level marketing, although he is selling the dream. He's selling an affiliate marketing thing, which is slightly different. Mm-hmm. So in multi-level marketing, if I sell to you and then you go sell to two other people, I make money from those two other people down the chain, multi-level. Affiliate marketing is sort of like one level. I only make money. So Andrew Tate had this affiliate program where if you sold Hustlers University to somebody else, which sounds like something boomers would put on Facebook in like 2010, like, I went to Hustlers University, School of Hard Knocks.
By the way, you were a member of Hustlers University. So
yeah, I joined. I became a hustler. That's in large part due to why I'm so successful is because of my Hustler University membership. I'm just kidding. But so it's an affiliate program. So you'd sell, like, I sell to you this $50 course and I make like $5, and Andrew Tate in perpetuity makes $50 a month off of you. Mm-hmm. Okay. What does this course actually sell, right? Because ultimately he's selling the dream. Yeah. He's selling, hey, the Matrix has enslaved you. He's really gone down this like Neo rabbit hole. So the Matrix has enslaved you. Your life is controlled by these people who want to keep you like kind of weak, you know, lazy, whatever. You need to break out and you need to achieve.
You see, the problem is, why is it always the insane fucks that speak the truth? Because I think most of us know that the world isn't fine. The world that we currently inhabit is not okay. We can feel that we're being lied to, that we're being sort of led to like lambs towards the slaughter for the most part. We know that things are fucked up, but it's never the sort of normal people that says it. No, it's always the fucking the crazy guy, right? The guy that's selling Hustlers University and shit. So this is where you get this, where even a broken clock can be right twice a day. So someone like Andrew Tate can see that there's a problem in the world and he can call it out. But then because he isn't a principled human being, because he isn't incredibly moralistic, he then takes that problem and turns himself into another fucking problem. Because that's, in my opinion, he is just another problem that, You know, all those men that is now signing up to all of these courses, they've just signed up to another problem. They have the problem of the, for lack of a better word, the Matrix enslaving them, but now they're also part of this Andrew Tate fucking cult that isn't going to get them anywhere.
The new dream, which is sort of like hustling your way to the top. You don't need the antiquated systems of school. You can just pay me $50 a month and I will teach you everything. Okay, so what do you actually get? Well, and why is it a scam? So you actually, I think it's just a scam in terms of like value and like you're selling based on these completely unrealistic things. It's like, let's get rich. Okay. You get a series of Discord rooms. Do you know what Discord, most people know what Discord is. It's like a bunch of, chat rooms basically, right?
So it's like AOL, or is it like
yeah, right. Well, I'm talking to the guy who quit Emacs, so I don't know. There's Discord servers, and in these there's 7 different rooms you can.
Imagine having to explain Discord to someone that's never used it. Like, how do you even get? Yeah, you can call people, you can DM people, but you can also be in chat rooms, and you can sort of chat to people there. And then, you can send them pictures and video, and you can also live stream in there. They think of it almost like an Internet of Things, but part of the internet sort of thing. It would be so hard to explain that to like my father or my fucking aunt or some shit.
Go in, or there's several rooms, and each one is like a different field of making money.
Yes.
E-commerce, trading, cryptocurrency.
All of them part of crypto, bro.
Fulfillment by Amazon, like copywriting. Okay, so I went to all of these. I checked them out. I checked all their money-making tools. The first funny thing is that Andrew Tate is nowhere to be found. The supposed successful guy that you bought into is nowhere to be found. It's these professors that you have now, he has hired and said, these guys are super qualified. So looked up some of what some of these guys have done. And some of them have launched scammy crypto coins. The cryptocurrency professor was shilling a bunch of coins that did bad and then deleted the tweets. I mean, just completely exactly what you'd expect. Behind the paywall, it's nothing of substance. You're not going to learn to get rich by escaping the matrix and going to work for Jeff Bezos. Fulfillment by Amazon is not escaping the matrix, right? That's not the way to hustle to the top.
True.
It's literally a field of making money that everyone in the world has access to. If you want to differentiate yourself and make money, the first thing you realize is going into skill sets that literally anyone with an internet account can do is a bad way to do that, because you have to have some differentiating factor to add value. So it's just such a obvious and complete scam, because there is no value to this so-called education. The professors are crap. The advice, they're hiding some of the bad things they've done. And Andrew Tate's nowhere to be found. Ultimately, that's why everyone joins. What he's done is very interesting because, and I'll give him credit in his marketing, he's been very savvy to make the reasons you admire him not the thing he's sort of selling, which is weird. He's selling get rich quick, which seems like it relates to his persona, but is actually very orthogonal to it. His persona is the tell it how it is, tall, buff, rich guy. It's actually his persona that you're buying into, and then he's selling you this thing to the side, which when people get in there and they're not delivered on the product, he still is those things that you first thought he was.
That's
so
what it is.
I think it's, to some extent, he's made a lot of money by making the thing that he made.
He is a con man, 100%. And con man, the origins of that word literally just means confidence man. That's it. It's by convincing people through confidence. You say something with enough confidence and people are absolutely likely to believe you, even if what you're saying is absolute shit. So I could sit here and I could go, yeah, guys, so my name is Hendrik. If I say that with enough confidence, none of you will have any reason to believe that that isn't my name. You'll just believe that my name is Hendrik. And I could sit here and I could say, yeah, guys, so I went to university. I'm actually a medical doctor. I just don't practice medicine anymore because I found it a little boring. But, that's what it is. If I say it with enough confidence, you're going to believe it because, well, I sound confident. That's literally all con man is. And that's what Andrew Tate is, in my opinion. He's a man that just tells people with enough confidence that he has the secret to end all of their suffering. Sickening, by the way, dude, 12 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ballistic, how you doing, fam?
Makes money on not the thing he gets so much pushback online for and what he's also loved for. So people will push back for his misogyny, but the real way he's making money is just like basic get-rich-quick schemes that are super obvious to spot, but everyone's distracted by like, oh, he said some crazy stuff about women or, you know, all these various other scandals he's gotten himself in.
To get more and more and more attention. So
Right.
with the persona.
Yeah.
Is the Hustler University still operating?
I think they've rebranded it. I'm part of their pitch now. I'm like, they put me on as like, the Matrix is trying to take us out, Lex. And then it's me saying like, you know, they put me in like saying, I'm part of the Matrix. They put me in saying, oh, this guy sucks. You know, I joined, it sucks. And so they'll play that and they do like a bass drop and it's like, you know, don't listen to people like this. Da 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 da. I mean, I'm basically like a.
Oh, so you've been co-opted by the Matrix to attack.
Yes.
You're an insider threat that infiltrated and now is being used by the Matrix to attack him. Well,
everyone who criticizes him is part of the Matrix.
That's incredibly smart. It's sort of the same thing that you see on Twitter and in modern day society. Whenever you have some kind of criticism towards someone, you'll be labeled a bigot, a Nazi, misogynist, you know, just like go down the list of all the ists that you will be labeled as. So basically what Andrew Tate has done there is he's completely insulated himself from any sort of criticism by creating this matrix sort of vortex thing. So anyone that criticizes him is just part of the matrix. They just want to keep you down. They don't want you to discover the truth because they're part of the matrix. They are benefiting from you not knowing all of these fucking things. And it's like, well, actually, is that what they're doing? I don't quite understand. Because maybe you're part of the fucking matrix and these other guys are the free guys. How would we know? If you don't follow me, you are the enemy and you are no longer valid. Modern mentality, pretty fucking true, right? Tigers off, how you doing, fam?
He won't say who the Matrix is. It's just the shadowy cabal of rich, powerful people. It's just like the easy narrative for people who are disaffected and who feel cheated by the system.
I don't know if that's exactly like how did Trump do that, Aragost? Like, I'm not entirely sure how does Trump fit into this though.
You just collectivize that system and you make it the bad guy and you go, look, those guys who have been cheating you, they're the bad guys. They want me shut up. And then now the person that the people who harmed you, they want this guy shut up. You're going to listen to him. So that's like, it's like the most basic psychological manipulation that everyone seems to constantly fall for.
Yeah,
it's
very true.
It's really trivial and stupid, but.
Can you steelman the case for Hustlers University where it's actually giving young people confidence?
Aragost, I wouldn't say that. I think the media took care of that themselves. So the media did that to themselves because the media kept printing things about Trump that just wasn't fucking true. And the more people saw that and the more they got caught out, you know, eventually people themselves stopped trusting the media, which is really dangerous. Because if we can't even agree on what's true, what the fuck are we supposed to do? You know, we should at least be able to agree on what's true. And this is where the media sort of comes in, right? The media was supposed to be these guys that at least gave us the truth. And then from there, we could take our opinions and do whatever the fuck we want with it. But we can't even agree on that because the media became a fucking business, right? And because the media is a business, they will sell whatever their customers are buying. I watched this incredible talk the other day about this exact topic. So what's absolutely fucking insane, Fox News was the first network to effectively dive into partisan politics, right? When Fox News came about, they realized something that the other news networks didn't catch up to yet. And that was that the money is made by picking a side. So Fox News picked the Republican Party, right? And Republicans. So all of their news goes through the filter of Republican first, which means you're not getting the truth there. The problem is that it blew up Why? Because humans have this small little thing called confirmation bias. We love hearing things that we already believe to be true. We don't like hearing things that we don't believe. Like if I told you that this is true, but you fundamentally believe the opposite, you're gonna feel uncomfortable. You're not gonna feel happy because humans want to be proven right. We don't really give a fuck about truth. So what ended up happening is all of the other media networks followed suit. So MSNBC, CNN, all of them followed suit. Each of them started to focus on their side of things. So you have Fox News on this side, biggest one by far, for the Republican Party and for Republican voters. And on the other side, you have CNN, MSNBC, all of these other guys, and they are for the Democrats. So fundamentally, you have two groups of media that you cannot trust, because the one is running all of their news through the filter of the Republican Party, the other is running all of their news through the filter of the Democratic Party, and the American people are not getting the truth from either of these two groups. The American people is getting the news that conforms to what they believe. 100%, right? So when you turn on Fox News, and there's been, let's say, for example, there's been a migrant caravan, right, that showed up on the border. What do you see from Fox News? You see only the migrants that attacked the police. You see the migrants that stormed the gates. You see the migrants that fucking threw rocks at the cops, right? Those are the migrants that you see. That's what Fox News shows you. What do you see on CNN and MSNBC? Either nothing, or you see only the peaceful guys. You see only the guys that's, so peaceful, the women, the children, the people crying because they're finally safe. They just made this arduous journey. No one is showing you the whole caravan. No one is showing you the actual truth of what happens when you have open borders, right? Where you get good people that come in. Of course you get good people that come in, but then you also get really bad people that come in. And the American people aren't seeing both of these sides. They're seeing two sides. Only the side that they want to see, and everything else is being completely removed from them because, well, these news organizations want to make money. They don't give a fuck about the inconvenient truth. And that is a massive, massive problem. I don't know how you get over it. Like, seriously, don't know how America comes back from this.
Teaching them valuable lessons about, like, actually incentivizing them to do something like Fulfillment by Amazon, the basic thing, to try it,
Sure.
to learn about it, to fail, or maybe see, like, to try, to give a catalyst and incentive to try these things.
As much as it pains me, I will try to give a succinct, maybe steelman of it as best as I can, thinking that it's such a grift. But I think what you would say is that some people, in order to make a change in their life, need someone who they can look up to.
So just to be clear, he's not an interviewer. He's a podcast host. He just does podcasts and he discusses things. The thing about him, Seven Raven, is he always plays devil's advocate. Like, always. No matter what the conversation about, no matter who he speaks to, right? Never does he make judgments. So in a minute, he's probably going to ask CoffeeZilla to steelman the case for Andrew Tate and for Hustlers University, because he does that with literally every single person he speaks to. He always asks, okay, I get that you're against this, but steelman it for me. So give me an example of where this might actually be a good thing. He does this because he likes showing both sides. That's sort of his thing, is he wants to show that there are two sides to every story, and then he allows his guests to sort of explain why the other side might really be bad. But yeah, I personally think he's an incredible guy. What does make him annoying is that sometimes he'll have guests on that are really bad. So he'll have guests on that say the stupidest shit, and he just allows them to say that shit. Like, he never pushes back. Like, not once does he go, wait, what? Like, that's not true. You did this, this, and this. He doesn't interrupt them at all. They say what they say, and then he'll be like, okay, but this is the other side of it. This is what people say there. What do you say about that? And then he allows them to answer, and then he moves on. So he doesn't push them. He doesn't go, wait, I think that's a lie. He just doesn't, like, I think Kanye West was probably the only time Lex actually fucking got involved and did sort of call out. And I think I know why. I think I know why Lex actually got involved there. Lex is Jewish, right? Like, Lex is actually Jewish. And Lex's family, they barely survived. So I know the story of Lex's family, and they were so close to being discovered by the Nazis and actually slaughtered by the Nazis. So I think that's why Lex got involved, because there was an actual emotional thing happening there for him, where what Kanye was saying was just an actual fucking problem. But yeah, Kanye West is fucking stupid. That's true. Again, there's definitely arguments that Kanye West should be making. The problem is that he's doing the same thing that every single fuck is doing, and they're always making things about race. Is there an argument to be made that agents and directors and producers in Hollywood are fleecing artists? Yes, there is. There's so many examples of this happening, where artists and performers are being fucked by Hollywood and the producers and the people there. Is it also possible that most of these producers are Jewish? Yeah, it happens to be the case. But they're not fleecing people because they're Jewish. You've not proven shit there, right? What about the white guys that's also fleecing people, right? Did they just learn from the Jews? Can you prove that? Is there some kind of evidence that you can show that this is like a codified Jewish law, that Jews must fleece all people? Like, that's the problem that I have with people that make shit about race. It's lazy. You're being lazy, because it's so easy to just say, oh yeah, all people of X race is evil. Well, can you prove that? Because I don't know if that's necessarily true on the face of it. So yeah, I can relate. Part of my family were gypsy, so some didn't survive either. Shit. And the religion become a race. Caleb, you do know that Judaism isn't just a religion, right? Like, being a Jew's as far as I know, it's the only thing in the world that's both an ethnicity as well as a religion. So you get Jews that are not religious, but they are Jewish. And then you get Jews that are Jewish, but also Jews. And I'm not even sure, but you probably do. I don't know. Could you be, like, not Jewish, but still be Jewish? Like, is that a thing? I don't know. You could probably convert to Judaism. But I mean, so Jews are the chosen people of God. The Torah, their book, effectively, the first 5 books of the Bible. So you would convert to the faith, but you wouldn't be part of the. See, that's why it's weird. They would probably allow you to convert, but because Jews, and I mean you're authentically Jewish people, are the only chosen people of God, that would still make it wild. Like, how exactly do they get around the fact that you are not, in fact, a Jew? I don't know. I don't exactly know what the answer is there. I don't know enough about Judaism to really, to really answer that. But it is complex as fuck.
And men don't have a lot of, like, strong role models.
No. There is definitely a geographical location. Wait. No, so I mean, Israel, literally is the homeland of the Jews. So there's definitely there's a geographical location for Jewish people. I mean, Judaism, the faith, yeah, sure, that can literally be everywhere. But it just also happens that most of the, like, I don't know of many non-Jewish people that are Jews or that follow that follow Judaism, so to speak. You can be Israeli and not Jewish. Yeah, I know they have a Muslim population as well there, but it is the homeland of the Jews, at least according to them. One is religion, one is ethnicity. Yeah, it's very fucking wild.
Like big male presences in their life who can serve as a proper example. So the most charitable interpretation would be Andrew Tate would encourage you to go reach for the stars, I guess. My problem is I have a deep issue with the like lust and greed that centers all these things. It's like this glorification of wealth equals status, wealth equals good person, wealth and Bugatti equals you are meaningful, you matter. And like
yeah, but there's a reason why people like Andrew Tate sell this. Because just being like, if you are a great example of this, who are you more likely to trust with life advice? Someone that looks like me? Or a guy with a nice body, nice hair, nicely trimmed beard in a suit? The guy in the suit. You're far more likely to trust that guy with life advice than you would me. Just on the face of it. Just seeing us standing next to each other. You're not going to trust me with advice. Why will you not trust me with advice? Well, because there's a couple of things that stand out. I'm fat, which means I'm probably not very motivated. I'm fat, which also means that I don't have a lot of self-discipline, right? I'm not incredibly rich, which probably also like means I don't necessarily have all the information to be successful in life. Whereas the guy in the suit immediately makes a different impression on you, right? Immediately. So a guy like Andrew Tate drives around in his Bugatti, and that immediately to the uninformed and the uninitiated gives them this idea of, okay, this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. He wouldn't be driving a Bugatti if he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, right? It's that first impression thing. That's why I asked you guys on the face of it. So not pretend you don't know me. So this is literally the first time you're seeing me, and now I'm giving you life advice. There's a good chance you're going to reject it on the face of it because you don't. Why the fuck would I listen to this fat guy on the internet? He doesn't even have his own life in fucking order, right? Look at Asmund. People are more and more looking at his take as gospel. Granted, he does look like Jesus, but he's not a god. Mogul. So again, when it comes to Asmongold, he has a track record of being very fair, very balanced, and his advice is or tends to be very good, right? But it's only based on the people that know him. If I were to play Asmongold's video to, say, my dad or like a family member, they'd probably not give a fuck about it. They'd be like, oh, why are you listening to this guy? Look at his room. He doesn't even have his own life in order. Why would you take advice from this guy? Because they've never heard him speak. They've never heard, like, they haven't heard everything that he said. So they would reject it on the face of it. That's just the nature. Like, first impressions mean so much to humans. We make so much of our calls of who to trust is judgment based. It's like literally in the moment, I see this guy, I know I can trust him, or I can't trust him. As simple as that. Based on word of mouth, that he has good advice. Yeah, true. But again, you're going to trust the people that you trust, right? So if your friend tells you, dude, you should hear this Asmongold, he always gives the best advice, you're far more likely to believe that this Asmongold guy really has good advice. Whereas if you don't know the guy, so that's why I said on face value, you've never seen me, you've never heard anything that I said, and, you know, you compare me to Andrew Tate, you're far more likely to take advice from a guy like Andrew Tate because he looks to have his life in order. Does he actually have his life in order? Probably not, but he looks the part. And that's what's important. That's why he lives this high and mighty lifestyle, because that sells. people want to live that lifestyle too, and they think that, since he's living it, he must have an idea of how to do it. The answer of how to do it is just be a pimp, effectively.
Dark underlying thing is that none of that matters. Like, it matters that you make a decent living, but past just like that, I think the like lust for more stuff and the idolization of these people that is just like opulence is a net bad. So that's like, my steel man has to stop there, because I really disagree with like the values that are pushed by people like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's the thing that should be criticized. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. I think it's just like an amazing meal at a great restaurant. It matters. It's money and Bugattis for many people make life beautiful. Like those are all components, but I think money isn't you can also enjoy a beautiful life on a hike in nature. You can there's a lot of ways to enjoy life, and one of the deepest has been
the most profound thing I've ever heard in my life is from a guy called Michael Malice. Now, if you saw this guy, he's probably the biggest troll ever, right? But Michael Malice, he was on Lex's show, and Michael Malice asked him, what is your advice for people that want to start writing? Right? So if people want to start writing, what would your advice be? And he said, well, I don't like giving advice to people because I don't know exactly what your life situation is and shit like that, so my advice will not be applicable, but in this case, I can. He said, walk into a bookstore, any bookstore, and look at the tremendous amount of dog shit books on the shelves, and then realize that you could be one of those dog shit books. Like, you could absolutely be one of those dog shit books on the shelf. They sell. They're not good. They're horrible. They're terrible, but they sell. They do make money. Their authors do actually live a decent life. And he said, the fact of the matter is, you don't have to be the next Hemingway. You don't have to be the next, what's her name? The girl from Harry Potter, right? You don't have to be any of that. You just have to be decent, right? If you have a generally comfortable life, you have a mid-tier job, but you do it well, you're fine, Not everyone is going to be Hemingway. Not everyone is going to be a billionaire. Sometimes mediocrity is okay. You don't have to be the best at everything in order to live. So his advice was just look at all the shit books and realize that you could have your shit book on the shelves too. And that's it, right? I think that can't be done better without it. I have been pondering my own universe for years now. Like, just fucking write it, bro.
Tested through time is the intimacy, close connection, friendship with other people or with a loved one. They don't talk about like love.
Yeah,
like what it means to be deeply connected with another person. It's just like get women, get money, all those kinds of things. But that I think I don't want to dismiss that because there's like value in that. There's fun in that. I think the positive, I haven't investigated Hustlers University, but the positive I see in general is young people don't get much respect from society. Now it's easy to call it the Matrix and so on, but there's a kind of dismissal and of them as human beings, as capable of contributing, of doing anything special. And then you have young people who are sitting there broke, with big dreams. They need the mentors. They need somebody to inspire them. So like,
yeah, but I feel like Lex is saying two different things here. Do young people need mentors and people to inspire them? Yes. Should young people be taken serious about society? Fucking no. Like, I'll tell you this much. When I was 18 years old, I'm glad the world didn't listen to me. I had some fucked up ideas when I was 18 about how the world works. And then you grow up and you actually enter the world and you realize, wow, hey, this shit is not at all how I imagined it. I'll give you guys a great example of this. I was 19 years old, right? When I said, and I remember having this conversation vividly with my brother, I told him, I said, we really need the government to take care of people. If you want to sit at home all day and paint or sing or act, the government should pay for you so that you can paint or sing or act. Because most people don't get to live their dreams because they're far too busy doing dog shit jobs that they don't care about. And then you open your own business and you realize that the government is taxing the living fuck out of you. And then you realize that you hate the fact that they're taxing you so much because you can see that your tax money isn't actually going anywhere. And you go, what the fuck, dude? I'm working my ass off and the government just gets 40%. Like, I am out here every day breaking myself and the government doesn't do shit. They just make my life harder. And for the privilege of them interfering with everything, they just get 40%? Like, what the how's this fucking fair? And then suddenly you realize, well, I don't think the government should get all this shit, because fuck me, right? Like, I don't like this. I'm working my ass off. I don't even want to give them the money that they're taking now, much less more. And then you grow up and you realize, okay, wait, I had some stupid ideas. I don't want those ideas at all now. So I do think that, like, if you're a young person, be young, be happy, have mentors, have inspiration, but do not involve yourself in the real world. You don't know anything. Your opinion is less than worthless. You're supposed to just be young. That's it. You're supposed to be a child. Be a child. Is that they get it? They pay it to the lazy bones? Pretty much, yeah. Aragast.
I would criticize the flawed nature of the message.
Sure.
But also it's just like you have to realize like there needs to be institutions or people or influencers that help like inspire, right?
The problem is, though, is the people who are pitching unrealistic versions of that are getting a lot of attention. Whereas like there's so many great free courses where you can learn everything and more about fulfillment by Amazon or about copywriting or all these different things that I think like
That's
so
true,
often
actually.
the air is just, the oxygen is sucked up by all the grifters who promise everything. It's back to what we said about vaporware. This is one of the reasons that like educational products can so often be co-opted by grifters is vaporware is very hard to distinguish because like the feedback loop on education is not clear. It's not obvious immediately. So I can sell you a book and I can say, this is going to change your life if you apply it. If you don't, if your life doesn't change, I just say, well, you didn't apply it, right? Like it's there's this weird relationship. It's not clear the value. It's not so easy to like quantify education.
Like, you didn't do
so
it
that
right. That's
gets
why you're
co-opted
still poor.
by people who make all the promises.
Dude, I remember, I'll never forget this. I'm not going to say too much because people in my life would know exactly who I'm talking about if I like went into proper detail. But I know a person, right? This person is, to say dirt poor would be an understatement. Like, this person does not have any money whatsoever, right? But the first time I walked into their house, their table in their living room has every book from every guru on it. And you can see that it's been read. Like, you can see that every single one of these books have been read. Like, they have gone in detail on how to get rich. And yet, nothing. And if ever there's been an advertisement for why these fucking books don't work, it is this guy. like he is the he is the ad for why you shouldn't fucking go into this shit. Put cats on stuff. Is there any real communist countries other than North Korea though? Don't know. Like, yeah, China would probably, although China is sort of communism / state capitalism, which is just another word for communism, I guess.
They get a ton of attention, a ton of money, and then those people are often left confused and like kind of disillusioned, maybe thinking, well, this didn't work in 1 year, so it's not going to work at all. Yeah. And so I think, yeah, there are problems there. There's certainly a need for like male role models. There's certainly a need for somebody kind of to speak to a younger generation. I just think that person shouldn't shouldn't be maybe Andrew Tate, like personally.
Yeah, so you
I
have
agree
to
with him
criticize
there.
those particular individuals.
It shouldn't be.
I also-
I think the Bugatti aspiration is so stupid. Like it's so.
Well, let me steal, man. So I'm a
Yeah,
person who doesn't care about money, don't like money. The women maybe appreciate the sort of the beauty of the other sex, but like
Everyone, at least all straight guys, love women. Hey, bro, of course.
Sure.
The cars can fuck off, to be fair.
cars in particular is like, really, is this really the manifestation of all the highest accomplishments a human being can have in life? Yes, I can criticize all that, but to steel man that case is
Oh, yes.
a young person, a dreamer, has ambition. And I often find that education, throughout my whole life, there's been people who love me, teachers who saw ambition in me and tried to reason with me that my ambition is not justified.
Yes.
Looking at the data, look, kid, you're not that special.
Yeah.
Look at the data.
Right.
You're not, and they want it, dude, they want you to like not dream, essentially.
Conform.
And then again,
The thing with school, why I don't agree with school at all, as someone that's been through it, I think the success of school is conformity, right? So teachers, Evans, how you doing, Pam? Teachers deal with a shit ton of kids at any given point in time. The only way that they can actually keep order is by conformity. This is how schools have their success. Everyone conforms to a single thing. This sort of removes the personal element from people. We're individual. We don't do things the same. We don't learn the same. We need different things at different times. No teacher has the ability to provide all of that for an individual child. So this is why if you struggle to learn in one way, the teachers will just keep fucking hammering it into you until you either remember it or you drop out. Regardless, the teacher doesn't have the time to deal with your individual needs and wants there. And I do think a lot of kids and their creativity is crushed in school. Because, yeah, school is not about creativity. School is about conformity.
I look at the data, which is all the people. I just talked to Roger Gracie. This Roger Gracie is a jiu-jitsu person, widely acknowledged as probably the greatest of all time, dominated everybody. But for the longest time, he sucked. And he was surrounded by people that kind of, don't necessarily believe in him. So he had to believe in himself. So you have to, it's nice to have somebody. As older I get and I've seen it, it's so powerful to have somebody who comes to you, an older person, whether it's real or not, that says, you got this, kid.
So I'm not against education, Aragos. I'm against school. Education is fine. But I wonder if education wasn't better or wouldn't be better if it was either a lot more homeschooled or schools were a hell of a lot smaller. So say, for example, you had one school in a single neighborhood or, where kids were like, maybe a teacher would deal with 5, maybe 6 kids at the most, so that every kid could actually get that personalized education that is required for them to be the way that they need to be. But you come to South Africa and you look at some of our public schools here, you're dealing, even the private schools, but mostly public schools, teachers have anywhere from 40 to 65 kids in a class. Like, how the fuck do you teach anyone anything? You have 40 to 65 kids in your classroom. No one's learning anything, right? Like, not really. There's just no way.
Believes in you.
I believe in you.
Sure.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, I think dreaming is actually really important. I'm more protective over people co-opt those dreams for money.
Yes.
And like,
absolutely.
I do think it matters so much that we encourage people to take risks. It's one of the great things about America is it lionizes like sort of people who have taken risks and won. But I think it's just a weird, vapid thing when like the reason you do all of it is for this thing you can get out at the end of the day. when we all know, and you've just heard a million interviews, like nobody ever gets the.
So Voicey, my matric class was over 320 kids in my matric class. My school had over almost 1,600 kids in just high school. Over 1,600 kids in high school. Most of my classes were 40 plus, if not more. Yeah, probably like 43, 44, 45, thereabouts. So, yeah. And I mean, it's only gotten bigger now. It's only gotten bigger since then. Most teachers in their specialty are failures in their specialty. Why do we allow failures to teach? Unions. It's as simple as that. So I believe that unions have caused more evil in the education sector than anything else. You want to know why? Try to fire a bad teacher. Like, just try it. Even in America, if it's a bad teacher, getting rid of that teacher is nigh impossible. Because teachers are protected to the fucking hilt by unions. So, and in South Africa, it's even worse. In South Africa, you can be the worst teacher in the world. They cannot do jack shit to you. You stay in that class, in that classroom, until you decide to leave. Even if you are terrible, you get to choose when you leave. That's not how it's supposed to be. For all other jobs, even for flipping burgers at McDonald's, your job is dependent on your ability not to fucking burn the burgers, right? Like, even flipping burgers at McDonald's, you have to at least not burn the burgers. But if you're a teacher and you have like an 80% failure rate in your classroom, getting you gone is nigh impossible. But how is that possible? How can you have what I would consider to be one of the most important professions in society? Because these are the people that's supposed to get the next generation of people ready to join society. How the fuck can there just be no real point of failure for these people?
The Bugatti and goes, this now completely fulfills me. Everyone knows the beauty and the like fulfillment actually comes from becoming obsessed about what you're doing for its own sake, sort of the journey, the beauty of that thing. And I think money's just this thing we have to deal with to be able to do cool stuff. Like, I acknowledge that, you know, you need money to build the $10 million studio. You got to get the cameras, you got to get the lights. And I'm very blessed to be able to have gotten that. But past a certain point, like, I think that is really the function of money, is to just do cool stuff. But ultimately, if you can't fall in love with the process and like the craft itself, you will be left very unhappy at the end of it.
So there's a number of things that you guys... I'm going to assume that teaching in South Africa is very similar to teaching in America, because much of our education department is very much modeled after the American system. Right? It's very similar. Now, here's a couple of problems in South Africa specifically. Number one, you can't get rid of bad teachers. A bad teacher is a fucking bad teacher, and it just is the case. The second problem is, if you are a teacher, moving from one school to the other is also impossible, because you're not actually employed by the school. You're employed by the education department. All right? So you work at a specific school, but your actual employer is the Department of Education for your province. So if you actually try to get out of that province to another school, this becomes incredibly fucking difficult to do. All right? Because the department doesn't want you to go to another school, because they don't want to hire another person at this school. So what ends up happening is there's literally zero competition within the market for either salary or for quality of skills. Whether you are a great teacher or whether you're a shit teacher, you get paid exactly the same as all of the other teachers. So if you are a person that would actually put in the effort to be a good teacher, why the fuck would you become a teacher? Because you are going to work twice as hard as any of the other teachers, but you're going to be paid exactly the same amount as any of the other teachers. Because in a normal system where, the Department of Education wasn't as involved, if you were an incredible teacher, do you not think that other schools in the area would want to poach you in order to get you to work for them at a higher salary so that they could actually use your skills to market themselves as a better school? I would argue yes. Why wouldn't they? But they can't, because the Department of Education sets the salaries. And that's why most people that would be good teachers don't go into teaching. Or if they do, they go to private schools. Why? Because there they can actually be paid good money. How do we determine a good teacher, though? I think it's difficult. Like, this is something that I have had conversations. My brother's a teacher, so we've had conversations like this before. I do think it's difficult, but I do not think it's impossible. So, for example, how do kids do in their test scores? And I'm not talking about what their overall scores are. You could physically have people that look at the actual tests, look at the answers. Are these answers literally just copied and pasted from the source material, or does it show insight? So do the kids simply know what the book says, or do they actually understand what's going on here? Do they understand the problems that they're faced with? I don't think it's possible, but obviously it would require a lot of insight. But, yeah, I can see that as being a potential problem, at least.
And so to start people off on that journey by pointing to the shiny object and going like, that's what you should care about, seems to me so backwards. We should learn from the actual people who have done it and said, that shiny thing did nothing for me.
Yeah.
Learn to love the journey, and that's
comprehension
the thing
is so much more important.
As unsexy as that might be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's well said. And the same applies to like the red pill community that talks about dating and so on. That there is it's not just about the number of hot women you go to bed with. It's also about intimacy and love and all those kinds of things. And so like there is.
Dude, so at one point, two of my brothers were in the education system. One was teaching at a homeschooling center. The other one is now a full-time teacher. But when my brother taught at this homeschooling center, he's a mathematician, so he taught math. One of his biggest issues, right? The kids would sit there and he would give them a math problem, but not one from the book. One that's based on the rules of the book, but with twists. And suddenly all of those kids that would get 90, 93, 94, 95% on their exams couldn't do the math problems. If there was just a small twist in the math problem. So, for example, it's not a straightforward sin cos or whatever, or trigonometry problem or something like that. If it wasn't straightforward, they can't solve it. They don't know, because they have no comprehension whatsoever. They learned how to do math from other teachers by just repeating it over and over and over and over, until finally, when they see a math problem that matches the kind of math problem that fits this specific rule, they can do it. But the second a math problem doesn't fit this rule, they have no idea. They cannot apply the rules that they get because they were never taught how to. We are steering off a fucking cliff with young people, and it doesn't seem like anyone gives a shit.
There's components to a fulfilling life that is important to sort of educate young people about.
Totally.
But at the same time, feeding the dream and saying, take big risks.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
the thing, I never realized this, and it's actually something that I'm very unhappy about, because I never actually I never knew this. I was never taught this. I remember sitting in high school in math class and asking the teacher, why the fuck do I ever need to know about, how do you say this in Afrikaans? It's Pythagoras. I don't know how you guys pronounce it in English, but the dude that came up with the formula for that angle, what's it called in English? Yeah, I just don't know how to pronounce it, but that guy, holy. So, in Afrikaans, we say Pythagoras, right? I'm assuming there's a different way of saying it in English, but that's the dude's name, right? So I said to her, like, why would that be important at all? Like, I don't give a fuck about this. I'm never going to calculate the diameter or whatever the fuck of a corner. I don't give a shit about this. And she couldn't explain to me why. Like, legit, we had an hour discussion about this. She could not explain to me why this was important. And now, years later, literally, like, almost 2 decades later, I realized that it was never about that. It was never about the actual calculation of, the angle of a corner. It's about logic. That's what math is at its basic function. It's about logic. It's about understanding how things fit together. It's about being able to look at a problem and break it down logically. No one ever fucking taught you that. Like, no teacher ever sat you down and explained to you that, yes, technically speaking, you do not need to know what 2 plus 2 is. Technically speaking. But the logic of this is going to be impactful for the rest of your fucking life. You are going to use the logic of it. It's going to help you with problem solving. It's going to help you with critical reasoning. It's going to help you with your job overall by being able to identify the correct position from which to solve certain issues. No one ever took the time, bro. You were just told, trust me, bro. We got this. It's fucking annoying, dude, thinking back about all the missteps. Jesus.
The little you that has no evidence of ever being great can be great, because there's evidence time and time again of people that come from very humble beginnings and doing incredible things that change the world.
Yeah, and there's just a tremendous, like, funny thing where you can't become great without having a willful denial of the statistics. Like, in some ways, you have to take the chance, even if that chance is so improbable. And it's always those people who did take that chance who end up winning. So I agree.
Now I want to show you guys a different video. Also from Lakes, where I first need to go pee. But as soon as I get back from peeing, I need to show you guys another video. So I'm going to play an ad, quickly get up, walk around, do your fucking thing. Vuzu, how you doing, bro? Thanks for joining us. Quickly going to play an ad, then I'll be back. And then I'll quickly show you guys this video. All right, so take 3 minutes, guys. All right, boys. Mogul. We already have 2 channels and we're getting an editor soon. So these discussions will probably make it onto the Clips channel. So, yeah. Thank you. I want to show you guys this. It's also going to be a clip. Dude, I have like a fuck ton of channels. I just barely use them. Like, the only 2 channels I usually use is the Clips channel and the main channel, you know? All right, let's quickly go. Lex Friedman, Michael Malice. Michael Malice, but I want to find the right one. Yeah, it's this one. All right. I like this discussion streams. Bro, this is the kind of streams that I fucking love making. I absolutely love making these. Skeptic Orc is dead right now because I haven't figured out yet what I want to do with it. Like, I've had a couple of ideas for Skeptic Orc, but yeah, fucking not sure where I want to go with it. We might resuscitate it once we have the editor and a little bit more time and shit like that. We might resuscitate it. All right, so this is Michael Malice, and he's talking about Marxism and communism. We spoke about this just before we watched the other video.
Let me ask you, let's start at the beginning. At the end of the 19th century, as you write, the terms socialist, communist, and anarchist were used somewhat loosely and interchangeably because the prophesied Marxist society was one in which the state had famously withered away. There was a great disagreement about what a socialist system would...
Tick really fast, so I asked myself what it could be. I hit Google, get a couple of answers back, find the most obvious one with my key in the ignition, and look at the front indicator light, and I see it's not lighting up. Guess what? Google is right. Burned out indicator bulb means less voltage resistance on circuit, which makes Link go blinky blink faster. Okay, says I. How do I fix? Back to Google I go. Find out the kind of bulb my 99 Toyota Corolla takes. Then I watch a couple of YouTube videos. Dude, you fixed your own fucking indicator light? Holy crap. Mythhammer, how you doing, bro? I could not fucking, like, never well. I would try to fix my indicator light, and as a result of that, I'd write off the fucking car. I would have to buy a new fucking car. I know jack shit about, dude, I can't even fucking fix a plug. You know, like a normal broken plug, I can't fix it. I don't know how. I'll just phone someone to fix it.
Looked like in practice, but 2 things were clear. First, that socialism was both inevitable and scientific, the way of the future, and second, that the capitalist ruling class were not going down without a fight. So what are the key points of disagreement between the socialists, the anarchists, the communists along that at that time? At the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, the possibility of the century lay before us that eventually led to the First and the Second World War.
The idea when the Industrial Revolution came, and Marx was very much a product of Industrial Revolution era thinking, was, okay, now that we have technology, now that we have science, we can scientifically manage society. We saw this very much with Woodrow Wilson and this kind of idea of progressivism that, we could use technology and kind of not capitalism, in their view, unfettered capitalism was wasteful. You're making too much stuff. You have surpluses. You have shortages. If we produce just exactly what we need, and you have these people, engineers, they're engineering society, then everyone will be happy, and you won't have to have any suffering or waste. So socialism at that time was used as a broad umbrella It's not used in the term that it means today of necessarily state socialism. It just meant the idea of having society scientifically run. So you had a huge argument. There are different wings. You even had it from the beginning with Marx versus Bakunin, because Marx was for obviously state socialism, the absolute state running everything. Although even with Marx and Engels, it was a means to an end. After man is remade in his very nature, then the state withers away and everyone's equal, and you have this kind of heaven on earth situation.
This is sort of the problem that I have with socialism as well as communism, is that, so Karl Marx explains that there's going to be a government, right? Because at the start, human nature is going to interfere with this entire process of everyone being equal and everyone owning everything, right? So we need a government in order to make sure that people stay in their fucking lane and be equal. You know, so if you want to start working too hard, be equal, bro. Stop fucking around. You can't get two braids, only one. The state needs to make sure of that. And then Marx says, after a while, humans will just accept this new reality, and then the government will just go away. Like, it will take a while. There's going to be a lot of suffering, but then it will go away. And it's like, well, okay, so in other words, you're just yada-yadaing it now. Like, you're literally just going, yeah, it's going to be really hard, but and then it's going to be great. Like, you didn't explain the middle bit. Like, how the fuck are we getting to this utopia? How are we getting to this place where everyone's now just working together and everyone's sort of equal and no one cares about being ahead of everyone else and the government is just no longer there? How do we get there? Because you've described how fucking bad it's gonna get, and then you just skip the middle part and you go straight to the good part of where you think we'll end up. The problem is that every single communist country that has ever existed on Earth gets stuck in this beginning bit. None of the countries so far has made it to the other side. They all just keep sticking to this middle bit. They can't get fucking through the middle bit to the other side of the utopia that is apparently there. And the reason they can't get through to the utopia is because it doesn't exist. That middle bit, yeah, it ends before the middle bit. And to be fair to Karl Marx here, he wasn't lying. He did say that in the beginning, it's gonna be very bad, like seriously bad. The problem is that he should have stopped there. He should have just said, look, we're gonna go for communism and it's gonna be fucking bad. Like, I'm talking millions dead bad, right? Like, he shouldn't have continued with the yada yada utopia after, because that's never happened. It doesn't happen. And that's why almost every single communist today will say to you, that's not real communism. They all say that. They're right. It isn't real communism because Karl Marx explains a state of being that no communist country has ever achieved. It's never happened. They can't get past the first bit. All of them just get stuck into this fucking first bit and they can't get past it because, as it turns out, human nature doesn't change. Because in order to get to the end, humans have to start being better people. It doesn't happen ever. Humans are humans. They're greedy little fuck bastards that will always try to do more and better. No matter how long you keep them down, they will always try to do more and be better and better than everyone else. So, yeah.
Bakunin, was the opposite. He regarded the state as inherently immoral, and wanted to have kind of like workers' collectives and things like that and ultra-localized control.
So the end was always stateless. It's just that some people viewed the state as a convenient, effective intermediate state.
Well, I think at least Marx and Bakunin, there were plenty of others who just regarded it, have the workers, control the production via the state.
By the way, how does my hat look?
It looks great, festive.
It's good. It's good. Is this side better than the other side?
I think you want it on this.
So it is communist. Of course, it's communist, the rocker, but it's also like just authoritarian as fuck, right? But it's communist insofar as everything is provided by the state and everything is owned by the state. At least from what I've been able to gather, it doesn't seem like. Well, yeah, actually, if you want to go really into it, it is a totalitarian theocracy, right? Because it is effectively a church state where the religion is everything and the religion determines everything. But if we wanted to sort of, it would be closer to communism than what it is to capitalism or anything else like that. It is like the theocracy controls everything, owns everything, is everything. And everyone else is simply a cog in the wheel of that, which is what communism is, effectively, right? The state is everything, owns everything, does everything, and everyone else is simply a cog in the machine that is the state.
Side so people can see you.
Oh no. I want to. You know, like when you have like hair over your
Peekaboo
eye?
hair, it's called. Veronica
hair?
Lake, I think was her name.
And then I just glance flirtatiously toward the camera sometimes. I gotta stay. Don't go.
Sure.
Because Michael Malice is a troll, bro.
Oh,
and he's wearing makeup
glove,
for
no
some
love.
reason today. I don't know why he's wearing makeup.
The bad aspect of white gloves is the blood stains them. So you have to get new ones every time. And now I glance flirtatiously after that. I'm sorry. Okay, Bakunin and Marx, go ahead.
So there were other socialists who did not regard this kind of end times where the state would wither away at all, and there were various strains in between where you'd have some capitalism and some socialism. The concept of a safety net came out of socialist thinking. The Labour Party came out of the Fabian Socialists in Great Britain. Their logo was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and then when that was too on the nose, they changed it to a tortoise, meaning we're going to get to socialism slowly, in the sense of either gradualism or boiling a frog. And also the big part of this thinking at the time, this is again the late 19th century, is the idea that there's going to be a worldwide workers' revolution. It wasn't going to be that, in one country, it was going to happen and then all the other countries would be capitalist. The idea was, all right, like the workers in Germany have more in common with the workers in America than the workers in Germany have with the capitalists in Germany. So the idea is, all right, like the working class all over the world at one point, they're going to be like, we're being exploited. It's getting worse and worse for us. We can't feed our families. We're getting injured and so on and so forth. And there's
Draco, no. My mother tongue is Afrikaans. English is second language. Should I paint an XV8 or my Guvesa breachers? I don't even know what the fuck the first thing is. I don't know which one's the hardest to paint. And I'm glad to hear that the MS Blizz deal is finally going through. Like, that is happy news, actually. We'll react to it in a minute, Metal Fan.
There's no compensation for this. We're just going to overthrow our chains and we're going to run everything ourselves. We're the ones running it already anyway. This was
doing all the work.
And we're doing all the work. So why shouldn't we be getting all the benefit?
What's the role of violence in all of this?
So this was a big source of contention.
Draco, does it look like my mom was black? Like, blonde hair, blue eyes. Pretty sure that's not the offspring of an interracial relationship. That would be wild, bro. Like, that would be wild. If you take the same system, but instead put the worship of a state, you get fascism. The only separation really is the idealism of it all. I am bastardizing it, but the general idea is nothing against the state, all for the state, and if the state achieves its goals, your goal will be achieved. In both cases, the individual citizen needs and wants are diluted to the point they are not allowed to exist. Lexif, so fucking true, right? So true. I would agree with that, actually. Because, yeah, for the Imperium of Man, the individual wants and needs of us, right, citizens of the Imperium of Man, is of no concern. All that matters is the Imperium. The only goals that matter is that of the Imperium. And if the Imperium finally wins the war, it would be as if every single human have achieved the goal of their lives, which is, of course, only the goal of the Imperium and not the goal of the individual whatsoever. The state becomes a religion. Yeah, I guess.
So the Fabians for example, in Britain, who are all socialists, they were very heavily of the idea that we can do this through the ballot box. We can advocate and agitate and get the people to be voting for their own self-interest and furthering the state at the expense of the capitalist class. Then there were the people who were the hardcore anarchists who were like, if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do it. And the only way to
I love that I love that statement. If voting changed anything, they wouldn't let us do that. Like, that's how you know you're a hardcore anarchist, right? When you just decide, fuck it.
have a revolution is to have a revolution, to kill, to overthrow, to seize these factories. And this was a big argument. And it also fed into the idea of, where does free speech end? Is it legal to be giving speeches advocating for violence and revolution? Is it legal? Johann Most, who I discuss in the book and in the Anarchist Handbook, he published a book in the 1800s about how to build dynamite and how to build bombs. And this is a big free speech concern at the time, because now anyone in their own house can make a bomb and kill lots of people.
Dude, I have to say, though, say what you will about the old times, but it was fucking wild. Like, imagine trying to publish a book today on how to build a bomb at home. Like, would you even be able to? Would any publisher touch that? Hey, dude, they just didn't give a fuck. It was just sort of like, yeah, sure. Normal people should have access to dynamite too. Let's go. Jesus.
This is something that was happening with enormous frequency at the time. And people tend to think, because we have these kind of prejudices, or we only remember what's happening now. But this was World War II, World War I got started with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. There were lots of people, McKinley's another one who I discuss in the book, his assassination. There was lots of violence happening very regularly. And with the creation of dynamite, it kind of exponentially became more dangerous and threatening. Even now, on Wall Street, there was a bomb that went off, I think, in the 1920s. And the shards of shrapnel are still in the JP Morgan building, I believe.
Do you ever think, if you were alive during that time, what you would be doing? You think of yourself as an anarchist?
Right.
Where would you be? Would you be a socialist, a communist? Which parties would you attend? Figuratively and literally.
The thing that was so interesting back then is there was a woman named Mabel Dodge Lujan, and she ended her days in Taos, New Mexico. She founded an artist colony, and she had an apartment on 9th Street and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. She had a little salon, and everyone got together and talked. And you'd have Emma Goldman, who's an anarchist, Margaret Sanger, who invented Planned Parenthood and advocated for birth control. And you'd have the people from the Wobblies, the hardcore labor unions. And everyone kind of, Ed Shell Mencken didn't attend, but he was friends with them all. So there was this very weird, with the birth of modernism in art and in kind of modernist thinking, there was this idea of like, all right, like this was the first time where you could be intellectual as a class, where there really was this space for people who are thinkers, and they just sat around being like, all right, like what are we going to do with ourselves? And you had it in modern art, you had it in literature, you had it in politics. So it was a very exciting time where people were like, all right, like everything is now on the table. What are we going to do with this?
Dude,
and they very much were.
I feel like that was when shit went sideways for humanity as a whole. Is when the intellectual elite, the intelligentsia, sort of would sit around bored and come up with ways in which to control society because they believe themselves more intelligent than everyone else. I feel like that's just the result of where the fuck we are now. Marx, in a nutshell: step 1, take control of production and government to make sure everyone is equal against their will. Step 2, bad times. Step 3, step 4, profit paradise. Yes, pretty much, Caleb. That's exactly it.
We're aware that this was a break with, the pre-industrial revolution kind of farmer labor era.
Do you think for you violence would be compelling?
No. First of all, I'm too small. But second, I just
dynamite doesn't care about your size.
Yeah, but I mean, retribution does. And I think, I don't know, But to me, violence is the kind of thing where you think you're running it, but it's running you. Once you cross that line, violence sings its own song. So whenever I hear even contemporary times where people are advocating for, violent actions, it's like when you start a fire, you're not like, I'm just going to burn down this house. And there's many cases over and over of people who are building bombs or trying to assassinate someone or things like that. And it ended up literally blowing up in their own face. So, and violence doesn't really work necessarily because, if you have an assassination, you're not assassinating the presidency. If you take out, a president, there's another president instantly there. So what have you accomplished? Someone's husband, dad is gone. You replace them with someone who now is in a position to crack down and retaliate with even more violence. So the calculus for me isn't there. Would I be advocating for it then? Who knows? But I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to have the space to be. I certainly wouldn't have the space to be a podcaster or like a media personality. That wasn't really
I
a
would have been
thing.
fucked.
To some extent, it was in the 1920s.
Jumbo, yeah, he and Lex have this thing that whenever he's on Lex's podcast, they have to wear stuff. So the last time, for example, he wore black. Like, he wore the same clothes that Lex usually wears, which is like a black suit and white shirt. And Lex dressed up as a Russian soldier. Right? So they always have to dress up. And this time, I'm not entirely sure what the fuck he is, but he is wearing lipstick. That's his thing this time around. So I'm not entirely sure what the fuck. But it is an interesting concept. The whole violence really doesn't solve anything because you're not actually destroying the thing. You're just destroying the person in the thing.
With the Algonquin Round Table and all the people from the New Yorker magazine, but they were all drunks. It was very much a weird kind of situation to be a thinker.
What would you think you'd do? Work at a carnival? You look good in lipstick, so.
Well, thank you. I look good in anything. What would I don't know. I mean, you're not building robots. I mean, you could have been a Tesla, right?
Okay.
I didn't mean a car. I meant the person. Like
I understand. Oh, thank you for explaining the witty comments to me.
It wasn't witty at all because you wouldn't be an Einstein because he was an immigrant.
So I wouldn't work with an immigrant? What does that even mean?
No, you would have been a Tesla-like figure. There's already a Tesla, so you wouldn't literally be Tesla. That's why I said a Tesla.
Oh, Tesla. Okay, so all right. I thank you for the explanation. See, Michael doesn't only make funny things; he also explains them for you.
It wasn't funny.
Mansplains them.
It wasn't funny at all.
That I agree with.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, when you achieve.
See, this is why Kanye didn't like you. It's this.
All right, I'm downgrading you from a 9 down to an 8. And if you keep talking like this.
This is why Kanye didn't
5
like
is a real possibility. All right, so vacuum is the kind of vacuum that's created with violence is usually filled with a harsher figure. So you don't think violent revolution ultimately leads to positive progress in the short term?
Well, sometimes it does. The American Revolution, I think, was a positive example, and overthrowing the Tsar, which was done peacefully, was a positive example. But again. When violence happens, people get scared and they want the violence stopped immediately. And that's a call for authoritarianism. And you see it time and time again. Yeah. And they also want retribution. They were like, bring this back to normal. And they don't really worry about things like civil liberties or things like that. It's a very, and then it also creates this space for invasion from foreign sources or demagogues, like, oh, look, they're killing us in the streets. Now you got to support me. It's a very deadly game, obviously.
I remember somebody told me that, I forget where it was, but they told me that from the very beginning it was obvious that communism is an evil system or a system that leads to evil. And to me, at least, that's not, if I had to put myself in the beginning of the 20th century or at the end of the 19th century, that's totally not obvious. They are trying to elevate humanity, the basic worth of a human being, of a hardworking human being, of the working class, of the people that are doing the work and are striving and just really trying to build up society with their own hands. It just seems like a beautiful ideal. So I guess the question is, can you see yourself believing in that in the ideas of socialism and communism. Yeah, let's say if you were living in Russia.
Oh yeah, easily. So first of all, I don't think anything is obvious in politics. It's not obvious that humans have rights. It's not obvious that liberty is better or the markets either whether you're for a welfare state or you're for more free markets. Neither of those is obvious. Both of them involve an enormous amount of thought and background information. So when someone says something is obvious in politics, they really mean something is apparent. Well, it's not apparent on its face that if we all get together and promote a society based on equality and we all chip in, that it's going to really be good for everyone. I mean, that to me is the promise of communism. And it was also very appealing to many people because it was new. So the idea was, all right, we've tried it these other ways. There's all these negative consequences. You have all these slums.
I think the problem with, you see, it's easy now with the obvious full benefit of hindsight to look back and say that Karl Marx was a fucking moron and that the communist utopia was always going to be a pipe dream because we actually have evidence of it. We saw it played out during the USSR. We saw what happened to the people there. We can see the body count. So we know that communism was not it. Regardless of what you feel about capitalism or about any of the other systems, we know that communism was not it, right? Because we can see it wasn't it. But at the time, before any of this was actually tried, you have a system that's promising that everyone will be equal, that you will be rewarded for the work that you do based on the work that you do and not based on what your boss decides you have to get, right? The boss doesn't do anything. And this is something that literally to this day still prevails. I literally just the other day got into a massive argument with someone that made the point that the workers work their asses off, the boss does fuck all, and yet he gets all the money, which the only people that would ever say that are people that's never been a boss. Because if you've ever been a boss, you would understand that bosses tend to work much harder than the actual workers. When I was the boss of my own company, long after all my workers had left, I was still working. I was still busy fucking grinding because unlike them who only had to worry about 8 to 5, I have to keep worrying after 5 because I have to actually fucking pay them. Right. So there's a lot of work that goes into that as well. But if you're living back then, it's easy to think that, hey, this could be a good idea. So I do think that it's understandable why so many people navigated or sort of drifted towards communism as a good ideal, as it were, right? Farming with plows introduced communism. What's the incentive to invent a tractor? You don't personally get anything out of going to school, learning engineering, metallurgy, etc. You get same number of potatoes as the guy who just goes out in the field. Yeah, this is where we get into sort of the argument of if there is no incentive to innovate, would you still innovate without incentives?
Have people getting, fired and then they have no recourse. You have women with 10 kids and they can't feed their kids, infant mortality. You don't have sanitation. You don't have food. Everyone's illiterate and uneducated. And then here's saying, look, if we all chip in together, everyone will have clothes.
Closest we ever were to communism is Yugoslavia and maybe Libya under Gaddafi. Both countries had a lot of perks towards their citizens. Everyone had work. Everyone was paid almost equally. Everyone could afford housing. In Libya, people had free gas, free electricity, free houses for newlywed couples. Then USA Ruskies came and fucked everything up. Mythhammer, so in the case of Gaddafi, I'm not entirely sure about Yugoslavia, but I can tell you that in Gaddafi's case, the way they made that work was through oil, right? So unless you're a, that's another good point that Aragast had there. Libya's, while everything was free, the quality of life was incredibly low. But it's pretty much the same story as Venezuela. When Venezuela had lots of oil, and also oil was incredibly expensive, the people of Venezuela had everything and everything was taken care of. and then the price of oil dropped, and suddenly Venezuela could no longer afford to keep doing things for free. Right? So basically what you're saying is the only countries that can actually be communist would be countries that have incredible natural resources, so the government can use those resources to really prop themselves up. Otherwise, it's just not really attainable at all. Look at my grandfather from the grave. I had 10, and they all went to school and had clothes. You lazy fuck. Jesus. Yugoslavia had a huge industry, manufacturing. I don't know enough about Yugoslavia, so I really can't speak on Yugoslavia. I do know that Yugoslavia was the collection of a bunch of countries, no? Was Yugoslavia not the collection of, like, Serbia, Croatia, like a bunch of those countries? Or was there a different name for them? Yeah. All right, so there's a thing that people need to know about Yugoslavia, and that was that Yugoslavia used a lot of the other countries. Like Croatia got fucked in Yugoslavia. Most of their resources was literally plundered in order to take care of Serbia. The Serbians was fucking over the Croatians hard. So while life in one country may have been great, it was horrible for a lot of the other countries that weren't as powerful as Serbia. And this is based on, I had a girlfriend who was Croatian, right? And through her, I sort of learned about all of this, and I read a lot about it. So I wouldn't say that the whole of Yugoslavia was probably that good, because from what her and her father told me, and her father was alive during the times of Yugoslavia, things in Croatia weren't great. Like, the Croatians were living incredibly poor. So, yeah, probably that's how they did it, is by just enslaving or vassalizing a bunch of other states in order to prop up the quality of life in Serbia.
Everyone will have food, everyone will be educated, everyone will do their part. It's going to be rough in the short period. That's a very compelling case to be made for communism. It's really easy in many ways when something hasn't been tried to make it sound compelling. True. Because you just talk about how great it's going to be, and then no one, you know, people are always arguing about how, like, Venezuela and Sweden, like, oh, you want democratic socialism to be like Sweden, you don't want to be like Venezuela. The Venezuelans didn't vote for Venezuela, they voted for Sweden. They ended up with Venezuela. So it's, I think, true. And the thing with the communism, especially at that era, it was very much correlated with people who are too smart for their own.
Well, the thing is, Caleb, if you want everyone to be equal, the only way to achieve that is for everyone to be equally poor. You cannot have everyone equally rich. That's just not, that's literally impossible. And the reason for it is, imagine if every single person in the world tomorrow had a salary of 10,000, right? So every single person in the world tomorrow got a salary of 10,000 US dollars. What happens to the price of all things? It goes up. Why does it go up? Well, because not all things are abundant and unlimited. Holy literally just took the words out of my mouth. Some things are limited in terms of its resources. Sometimes not limited in how much there is of it, but purely limited in the amount that we can make in a given month. So if we require 8 billion breads, right, in order to feed everyone, but we can only produce about 5 billion bread, the price of bread will go up to about 10,000 to ensure that not everyone can fucking buy it. Right? Because we can't afford to give everyone a fucking bread. So we have to raise the price of bread in order to make sure that people can at least buy the bread that there is. So everyone will eventually be equally poor. There is no such thing as a society where everyone is equally rich. It just can't work that way because resources are not endless. There's limited capacity, and the only way we can solve limited capacity is by raising the price so that not everyone needs or can afford everything that there is.
Good. Mm-hmm. Because they had the idea that if we're just put in charge, instead of these like business for people or these heirs to great estates, if the people who are smart and get it, like us, I don't mean you and me, like the people at the time who are advocating for it, once we're in charge, since we're good people and we want what's best for everyone.
Or me, the funny thing for me always is so I know a couple of people that live in Canada, and these are, let's say, like, relatively rich South Africans. And when I say relatively rich, I mean very rich South Africans. I know them sort of through family connections. They love Canada. They believe that Canada is the be-all and end-all of all countries in the world ever. They're also very much in favor of the NHI, which is South Africa's version of state-subsidized healthcare. Okay? Here's the funny thing. The wife, I think it was the wife. Yeah, the wife had cancer like 2 or 3 years ago. Guess where she got her treatment? I'll give you guys a hint. It was not Canada. They flew her to America to get her treatment. Not Canada. To America. So yeah, it's all great, you know? Socialized healthcare. Oh, shit. Of course, not for us. We have the money, so we'll go to private hospitals. We'll get that shit taken care of there. Canada's healthcare is shit. If you're poor and you can't afford anything else, it's fine because at least you're getting some healthcare. But if you really need help now, you go to America because that's where the help actually will be given to you right now. I have another friend that lives in the UK. He had a problem with he had pain. He had like terrible pain in his gut, and like it just would not go away. He waited something like 6 weeks for he waited. I think it was like 2 weeks to see a doctor, and then the doctor sort of told him that he has to go see a specialist because they have to take X-rays and shit, and that took another 6 weeks. And then finally they figured out like he had some kind of break, which actually got so bad that he had to have surgery. Whereas if they caught it immediately, like they're supposed to, it would have been medication. Like, he would have literally had to drink a couple of tablets for like 2 weeks and it would have been fine. But because it took almost 2 months for him to actually figure out what's wrong with him, he then had to be scheduled for surgery. And obviously I think that took almost 3 or 4 months before the surgery could take place. So, like, yeah, you could vote. Like, you could say that this is the perfect healthcare system. The problem is it's not perfect. It's horrible. If you really need help, you will pray for a private healthcare system because they will actually fucking help you. Because they can. Because they have the resources for it. Look like CA and UK healthcare? Yeah, true. We have both private and socialized hospitals. I go private for serious shit, and for the rest go in state-owned hospitals. I think, so there's a couple of countries where this is absolutely the exception. And this is where I sort of think a lot of capitalists get it wrong as well, because there is an argument to be made. I guess I should throw the socialists a bone here. I can see why the argument for for-profit healthcare, why that's a problem. Healthcare is an essential need. We need healthcare. Humans get sick. And people who get sick are not necessarily only impacting themselves. Okay, if you're really ill, you could give other people your illnesses if it's not taken care of. There's a bunch of problems that can happen there, right? So I fully understand the argument that healthcare is essential and that for-profit creates a bunch of skewed incentives that can really make it expensive to get. The thing with food, Aragast, is that food, while yes, it is essential, it's also the kind of good that there's enough competition that the prices will usually remain quite low regardless. Because if one apple farmer decides to start charging $100 for an apple, another one will just come in, charge 10 cents and sell all of these apples, and the other guy will sell no apples, right? There's so much choice in the types of food that we eat that if something gets too expensive, we can just move to another thing. But if you have a cold or, you have cancer, you need that treatment, right? And it's not like you can go for 5 or 6 different types of treatment to just make a decision. You need the treatment. But then there's countries, specifically in Europe, the 2 best healthcare systems in the world is in Holland, so in the Netherlands, and in Germany. Both of these countries have a private healthcare system married to a public one. So if I'm not mistaken, the way it works in Germany, every single citizen in Germany must have healthcare. It's like you have to have it, right? It's not up for debate. There's no, you don't get to choose if you want healthcare. You have to have it. And it's my understanding that if you, you can choose any private, insurer, but you have to have healthcare. And then businesses have to pay a part of it. So if you work for a company, they have to pay a percentage of that, and the state will do the same thing. If you can't afford it, the state will get you one based on private. So it's private, but the state has a hand in it, right? And then the state ensures that there's enough competition within the sort of companies that they all keep things relatively low. But then you compare that to, I believe, Sweden, where they have mainly a state one. Canada has mainly a state one. Actually, Canada has some stupid rules about it. So in Canada, a private doctor isn't allowed to offer the same services as the public hospitals. And so they've basically destroyed private health institutions for the most part on certain things, not all things, but on certain things they're not allowed to offer it. So they've basically just destroyed their private sector completely. So I think there are ways to get healthcare to everyone and then also have it be very high quality. So that I do agree with. I do not think the American healthcare system is the best in the world. Not by far. The fact of the matter is, if you go into the hospital and you have a problem, you should not walk out of there broke. Right? You should not go into bankruptcy if you've gone to the fucking hospital. Something's wrong there. Right? It doesn't matter what quality care you got. It should not be that expensive, ever. So there's definitely arguments to be made there. What exactly those fixes are, we can talk about that another time, I think.
We're going to make sure everyone's taken care of. And, they always talked about how much they cared about the little guy. And so I'm sure some of them meant it a lot. And they're like, look, if the guy in charge is very much concerned with the little guy, he's not going to slip between the cracks.
You see, the thing with waiting lists that I do not understand is, as a South African, that, I have private health insurance. I don't know what a waiting list is. I'm not going to lie to you guys. What waiting list? I want to go see the doctor. I literally, I could phone and I could make an appointment, or I could literally just walk in. You don't even have to make an appointment. You could literally just go to the doctor's office and they'll see you as soon as the doctor's available. That could maybe take an hour if it's really busy. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. And the doctors are pretty cheap here. The last time I went to the doctor, they charged me. So I went to the doctor to have a cancer removed over here. And they charged me in dollars, let's say $30 for the consultation and the removal of the cancer. It was about $30. Hospitals are incredibly expensive, though. Hospitals are seriously expensive. And the funny part about that is doctors are almost all private. There's very few doctors. There is no state doctors in South Africa. There's state hospitals in South Africa. So if you can't afford to go to a private hospital, you go to the state hospital and then you hope you don't die. But there's no state doctors. Doctors in South Africa are very cheap. Hospital, if you go to the private hospital, you have to put down a deposit. So just your deposit starts at $30,000. And then from there, it's crazy amounts of money per month or per night of being there, the costs to the surgeons and everything else. It's fucking ridiculous. So going to the hospital is insane. And it just literally just occurred to me, the place that private health insurance or private health is incredibly expensive in South Africa also happens to be the one place where the government has an alternative, which kind of makes sense. The private healthcare system doesn't have to compete in terms of prices because only the poor people, all the poor people go to the public one already. So they can only really give a shit about the rich people, right? And the rich will pay whatever just so long as they don't have to go to the public one.
And it's just going to be absolutely great. And we don't have to worry about, the capitalist class just basically exploiting people and having these huge estates while these people can't even feed their own families.
Since we have a little bit of momentum, can you steel man the case for socialism?
He's not snubby.
At that time and even today. I don't know if there's a rhyme and a similarity to socialism as implemented at that time and what could possibly be implemented today, but maybe you can dance between the two.
See, that to me would make sense. If you could get your system, and I think that's sort of what happens, because I think the Netherlands have a system like that Aragast, where it's both private and public, but both are competing. So public and private are 100% in competition with each other, which drives down the price of both. That could work, right? But I'm definitely not I'm not dense enough to say, no, it should be 100% private, and if you can't afford it, then die in the fucking street. Like, not at all. That would not work for me. So I'm 100% open to having a debate about medical aid, medical insurance, and how exactly we could get to a good place, right? I would like to have that debate one day of how can we get to a good place where it's not completely government run, so you wait 6 months in order to see a fucking doctor, but also in such a way that poor people aren't left to die in the streets.
Steelman argument for socialism is if you have everything up to private industry, you do not have a guarantee that someone won't fall between the cracks. Right. And the other concern is, in any other context, if someone is, let's suppose, mentally ill, right, through no fault of their own, and or someone's handicapped, they can't feed themselves or mentally disabled or something like that. If you have everything up to charity, you see this with like endangered species, right? The species that are cute, it's easy to raise money for them and protect them. Some weird kind of frog somewhere that no one cares about, you can't raise money for it. People's interests are to what they find interesting. So if someone who's like not socially appealing in some way, whatever capacity, they're going to fall between the cracks and they're screwed. Under socialism, if you have a government taking care of everything, no one is left behind. You are guaranteed that the lowest of the low and the worst of the worst are still going to make sure that they're not starving the street.
I don't think you have to cap maximum profits. I think you have to increase competition. I also don't think that insurance is bad. Not at all. I think it's about competition. When you have more competition within the market, that will automatically lead to lower prices. Because imagine this, right? Imagine you have 20 insurance companies all fighting for the public of Texas, right? So you have 20 medical insurance companies and they all want all the people in Texas. Now, they will fight amongst themselves to get the price as low as humanly possible. But let's say the price comes down to, like, at best, they can bring the price down to $200, right? That's it. $200 a month, that's the best they can do. But now all of them are stuck at $200. It doesn't take long before the insurance companies start going to the hospitals and saying, lower your fucking prices or else we will not allow our members to use you. And then you have hospitals that start to, they are now forced to lower their prices, otherwise the insurance won't work with them. The hospitals in turn put pressure on the pharmaceutical companies to lower their prices because the hospital wants to make a profit as well. And the only way the hospital can make a profit is by making the insurance company happy. The insurance company wants to make the customer happy. And as a result, everything gets cheaper all the time. The issue is lack of competition. When you have one or two medical insurance companies, the insurance companies basically go, look, you guys can charge whatever the fuck you want. We don't care about competition. There is no competition. So in other words, the people in Texas will pay whatever the fuck we say they pay. We will pay you whatever the fuck you charge. The guys that make all the equipment can charge whatever the fuck they want because the hospitals are making bank. The pharmaceutical companies can charge whatever the fuck they want because the hospitals are making bank. And at the end of the day, the only people that loses are you and me, the ordinary folk. We lose because these guys will obviously trying to maximize their profits to the max, and because there's no competition, they can maximize to the max, and we will just have to keep paying for it. So the answer is almost always more competition. In monopolies, the government won't deal with medical insurance is one of them. So true, Mogul. So fucking true. If you have to go to the hospital for whatever reason, the doctor agrees that you got wounded, sick, out of the accident or natural happenstance, your fees are covered. If it is found out that you did a stupid broke regulation or got sick of the same thing again and didn't follow doctor regulations, well, it is your responsibility. Fuck.
Or just left behind. So that is a big moral case to be made for having the state running everything. In terms of economics, it's a lot harder. But the argument there would be it's not fair, a term which in my view does not actually have a good meaning, but it's not fair that because you were born a Rockefeller and I was born in Poland, that you never have to worry about food for the rest of your life, whereas I have to worry about, paying for a doctor for my kid. Like you won this lottery when you're born and now I have to be screwed and I have to respect all your property. Why? So that is another strong argument to be made for socialism. And the other argument is if you have a media apparatus that is operated under profit-seeking principles, it is going to feed into people's worst qualities, most basic animal-like qualities and sensationalist qualities, and will be used as a mechanism for capitalist control. Whereas if the government, which represents all of us, is running things, then everyone will.
See, the problem there is that the basic fallacy of that communists, I think, the basic fallacy that they commit is that the government represents all of us. It sort of looks at the government as a body that only does what the people want it to do, not realizing that the government is filled with people and all of these people have their own agendas for things that they want. And more often than not, eventually the government goes against what people fucking want, right? Like the people might want one thing, the government wants a whole different thing. And what do you do then? Right? Because now we're no longer represented. We are now being represented by the people that do not represent us. And that's the big problem. Like, it could work, but only if you had an AI that basically had no interests outside of itself other than to represent what the people want.
Will have a right to have their voice heard and won't be manipulated. That's the argument.
What about the reaching towards the stateless version? Sort of, because you espouse the ideas of anarchism, it kind of has the same conclusion, which is reaching towards the removal of the state to where we, I guess, have some distributed reallocation of resources that are quote unquote fair.
But the thing is, the Marxist vision of the state withering away and becoming anarchism, it's really kind of like the Underpants Gnomes, because it's like
Tell me more.
Well, step one, you have Marxist.
Tell me slowly. I'm sorry.
You have full communism, the state's running everything, including education. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, anarchism. So their idea was that after enough time, the nature of man himself was going to changed it. And then the government would be superfluous because we would all be equal, and we would all naturally or socially, whatever term they would use, want to act the part that we would need to do. And in fact, Reagan had a great joke about this, where there were two commissars, I think, in Moscow, and one of them, they're walking around, they're going, "Is this it? Is this full? Have we done it? Have we reached full communism?" The other goes, "Oh no, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse." So, that's kind of the counter argument to that.
Do you think culture, society can change the nature of man?
No.
So Mythhammer, here's where things get interesting. I absolutely agree with you on both of those points. Real estate agents, in my opinion, is the only reason a real estate agent exists is because of the government. You see, the government has made it so complex to actually buy a fucking property. When you think about buying a property, it should be as easy as you have a house that I want. I come to you, I say, hey, bro, can I buy your house? You go, yeah, you can buy my house. I'm like, all right, cool stuff. Let's go back down to the bank. I tell the bank, hey, I want to buy his fucking house. The bank says, no problemo. Here's a paper. On this paper, you're going to sign that your house is now going to belong to this guy. He's going to sign that he's going to take your fucking house. Easy fucking does it, right? No questions asked. But that's not how it works. You see, because the paperwork involved in actually fucking buying that house is insane. Because in order to buy it, you need lawyers. The guy that sells the house needs a lawyer that draws up all this incredible paperwork of actually getting the house into the other person's name. Then you need another fucking lawyer for you that actually signs, draws up paperwork in order to, say that he's selling the house to you. The bank needs a lawyer in order to make sure that the whole fucking thing goes well. And then in between all of this, you have this estate agent that basically just does all of this shit so that you don't forget anything and then suddenly you can't fucking own the house, right? But the estate agent, think about, estate agents may have worked if you were before the age of the internet. But these days, with how fucking easy it would be, if I literally, so here I go, right? Let's just go private property. We'll just do private property, right? I go on this website, and here's the houses. Now, here I could go Cape Town. I want to see all the houses in Cape Town. Yeah, show me the airstrip, right? Oh, here's all these houses. Just look at them. Accept all the cookies. It's fine. Here's all these houses. I want to buy the farm here in East London Rural. Why not? Here's my farm. And I click buy. Easy does it, right? I've just bought myself a fucking farm. Congratulations to me. I don't need an estate agent. I don't need an estate agent here. I can see the fucking farm. I want the farm. I can buy the farm. But no, I can't do that. Right? I can't do that. Because, well, that's just not fucking allowed. The government needs to be a part of all this bullshit. So, and when it comes to stocks, it's the same thing. Technically speaking, you should just be able to buy stocks, but there's so much paperwork that goes into it that most people don't want to fucking deal with it. So I do think that there's a bunch of professions these days that exist that bloats prices that doesn't have to exist. Technically, they don't have to exist. Yeah. The money, the government also has to be paid for transfer, fees. There's a transfer fee that you have to pay to the government because somehow they get to also get money from the fucking deal. It's ridiculous, dude. It's absolutely disgusting.
No matter, you don't think this idea that, for example, America has been founded on that all men are created equal, that idea can't permeate the culture and thereby change how we see each other, how we think of the basic worth of a human being,
that's
thereby
not
change our nature.
Ridiculous. That doesn't change that's epigenetic. I don't think that changes the nature of man. I think, for example, if I say someone, which I agree with, that someone is innocent until proven guilty, they're not literally innocent. They're regarded in a legal context as innocent, but that person is or is not a murderer or thief or so on and so forth. So we can legally and ethically regard everyone as equal, but as Thomas Sowell pointed out, a human being isn't even equal to himself over the course of a day. Twins who are genetic clones are not equal to one another. So it is a important thing legally, and it's a good yardstick, but it's not literally true.
But don't you think that law becomes ethics? So we that idea of justice starts to we start to internalize it. That we just
no, I don't.
The way we behave, the way we.
The reason I don't think so is because if you look at most common law, it's based on a moral code that humans have had for a really long time. Now, are there laws in there that's kind of new and isn't part of that moral code? Yes. But most people simply don't break those laws because they don't want to be punished. But here's something that's very ridiculous, right? So Lexier, for example, says, don't you think laws eventually just become internalized and we just hold them? Speed limits. Have any of you in chat ever driven faster than the speed limit? And be fucking honest. The answer is unequivocally yes. You probably do it all the fucking time. Yet, that's a law. The law has always been that there is a speed limit and you have to stick to it. So why have you not internalized it? Because it's not actually part of your moral code. Morally speaking, you don't give a shit how fast or slow you drive. Right? Morally speaking. So the only laws that we will ever internalize are the laws that are already internalized due to our innate moral code. All other laws are usually only observed if we believe that we can be caught as a result of not observing the law, or they're not observed at all. But I don't believe that laws change people. I believe that laws usually become laws when people have changed by themselves. So when society decides, there's a great saying that says that politics are always downstream from society, which means politicians don't, or laws don't actually change things. People change, and that then changes the laws. And you can make that you can make that argument for all things. So, for example, it wasn't the government of America that got rid of slavery. It just wasn't. The fact was that the North, the people of the North, had enough. They no longer agreed with slavery. And so they were willing to go to war against the South in order to stop this barbaric practice. The people. The government, imagine if all the people in the North, right, were like, no, fuck it, we want slaves too. And then the president showed up one day and said, hey guys, let's go fight a war to end slavery in the South. How many soldiers do you think would have signed up to that war? None. The only reason they would have signed up is so that they can go get slaves too. Right? The fact that they joined in and that they actually fought that war tells you that it's the people that said, dude, what the fuck? This is not okay. We don't want this. And then the president could go, you know what? Let's go fucking crush these slavers once and for all. And then, of course, that's what they did. So the problem is that politics don't change anything. Politics simply adapt to what people are already doing, already believing. It's reverse morality becomes a law, like you were saying, Echo. Yeah, Kedif, I pretty much believe that. 5 miles under, always, while watching the young kids flip me the bird as they fly by. Mogul, I do not even begin to believe you, bro. You do not always drive 5 miles slower than the speed limit. You're fucking lying, bro. But that's a good thing to say with your FBI agent watching. So I will not judge you for it. That's true.
Do we think about the world?
No, I think it's a complete red herring because no one is.
No, you're a red herring.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Selyotka. Because people are still going to always prefer their family to strangers or their in-group to out-group. So in terms of, if you're going to have equality, that means it's going to not matter to you whether someone is your mom or someone is, someone down the street. And I don't see how that will ever become the case.
Fuck it out. Just throwing his wife under the bus.
If you were an intellectual, like you are at the beginning of the 20th century, would you be able to predict the rest of the 20th century?
No, I don't think at all. I think there was so many out of nowhere turns that no one would have seen them coming. And as an example, Lenin seizing power and making the Bolshevik Revolution a reality was regarded as utopian and insane. The fact that he pulled it off is close to miraculous, and it was quite literally unprecedented. The fact that that's a very big one.
Which aspect of it, sorry to interrupt, which aspect was hard to predict? That a singular figure with just some ideas would be able to take so much power?
And maintain that power and remake that society so drastically, so quickly, despite such opposition.
Also, not just a set of temporary protests by hooligans that lead to turmoil in the short term, but then stabilizes, but literally changes the entirety of the society.
Yeah, Ludendorff, who was the German general, he's like, all right, we got to get the Russians out of...
Well, I just quickly want to reply to my brother here. Give me a moment, guys. He wants to know if I want to go to a restaurant tonight, the Thirsty Oyster. Sorry.
Of World War I, he's the one who's like, all right, let's get this lunatic Lenin, who already tried and failed to have a revolution in Russia. Let's send him back there, and he's just going to cause problems to everybody, and it's going to be great because it's going to weaken Russia, and then our Eastern Front isn't going to have to be a problem. And then to his surprise and everyone else's, including, anarchists and communists worldwide, they pulled off this, October Revolution. And then for a while, it's like, all right, I think my understanding is even people at the time in St. Petersburg and in Moscow were like, what does this even mean, right? Like, no one took it seriously.
So the Thirsty Oyster, Caliph, is literally on the harbor. So on this side of the road, you have the harbor for Gordon's Bay, and on this side, you have the Thirsty Oyster, which is just, it's literally on the ocean. You have this restaurant called the Thirsty Oyster. It looks incredible.
And then very quickly, you had the Cheka and the secret police and all these other kind of implementations of the communist state. And people are like, oh, they're not messing around. But they're like, all right, this is not going to last for long. And, the USA, the USNA, we didn't even recognize the Soviet Union's legitimacy for a very long time. There were no diplomatic relations. And after a certain point, it's like, if you don't recognize Lenin and Stalin's government, who's the government of Russia or the Soviet Union? Is it the Tsar? Like, you have to recognize it. They're not going anywhere. So that was something that was not, I think, very predictable. The Great Depression, in retrospect, there were certain things that were predictable, but it was not at all the case that it needed to last as long as it did in the States as FDR made it do. So there's all sorts of things. I mean, if they fought Germany's remilitarization, World War II could have been prevented. If you didn't have the Treaty of Versailles, would you have the hyperinflation? Would you have Hitler? These are all, I think, choose your own adventure moments where things could have gone in other directions. I don't believe this kind of idea. This is a very Marxist idea that history is inevitable, and once you start with certain premises, the contradictions kind of unfold. I think that's ridiculous.
I feel that there's power in the Santa Claus outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fundamentally
Why would you be sorry, Caliph? I mean, the fact is, America took so long to recognize the Soviet Union, but when you already have, the leaders are there, the country is working, what the fuck are you gonna do? Just never recognize this massive country? And just be like, no, they're not a country, fuck them. Bro, they're literally a country. They have their leaders, there's nothing you can fucking do about it. You may as well just accept the fact that this is just what it is, and there's nothing you can do about it now. So, yeah, I mean, Mr. Namiria, how you doing, Pam?
Communist idea, right?
How?
Santa Claus. Arbitrary redistribution of wealth.
It's not redistribution.
Well, at least I decide who's good and bad.
Yeah.
Only I know this. And, I mean, I am somehow getting funding from somewhere, right?
No.
Okay, listen, I have so much to teach you.
You have a workshop.
Little Michael. Workshop. Yeah, and how many people do you think are employed in this workshop?
They're slaves.
Yes.
I don't know. How many elves are in the workshop?
I think the rest of you are going to have to look into it. No, anyway, and the red colors and everything. Is that the biggest holiday of all time, Christmas? Just in terms of the intensity of the festivities?
No, I think Christmas is a very recent phenomenon. I think historically it was not a big deal.
No, I know historically it has not been, but in terms of how much it captivates.
Dude, this is something we spoke about this not long ago. It's phenomenal how dominant Christmas has become. Even for people who do not like believe, people who aren't Christians still celebrate Christmas. I told you guys, I know of a Muslim girl that goes all out. She's got the tree, the lights, the whole work. She celebrates Christmas like a motherfucker. She's Muslim. Muslims don't observe Christmas. She celebrates the fuck out of it. I believe Christmas in sort of Asia is huge. I think it's Japan. Like, Christmas is also a massive holiday there. Korea, South Korea, not North. The North celebrates nothing. But it's like this incredible fucking holiday. And it's just taken the world by storm. You know, it's just everywhere. And the Red Santa outfit at Coca-Cola I mentioned, I think so, yeah. Remember the shitstorm the West does? We Orthodox people are gangster. We celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January. Is absolute heresy. I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is. Like the way they marketed Christmas is just, it's phenomenal. The amount of people that celebrate it around the world that aren't like Christian. I know there's going to be immediately people that go, but dude, Christmas isn't actually Christian. Yes, it is. Like, as soon as the largest religion in the world decided this is now our day, it's now their day. Like, if you really have a problem with that, you have to grow the pagan religion once again and then take back your fucking holiday. Until such time, they've put down their flag. It's theirs now. And you're going to have to take it up with them, right?
How intense it is, I guess, from a capitalist perspective, like how much is going on, how visual it is, how intense it is,
I think
how it grabs a whole
doesn't
population.
matter.
I think
It doesn't fucking matter whether or not it's stolen or whatever the case is. It is what it is. When you say to people Christmas, everyone knows exactly what you're fucking talking about, right? Everyone knows that this is the birth of Jesus and, you know, the three wise men and all that shit. That's what people think about when you say Christmas. The fact that that is the case means that it's their day now. If you want it back, grow fucking paganism and then take back the day of fucking candles or whatever. Civvy Waves, how you doing, fam? Look, I'm not a believer, right? I'm not a Christian, but even I can say, yeah, it belongs to them. It's their fucking day. They've taken it for themselves, right? They conquered it fair and square. Good game, well played. Like, you'd have to start your own religion and take it from them. If you're, maybe Scientology will be the next one. Like, it will be Alien Day, the day our alien overlords finally arrived, or some shit. Who knows, right? But you can fight as much as you want. The whole world observes it, and every country in the world, at least in the Western world, acknowledges it as the day that Jesus was born. That is just the case. That's just how it is. And no matter what they've tried multiple times. They've tried to change the name from Christmas to Xmas. They've tried to they've tried to call it the holidays rather than Christmas. People still say Christmas. People still follow and observe the day the same way that they've always done. So you can kick against it. It's just, you're just trying to fucking fight. You're just trying to fight a losing battle there.
it's because the idea of Christmas is probably one of the most powerful holiday ideas. Easter's probably up there. Easter's obviously up there because you have Christ dying, his resurrection. So that's kind of a big one. But Christmas is this symbol of brotherhood and kindness and magnanimity. You know, one of the things I despise about our culture is this and something I'm fighting very heavily with this book, or at least attempting to, is this glorification of cynicism. This kind of like, oh, you like this song? That's
Wait, but Aragost, you're fighting very hard against this. You're fighting very hard against this. The day itself and the tree and shit isn't necessarily the same thing, right? There's a lot of inventions that has happened around the day that has nothing to do with the faith and the application of faith on that day, right? So there is an argument to be made that currently capitalism is doing a very, well, corporatism more so than capitalism, but corporatism is doing a very good job of slowly but surely taking it from the Christians. There's definitely an argument to be made for that. But considering the fact that about 3.8 billion people on planet Earth still considers themselves Christian, no matter what you do, the majority of people on Earth, or at least very close to half of the people on Earth, observe Christmas as the holiday, the day that Jesus was born. And even of the people that do not necessarily believe, still understand that, hey, you know, like it is their day, kind of. And so they may be celebrated as a family day. That's how I celebrate it. It's just a family day, more so than anything else.
That's cute. It's stupid. Whereas Christmas is the one time of year where you could be happy and joyous and kind, and people don't get to roll their eyes at you. They get to stop being too cool for school, and they get to be like, you know,
I don't know. I roll my eyes
I
at
enjoy
people
your
on
friendship.
Christmas.
You're my sister, my brother, my dad, my mom, whatever. And it's the, you know, it was Ayn Rand's favorite holiday. I adore it, and especially Christmas in New York. And it's just this idea of like, even though we're cold and it's dark outside, you know, it's still this kind of like, it's still cozy. And let's hope the next year is, because with Russians, Ded Moroz, Santa comes on New Year's. So it's kind of like, let's make this next year an even better one. So it's very much the holiday.
If you look, for example, how my family celebrates Christmas, every single year they go to church. They wake up in the morning, they go to church. After church, they come home, they eat dinner, massive family dinner where everyone gets together, and it's just sharing in the love of the day that the Savior was born, right? Most Christians celebrate it that way. Is it possible? Of course, it's possible that there's a whole lot of things that businesses have formed around this day, right? That has nothing to do with the actual day or what Christians are celebrating on this day, because the businesses want to make money. That's just what businesses do. The same goes for Easter and the eggs. Like, somehow the idea of selling baby Jesuses just didn't go over well. Or at least selling Jesus on the cross didn't go over well with the businesses, so they decided much better to do the eggs. Just do the fucking eggs. People will buy the eggs, and the Christians will observe the day for what they believe it is, which is fine. But most people, when you ask them, I think this is the best example. If you asked most people, why do people celebrate Christmas? The majority of people would tell you people believe that that's the day that Jesus was born. Whether they believe it or not, they will be able to tell you why Christmas is a day that is being celebrated. And that's what they would give you. If you ask them to explain it in a single sentence, that is the explanation that they would give you. Now, if that does not prove that they have been successful in taking over the day, I don't know what the fuck will.
Holiday of hope and joy.
And like love for family, for friendship.
And kindness and benevolence. Yeah.
And like almost that whole rat race of chasing material possessions and all that gets put on hold for a brief moment. It just all goes quiet.
But it's also about giving people material possessions.
That's
like here, like
Mythhammer, you shut your fucking mouth, bro. There is nothing better than the chocolate bunnies. And I will fight anyone who fucking says that. Like, the bunny is bullshit? Excuse me, sir. Those chocolate bunnies are fucking amazing. Like, I don't give a shit. If it wasn't in the religion, it needs to go in there. Humans are born from eggs? Of course they are.
Like, I value you. This is something that brings you joy. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you write in the book, which, by the way,
technically,
people should go buy it right now. If you support this podcast, or if you support the ridiculous outfits that Michael's wears, the more books you buy, the more outfits he is going to wear.
I've got my next two appearances in the show, assuming I don't burn this bridge. I've got some good ones.
This bridge has been burning for a long time. We've been going across the road by canoe at this point. Next time we're going to be swimming.
Serious, Sibby? You actually believe that?
You're swim? You're made out of lead.
Yeah, that's true. Sink to the bottom. Get dragged across by rope.
Yeah, but Aragos, your example is completely flawed there. Right? Your example is entirely flawed there. The reason Jesus didn't have children is because he was never meant to spend his entire life with the humans of Earth. He was the Son of God. His mission was to teach people how to live a good and decent life. His mission wasn't to live a human life. He was never sent to live a human life. This is why at the age of 12, when his parents looked for him and they couldn't find him, and then eventually they found him in the temple, and they got really angry because he just wandered off. He looked at them and he said, this is according to the Bible, of course, he looked at them and he said, I am doing my Father's work. Right? He wasn't here to live a human life. So he wasn't supposed to get married or have children. He was supposed to teach people. So my problem, Aragast, with the stuff that you're saying, right? First and foremost, I do not understand why you have this incredible need to contradict everything with he wasn't real. I'm literally telling you what the Bible claims. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to the argument of what the Bible claims. I'm literally explaining to you why you're wrong, because we're having a conversation. You can't use examples from the Bible and then reject the examples from the Bible when it suits you. You either use all of it or you use none of it. If the Bible is an authority, you cannot use any of it. In which case, you have to say, I don't know anything about Jesus. I don't know what he stood for. I didn't know that he had 12 people following around. I didn't even know that he was a baby. None of that. You can't have it both ways, right? You can't use the examples when they suit you. And then when I use examples from it in order to explain to you why you're wrong, you go, no. Those things don't matter, right? Completely fucking wrong. The second part is what's even more interesting to me is that your rejection of Jesus comes with quite the faith-based argument. I mean, you're literally utilizing faith in order to explain why you do not believe in faith. Could you provide the evidence, please, that proves unequivocally that Jesus did not live? That there was no Jesus, that there is no God, and that all of this is just poppycock. Because if you can't provide the evidence for it, which you can't because it is a negative, right? But if you can't provide the evidence for it, the only answer is I do not know. It's the only answer that makes logical sense. Anyone that claims that there is no God is, in my opinion, engaging in a faith-based argument. You're basing it on faith. You believe that there is no God, therefore there is no God. Because you've no proof that there is no God. You only have proof that, or the only proof that you have is your feelings. You feel as if there's no God, therefore there must not be one. The only answer, the rational, intelligent answer, is that I don't know if there is a God. There could be. There might be. I don't know. I'm open to having my mind changed. And if there is a God, then, hey, so be it. I don't know. That's the stance that I have, and I believe that's the only intelligent stance to have. Because Christians believe that there is a God based on nothing but their faith. Atheists believe that there isn't a God based on nothing but their faith. Their faith that somehow all of this came here purely by accident, by happenstance. All of this came to be. Because we can still not really figure out where the singularity point. We can explain everything from the point of the Big Bang, but we can't really explain anything before the point of the Big Bang. There's also an argument to be made that the Big Bang itself was initiated by God, which you can't really disprove either way. So you're simply just moving your faith from one point to the other, saying, yeah, that's what I believe. Great. Still a faith-based argument, because at the end of the day, how can you prove that evolution wasn't done by the hand of God? Like, how can you prove that? You can't prove it. So the best way to be is, I don't know. I always find it interesting when people get incredibly anti-religion. It's like, why? Why? Why would you be so hell-bent on proving to people, you're fucking wrong. Fuck you. Fuck your religion. What does it do to you? If it provides happiness to a person and it provides some form of stability within their life, why the fuck does that matter to you? The fact that it matters to you suggests something far more nefarious with you than what it does with anyone else. If we are talking rationality, Aragast, you have literally displayed a lot of irrationality within this conversation itself. So I don't think rationality should be brought up here at all. Like, let's not broach a subject that you have shown incredibly poor displays of, right? Let's not go in there. I don't think Christianity is correct because it's really just a bastardized version of the Israelite religion, but it is hard to say if there is a God or not. I think if there is a God that created us, it does not care about our existence. That's probably to some extent where I fall on that too. Like, look, there's a lot of things that has happened that is incredibly difficult to explain without a God, right? And I'm the first to admit that. There are things that we look around and we just, you have to ask. Let's use a stupid example. To breathe. We literally watched a video on this the other day, right? Here you have a creature, all creatures, really, that breathe, but how we breathe and how it works is so peculiar and so specific, right? And why? How did this happen? Like, why would this have happened in the way that it did? It's and to say that, oh yeah, it's just fully random. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm not sure that you can just say that it was just random. Because why? Why would that ever have happened in the way that it did? So I can see why people would say it's science, and that's fine. But I can just as easily see why people would say that it's God. And that's fine too, because the fact is I can't prove jack shit of either. Like even if you put a fucking gun to my head, I could not disprove the existence of God, nor could I like prove the absence of it. So I just prefer to go, yeah, it could be, could not be, who the fuck knows, right? Actually, yeah, I guess the only, like, I don't mind people that disbelieve, right? I think everyone needs to have, like, but I think that's fine if you say that you don't believe. What I never understand is the militaristic nature in which people refuse to believe, right? So it's never a case of just, yeah, I don't believe in God, but you're welcome to believe in whatever you want to believe in. It's never that. The atheists aren't happy with that. The atheists always need to convince everyone. Like, you have to be an atheist. If you're not, go fuck yourself, right? And then they'll come up with all manner of bullshit arguments about, oh my God, yeah, religion leads to violence and it's all violence based. And, you know, if it's not for religion, then human beings wouldn't have killed each other in the way that they do. And they don't even realize that by making that argument, they are effectively proving that there must be a God, because either religion has power or it does not. If religion is the reason why human beings do evil things, then it means that religion formed without the existence of humans. Religion was there before humans were there, right? And that humans were simply changed and adapted to the religion as it was invented by God. Whereas if you really want to be rational and you really want to believe that there isn't a God, then you would know that religion exists because humans made it, which would then suggest that humans are the evil ones in this equation, not the religion. Humans simply adapt religion to rationalize the evil stuff that they would like to fucking do. It has nothing to do with the religion. Even if there was no religion, people would find another fucking reason to kill each other because, surprise, surprise, people just want to fucking kill each other. That seems to be the gist of it. But no, apparently religion is this incredibly powerful tool that was not created by a god, but also not created by humans. Like, humans didn't create religion, but religion was also not created by a god. Religion just has this power to turn otherwise incredibly peaceful, moralistic, and rational human beings into absolute apeshit fucking murderers. No one can explain this, right? Like, no, not even like the great Sam Harris can fucking explain this, because it sounds so good to say that no, humans are peaceful. It's religion that makes us really evil, you know. And if we didn't have religion, we wouldn't be this evil. Sure, I guess. Of course, apart from the fact that humans created religion, and it stands to reason that their evil was just sort of baked into it in order to rationalize the wars that they wanted to fight either way. Of course, it doesn't take into account the rationalist movement in France that murdered people by the thousands to ensure rationality took hold. They were atheists, but very, very angry atheists, I suppose, because they were all about rationality and stuff. It doesn't take into account the Russians and the Soviet Union that was incredibly atheist and anti-religion, and yet killed millions of people as a result of their atheism bullshit. No, religion has always been and will always be a great rationalization tool for the things that lie literally at the surface of the heart of every human being. Our incredible capacity to commit evil. And we will use everything and anything in our toolkit of rationalization to rationalize.
G'day, guys.
Anyways, so Metalfan, you wanted to watch this. Every single guardsman regiment explained by an Australian, #1. All right, let's see this. This is Metalfan literally asked for this video. What was it? Like 5 hours ago? 6 hours ago at this point, Metalfan? And 6 hours later, here we are.
G'day, guys and
I told you I will watch it,
In a
right?
setting full of roided up super soldiers, space bugs of death, blue communists with suspicious orifices on their heads, and big titty elder girlfriends, it truly warms my heart to see so much love given to the average guardsman. It's cool.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, kind of disturbing to see how much love people give to the death.
Can I just say, my brother borrowed my Dark Imperium book, the first one. He wanted to stop reading after what happened to Varys. And it also happens to have been my favorite part of the entire book as well. Like, every single time the book goes into detail about the guardsmen, it's incredible. And I think the reason for it is we can't really see ourselves in Roboute Guilliman or in the Ultramarines or anything like that. You can't see yourself in those characters because they're superhuman. But the guardsmen, they're like us. They're just normal, everyday fucking humans that just also happen to be badass as fuck.
Death Corps of Krieg, and awesome to see that Cadia broke before the Guard did. I get inundated with Guardsman video ideas, and my top 5 Guardsman regiments video was super popular, so today we'll be covering every single Guardsman regiment types in Warhammer 40k. I've written this intro without first checking how many there are, so I could have really screwed myself here, like I've done in pretty much every other video like this. Let's have a look. Oh shit. Oh well, we've come this far. Today we'll go over each of the distinct Guardsman regiments. I will be grouping all Cadian ones together to keep this video at a reasonable length, and if this video does well, then I'll give Cadia their own video. Let's get into it. Starting us off with everyone's favourite purple-eyed badasses, the Cadian Shock Troops. Not to be mistaken with the significantly more polite Canadians, these men and women of a fortress world Cadia are born and bred for war. As Cadia was the first line of defense against the Eye of Terror, Chaos has been non-stop trying to
Why is there no Cadia still stands in chat? Like, am I gonna have to call the Inquisition here? Like, boys, they sacrificed themselves so that we might live. And yet I'm not seeing any love for the Cadians whatsoever. This is a bit disgusting. Like, your insolence is noted.
slither its tentacles deep into its taint holes. Hence, the people of Cadia not only know of demons and chaos, but were born and bred to kill them. For a young age, they're trained, becoming crack shots before they start growing hair on their balls. Apparently, they also love sex, as they were not only able to maintain a big enough population to hold off chaos, but also deliver dozens of Cadian regiments to other battlefields in the galaxy. Cadians are in the category of obviously mutated by chaos, but it's kinda cute, so it's fine, as their proximity to the Eye of Terror has made their eyes purple. Sanguinius is also in this category, which makes it okay. Despite Abaddon showing poor sportsmanship and throwing a Blackstone fortress at Cadia, destroying it and killing a lot of people, there are still thousands of Cadian shock troopers out in the galaxy, fighting harder than ever to avenge their now dead world. The elite variant of the Cadian shock trooper are called the... Alright, watch me fuck this up. Cascarins. Sure. Next up is the Armageddon Steel Legion, which I know a lot of you guys have a boner for considering how many video requests I get for these guys. Coming from a planet called Armageddon, which is in a state of perpetual war, no shit, you would expect some hardy guardsmen to come from here, and you would not be wrong. These war-hardened men and women have an advantage that other regiments do not, a metric shitload of tanks. Armageddon produced a ton of tanks, and the Steel Legion enjoy the use of said tanks. What do you get when you have an army of Rambos born in Australia? The Catachan Jungle Fighters. These muscly dudes and dudettes are born on arguably the most hostile planet in the galaxy. The animals, plants, bacteria, and even the air wants to end human life. And despite a very spicy infant mortality rate, the Catachan Jungle Fighters have been able to live and thrive on this planet. For context, Catachan has been invaded by demons and Tyranids with no success, as the Catachans, as well as the planet's horrors, were able to repel every invasion without too much issue. Who said you can't be stylish in war? Not the Mordian Iron Guard. These fancy blue and gold troopers look a bit soft from a glance, but once you get absolutely fucking bayoneted by one, you'll quickly change your mind. From the shitty world of Mordian, these badasses are known for their insane levels of morale and discipline. When a fuck-off huge demonic army invaded Mordian, the Iron Guard held them back with everything they had. Each meter of ground Chaos gained could be measured in the corpses and screams of demons and Chaos Space Marines. However, the battle was unwinnable for the Iron Guard. However, they held on long enough for Imperial Psykers to cut off the warp and starve the demons of their fuel. Since that fateful day, the Mordian Iron Guard were elevated to one of the greatest regiments in the galaxy and have seen deployment on countless battlefields. Next up we have the Tempesta Scions, who are the creme de la creme of guardsmen. Although they are not taken from a specific regiment or world, they are still a force in their own right. They are the Special Forces, the Elite, the Navy SEALs, the SAS, and the Clapper of Cheeks. Armed with the most fun gear and weapons a human can hold, these one-man assault squads are the anvil and hammer in most situations. It's time for Krieg, the deathcore of Krieg. Now I, along with most other Warhammer YouTubers, have sucked these guys off on many occasions.
Well, of course.
They are the most badass and hardcore guardsmen and are literally unbreakable. They live to die, whilst ensuring they take as many horned fuckers to the grave with them. Whilst their gas masks were originally intended to help them fight on their extremely shitty death world, and they do help on planets that smell like shit, their main use now is so that their allies can't see just how young most Kriegsmen and women are. These warriors begin fighting to the death by the time they're in their young teens, due to their absolutely bonkers death rate. A Kriegsman's hobbies include bayonet charging a gunline, bayonet charging a Chaos Space Marine, and bayonet charging anything whilst making happy gas mask noises. Now we have the guardsman equivalent of the Suicide Squad, the Penal Legion, aka the Last Chances. Basically, a cheery man called Colonel Schaffer goes to various Imperial prisons and picks out the best and brightest to join the Last Chances. If they survive a number of suicide missions, they are pardoned and set free. If they die during said missions, they are also pardoned. Bit of a win-win here, I would say. To be honest, if there had to be a movie about one guardsman regiment, these guys might be the most fun to watch. One regiment of guardsmen that might be able to actually match the deathcore of Krieg's boners for bayonet combat are the Venderland Guardsmen. What they lack in tanks, they make up for in their ability to stab shit, and their high amount of elite stormtroopers. Plus, these are the guys that fought alongside the Bloodravens in Dawn of War, so yeah, it's pretty cute. Next up are the Armageddon Orc Hunters, who specialise in diplomacy with Xeno races, most notably the Orcs. By diplomacy, I mean decapitation of these gnarly fuckers stalk the jungles of Armageddon.
Wow, for a second there he said diplomacy. I was like, wait, what? There's an actual regiment of humans that work with Xenos races, and they just chop their heads off.
Killing anything that's green and mean. Checkmate Shrek. To hunt an orc, you need to think like an orc, hence why these warriors are considered savages and are barely any better than the greenskins they slaughter. In recent times, the orc hunters have even teamed up with the orcs in order to kill the demons that have been popping up everywhere since the opening of the Great Rift. It's heretical, but I doubt any Inquisitor wants to be on these guys and gals' bad side. Now onto the Asgardian Rangers, which despite their namesake, are not Norse, and they look like dog shit. They're more like Mongolians as they ride around on genetically enhanced horses as they scout out extremely hostile enemy territory. Due to how shit Asgard is, they are well adapted to fight and scout on a variety of planets, most notably Armageddon. Next up is the Athonian Tunnel Rats, who look fucking sick. Their home planet is in a constant state of gang warfare, teaching its youth a lot about urban combat and fighting in tight spaces.
Oh,
as
shit.
such,
Come on, seriously. Thanks for the Prime sub, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind, sir.
they join the Athonian Tunnel Rats, they're already masters of shooting people in the face in tightly packed rooms. These boys are the go-to for rooting out hidden Chaos Cultists on Hive worlds, or straight up saying sayonara to Gene Stealers. They don't have artillery, but they make up for that with their excessive amounts of flamethrowers. Onto something a bit silly now, we have the Attilian Rough Riders, who look exactly how they sound. A bunch of horse-riding actual Hun-looking Eskimos.
I would have thought
These
bikes.
out-of-place warriors excel in horse-mounted spear combat. I mean, like, I'm not a military expert, but I thought horses were more or less redundant by the end of World War I.
Yeah.
Because, you know, machine guns are a thing. But it's nice to see cavalry making a comeback 40,000 years down the track. You might say calling these guys Attilian Riders is lazy ripoff, but I think it's a nice homage. As an avid fan of Age of Empires 3, I fucking hate Dragoons, but the Brimlock Dragoons in Warhammer 40k are an exception. They're probably the first regiment on this list I've mentioned that don't have inherently terrible worlds or lives, and as such, they're quite numerous, you know, but a bit vanilla. I mean, they ride horses sometimes, but at this point everyone fucking rides horses.
Why do they
so it's not much of a
why do they
flex.
ride horses?
They were known to fight against the Tau in the Damocles Crusade. A regiment that definitely isn't vanilla, however, is the Brontian Longknives from the world of Bront. These guys love to get their rigs out and stab bitches, while also getting stabbed themselves. But don't worry, it looks cool. Whilst Bront is an incredibly violent place thanks to everyone stabbing each other all the time, it's also quite respectful and disciplined thanks to the world originally being settled by veterans of war. A relatively unknown regiment, we now have the Devohn heavy
Happy
armor
to
who
have you
like
here, fam.
tanks. I mean, who doesn't? And fought side by side with the doomed Cadians during the fall of Cadia. Another regiment aided Cadia and also likes tanks is the Halcyon Armored, which is pretty much the exact same as the Devohn heavy armor, just with a different home planet. Some guardsmen regiments are designed to fulfill extremely specific niches. An example of this is the Disprian Mountain Men, who excel in alpine warfare as their home planet is more or less just a big ass mountain. Now we have the Drukian Fenguard, who are a bunch of incredibly racist assholes who are also very effective warriors. Their planet is a smelly shithole that only the stench of Mortarian's home planet could compete with. They excel in infiltration and stealth missions on swampy worlds. Jetpacks are cool, and tragically underutilized in the setting of Warhammer 40k, hence I'm a big fan of the Elsian drop troops who are the guardsmen with jetpacks, baby. Now, equipping an army with jetpacks is expensive, however the world of Elsia is full of money and natural resources, so that isn't an issue. If I had a choice, I reckon I'd pick this regiment, because jetpacks and a livable world is a solid combo. Another regiment that also loves jetpacks
would be cool,
the
bro.
Harakoni Warhawks,
Like, when
who
are we
more or
getting
less just an elite
jetpacks?
stormtrooper version of the Elysian drop troops, from a different planet. Now we have the Feyburn Vanquishers, who are literally just Cadian wannabes. I'm not joking, it's common practice for Cadian commanders to travel the galaxy and train other regiments. Some take the training very seriously and end up looking, fighting, and fucking like a Cadian. I would say some also wear purple contact lenses, but that is not confirmed. Next up is the Finrite Highlanders, who are literally carbon copy of real life Highlanders, except, you know, they have laser guns and shit. These men and women are extremely hardy, owing to the fact that their world sucks balls and they're based off Scottish people. Not all guardsmen regiments are cool, some suck balls, like the Gredask Illuminators, who are basically another one of the Ecclesiarchy's lapdogs, who also double as dodgy tax collectors. Entire fleets of ships would be grounded and forced to pay some kind of random bullshit church tax, as well as hand over their choir boys to sate the dark desires of these men. This next regiment actually has a pretty funny origin story. On the world of Indigar, the planetary governor had a hard-on for his zoo, and had a hobby of getting the most dangerous animals sent to his planet to display. One day there was an earthquake, which released his large collection of abominations that went into the jungles and began to populate and form deadly hybrids. As such, the guardsmen of Indigar were forced to become capable monster hunters. Fortunately, this also meant they were outstanding when dealing with Tyranids, so I guess there's a silver lining. Now, we have a bit of a meme regiment that were actually featured on Alpha Buzz's Bro Trip series, the Jopal Indented Squadrons. The people of Jopal are put into debt upon birth. For raising them as babies, the planet loans them money, hence as soon as the people of Jopal are able to work, they do so in order to pay off their bullshit debt. One way out of the debt is to join the Jopal Indented Squadrons and fight for their financial freedom. Despite this literally sounding like a terrible way to motivate your people, it actually works pretty well, as the armies of Jopal are numerous and surprisingly well trained. Oh, holy fuck guys, this video is already at a solid length and we aren't even halfway through the regiments. There are so many regiments. I'm gonna call it. This is part 1. There will be a part 2, as the idea of making a 30-minute video makes me want to neck myself. And that does us for today guys, part 1 of every single Guardsman regiment explained. If you enjoyed the video and want part 2 to come sooner, and also want to see some anime titties, then Patreon is the place to be. Where only $1 per month give you access to a boatload of Warhammer hentai. Hit the subscribe button, then hit the real subscribe button for more Guardy content. Join the Discord for more memes, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Alright, this was a pretty cool video. I'll give it a like, fuck yeah. I like the Imperial Guardsmen. I need to, like, are there any books that purely deal with the Imperial Guardsmen or not really? Oh, Grofile.
The Tau tend to...
I tell you what, I'll add this to our list. To our growing list of watch laters, alright? Because I have to go now, basically. I have dinner in about 20 minutes, and I still have to get ready for that. Dinner with the family. Kolga has a few books. There are guard books. Dude, okay. I need to see that, because I definitely prefer... Or not prefer, but I do love the Imperial Guard. They're so cool because their lives suck dick. Like, you might think that it would be cool to live in the 40k universe, but not if you're an Imperial Guardsman. Like, it would be cool if you're like a Space Marine or like one of the Primarchs or some shit. But if I told you that you can absolutely live in Warhammer 40k, but you will be an Imperial Guardsman, would you fucking, like, would you? Would you actually? I'm guessing the answer is fuck no. Yeah. The more, like, listen to this, guys. These are the guys that fight in every single one of the wars. They're always present. Their mortality rate is 95 fucking percent. 95%. They die, like, almost guaranteed death. There's nothing you can do about it. If you become, and I believe the mortality rate is 95% on their first battle. Like, in their first fucking battle, it's 95%. So you're effectively, like, screwed. What training, Saving Raven? They don't have time to really train these guys. They go through a bit of basic training, from what I understand. Get given a gun, some stupid ass armor, not like most of the time, not even really armor, more like overalls, and just sent in as cannon fodder. Because their only role is to slow down the enemy until the Space Marines can take care of it. Like, they are literally considered to be cannon fodder. That's it, right? They don't give a shit about their lives. In fact, the Imperium do not even their names. The army doesn't even know their names. They're given a number. Your number this, your number that, your number. They don't give a fuck. Even in hospital, the doctors don't know their names. They couldn't give two shits. Your soldier, your Imperial Guardsman number 278 million, whatever, right? And that's it. That's all they care about. There's no point in learning the names. They're gonna be dead long before you even remember it. And here's what makes this even sadder. Each of the Imperial Guardsmen groups, like each of the corps, have a leader, right? So obviously a commander of sorts. The commander will sometimes shoot some of the Imperial Guards to motivate the others to fight harder. Like, just put a bullet in one of the Imperial Guardsmen, head to motivate the other Imperial Guardsmen to fight harder. They don't give a fuck about them. They don't matter. That's insane. Maybe such conditions are why there are humans fighting in the ranks of the Tau. I mean, it's possible, Kilimanjaro. That's guard training on the average. A flashlight, a book of toilet paper, and modern-day armor, and told to follow orders or die by Commissar. That's the one. Don't fuck with Commissars. Freya, how you doing? It's a Commissar move in Dawn of War. Yeah, so you can motivate your armies by just shooting your own people. You will serve on the front lines, or you will serve in the firing line. Yeah, they are fucking wild. They're absolutely bonkers. But that's what makes their story so cool, is the fact that things are so bad, and yet they never walk away from their duty. They will fight until their last breath. If you read The Dark Imperium, the story of Varys is such a sad story. It's really sad, and it has a very sad ending as well. Eat something good for me, something I've never had. I don't know what you've not had, or what you've had. But sure, I don't know yet what I'm gonna eat. Zealotry is real in New Age Imperium. Everything is real in the Imperium, though. That's just the nature of the bitch, right? Anyways, I wanted to raid someone, but I don't really... Yeah, I can't really see anyone that is live now that I would raid. So I got one weak but interesting theory for World of Warcraft. Goldseeker, I have to go now. So you're more than welcome to come back tomorrow, and I'd be very happy to hear out your theory. I always love theories, but I really have to go. I have family that's out of town that's come to visit, and they want to go for dinner. So can't really go. Yeah, you guys just have to wait for me to finish streaming, right? But yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you. Grofall, probably same time as today. Probably same time as today. Yeah, it should be tomorrow same time. I'll let you guys know. Anyways, we'll do our final stream tomorrow for 2022. But I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.